which day did he become known as mighty?
Hey, everybody.
His strength rivals all lands.
I'm back to it.
But the man pays
Back
no
to it.
heed.
This was originally going to be
Only the
a short
authority
stream
of a king can
that would
end
probably be
another
interrupted
king, and only strength
after
can
maybe
end
an hour
strife.
or two.
The torrent of
But
conquest
now
crosses
it's
the
probably going to be a
barrens.
longer one. I was going to come
With
back
one
anyway,
man's blood, it is
later
destined
into the
to
day,
be
but
stained.
now that doesn't
Dare
have to
shake
happen.
his hand in greeting.
Now we
For
can just sit
his
here for a
hands
long
burn
time.
as the blazing
Actually make some
sun
progress.
Soaked in the might of the flames. What a
I guess it
mighty
ultimately
feat
changes the
it
schedule,
is.
though. Like I said, if this was going to have to be
In
short
the
now,
aftermath
and I
of
was going to come
defeat,
back, I was going to have
man
basically all
digs
night
graves for the
to
deceased
play. Now
soldiers,
I think we're probably just going to go
burying
until the
thousands
night,
with his own hands.
which should give us a lot more time
In that
overall,
fight,
I
he
think.
crushed all
I don't know.
invading blades
We'll play
with
it by
his
ear.
fists.
But
A
this
body
maybe
would
might be a
never
longer stream
fall,
today.
But tears of pain in his heart still flow.
His years of drifting made him detest water's waves.
They say that is the reason he's so unwilling to weep. But in Idonia's blizzards he once did cry. A tear shed among the storm and frost.
When I went in earlier,
that
or I guess
blended into a memory
last night or whatever,
stained with blood.
to do dailies and
His
some additional
undying
grinding,
body,
I had to take a
flower
picture, like a
never
snapshot of where I was,
in time,
where we left off,
the
so that I could get us
entire
back to
world
pretty much where we
turned to
were
ash.
when we
This
continued.
haughty man shall be the one to leave behind the world's final beauty, though none are willing to believe.
Also would have started a little bit
Unlike
earlier,
his kin, those
but it's
patterns
raining
carved
outside right
with
now,
his blood.
which anybody knows me is I'm kind of obsessed with the rain.
Suspicious. It stirs the ambitions of
It's
the
slowed down. I can shut the door,
A blade that can cut through the mighty must be enough to slay.
but I was out there for a little
The
bit
people to this
when
day
it was
still
heavy.
seek it. Yet it is
recording some
simply
shorts
a
for my personal
tradition
channel,
he follows
but also just
closely.
enjoying the rain.
Do
I got a
not
little
let
soaked,
your enemy notice that you're bleeding,
but you know, that's fine.
and thus
that's what I wanted.
convince them that you are someone unsurpassed, a warrior supreme. The stories of the past forged his body.
Apart from Kremnos' traditions, what do you have left?
The white-haired friend once asked. The man goes silent and still, his gaze burning into the horizon, looking for a distant past. In his days of wandering, this same question was asked by thousands upon thousands, and he never denied.
We still haven't gotten Evernight's Light Cone.
On this path.
That's an update. I tried. We're getting close. I think we are like 4 from Soft Pity. So there's a really good chance we might get it during this stream, depending on how far we make it and how many pulls we get. It's pushed me a lot harder than it was for me to actually get Evernight. But at least it's guaranteed. Yeah, he isn't actually immortal, right? Like you could drop him, and he comes back up, which I guess is like a functional immortality. But there is a way. He's got a very particular weakness where if you kill him in the right way, he doesn't get back up. And only his closest friend knows about that, so... Yep. Despite not having her light cone yet, though, she does hit quite a bit harder. You know, let me go finish my map here for a second. She does hit quite a bit harder than she did before, because I did add some of her traces. Still wet noodling here and there. But if there's quite a few enemies on the field, her ult hurts. We're getting there.
Oh, great. Little Cass. It's bad. It's very bad. I'm fine.
That's what she meant by about to burst into flame, because she doesn't look like she's about to burst into flame there.
Lady Trianne, what exactly happened just now?
Trianne and Memmy were looking around to see if there were any mechanisms nearby. But just as they went to take a closer look at that big piece of amber, they were surrounded.
I see. Let's get a move on. The orbs belonging to Ornyx's priests should be nearby. Hopefully they'll be of some use.
Memmy Mem. Memmy Mem Mem. Memmy. Mem Mem.
Okay. Do we jump first? No. Okay. We have to uncrop that area before the jump works.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Oh, yeah, she's underwater. Like, why is she blooping? Let's kill you, because I don't like you.
We can do it!
Guide with a rainbow brick. Have some sunshine.
I can't thank you enough.
Me. Not thinking of run. Treat our guests nicely. Rise and shine.
Seek and you shall receive. Torment and doubt, farewell.
Your time to shine. Don't worry.
Let's see.
Night falls. Good night. Till we meet again. All in all, not a bad memory.
First thing we want is this. Because that makes everything easier when we can actually use the prayers.
Want to take some pictures? It's connected! Let's hurry! Memmy is already bouncing around due to the heat!
Yeah.
Mem.
I was thinking of doing the other one, but nah. We're too far behind to do treasure hunting on stream. Unless it's close. If it doesn't involve mechanisms, we can do it.
Trust me. We can do anything!
May this dispel the gloom, restore the
mortal form will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Me! Me!
Treat her guess nicely, don't worry. Just close your eyes. Night falls. Good night. Rise and shine.
See, look, we could get semi-respectable damage.
All in all, not a bad memory.
It's not great, but it's semi-respectable. We actually do the setup right and everything.
Oh no. I'm starting to smell something delicious.
Mem, 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 mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, memmy, mem, 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 memmy, mem. Memmy, mem.
Let's try this out.
Mem, memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, 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 mem. Mimi. Mimi. May this fate dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Your time to shine.
Of course, you also only get that if there's a ton of enemies on the field.
Don't worry. Night falls.
So we won't do a lot of damage
Good
against
night.
this thing. Sadly enough.
Meet again.
That still wasn't bad.
Torment and doubt
That wasn't
farewell.
awful.
Stop messing around. Again. Again. Rise and shine.
The future is bright. Mem, memmy, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, easy. Mem, mem, memmy, mem.
At no point in those captions did you actually say the word easy, ma'am.
Mem, memmy, mem, mem, mem. It's alright. Trian only just flew down.
I'm glad that everyone is all right. Speaking of which, this piece of amber is...
A remnant of Nestia's core flame. To get to the throne at the treetop, gather the embers before you with the golden bough of vows, and present it to the divine butterfly.
Whoa, where did you come from?
You finally appeared, Lady Calypso.
Yes, it's been some time. The battle just now was a true delight, and I feel quite elated. It seems like I'll really be able to rely on all of you to reclaim my true form.
Lady Trian, how does the golden thread react to her?
Huh. There's no reaction at all.
Obviously. After all, the fragment that you picked up just now is completely unrelated to me. All right. Just do as I say. If you're able to pass the trial, I will tell you everything truthfully.
So you haven't been saying truthful things up to now?
Mem. But we
'Cause
have
that's
to
what
go
it
to
sounds
the
like.
treetop to find Nax anyway, right?
I've got a hunch. Come, let's collect the embers and go confront her.
Okay, we want to go back up. Something popped up. I don't know why something reacted, but something popped up. Wait, what? Was the answer on the other side? Oh, it was that thing there. Why was it pointing me up then? Or how do I get back down? I guess we could just take this. I just wasted so much time. But the prayer's over there, so that's how we get back down. She did say to collect the thing, but for some reason the marker wasn't pointing me there. Oh, sorry for that.
According to Calypso, we just have to gather the embers before us with the golden bough of vows. How incredible.
See, now it's pointing back up again. Did they just assume I'd take it without having to point at it? What? No, I didn't want that. Went way too far. Way too far. There we go.
It seems like you managed to gather the embers. In that case, just offer it to the divine butterfly.
It'll be fine. Let's just do as she says.
It's a success! Path has appeared!
All of you have indeed passed the trial.
The sound of a butterfly's wings.
I'll be back shortly. Of course, our promise still stands. But now, it's time for me to sacrifice myself. If the West Wind ever ends, let that be the place where we reunite. Farewell, my love.
Lady Calypso, this is...
It's nothing much. Thank you so much for your help. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my part of the promise.
Well, in that case, I can start. You're actually Cersei's, right?
Oh my. The children of humanity have passed the final trial, have at last. I was wondering when you were planning to expose me. How did you know?
No, to be fair, it was kind of obvious.
The riddle-like trials, your distrustful yet sincere character, referring to Nestia as your love, and
The fact that you're floating there like a spirit
the
and
head
have
of the
branches
Latifah
coming
is
out of your
actually
head.
called Medea, and not Calypso.
Since you knew from the start that I was not who I said I was, why did you wait until now to expose me?
Because I did not believe that Circes would walk this world in a human form. I was also afraid that the Titans were under the control of the Black Tide, and would do us harm. Also, to make a claim, one must have evidence. This is the precious knowledge that I acquired during my time at the Grove.
Excellent. To think we were able to gain a new chance at life in the midst of death. Fate truly is a mysterious thing.
Well, shouldn't you also tell us why you went through all the trouble of setting up these riddles?
Oh, the reason's quite simple. I needed your help, and just like how you were wary of me, I had to ensure that you were not villains who were trying to get their hands on the core flame. I also had to ascertain that you were capable of dealing with the threat at hand.
Is this threat related to the Black Tide?
Indeed. And it's even more related to that lost item from before. Its owner is a quiet and paranoid hunter who seems to have been reborn from the Black Tide and is attacking along with it. As I could not do anything about them, I split my body up and escaped to avoid harm. I bided my time for a chance to seek assistance. Unfortunately, this was not a sustainable long-term plan.
What you mean is that you hid your own core flame?
Indeed. I split it into 3. I hid one within the Golden Bough of Vows, and sealed another in the amber, along with Nestia's remaining embers.
Seems like a
for the
pretty
last one,
risky plan.
it's currently in Anaxa's body, which is in dire need of repair.
What? Do you mean that you're using such a method?
After all, the scholars of the Grove have always been willing to lay down their lives to defend my core flame. As a respected god, it would be too embarrassing if I were to do nothing and simply watch the children of humanity give up their lives.
Yeah, but
for
like
me.
Anaxa of all people. It's not like the other
Especially
scholars.
that heretic named Anaxa. He did not even hesitate to tear his soul apart and use it to perform a miracle. He trapped all the creations of the Black Tide within the Grove so that they would not be able to harm others. His way of thinking was so out of the ordinary that I felt it would be a waste for him to meet his demise in the Black Tide. And so, I decided to save his life. Of course, this also meant that I was able to conceal myself and remain hidden. Well, that's also an equivalent exchange, right? What a smart little bunny. This way, I'll be able able to regain my true form. And you will be able to bring the core flame and your teacher back to Arkama. We'll also take down the black-robed swordmaster at the throne. Together, in one go.
But, Cersei's, aren't you the Reason Titan?
Even if I do not have the authority of strife, I'm still a god. I just need you to buy me some time against the warrior's blade.
That is a
Once
fair
the core
statement to
flame
make.
is reformed, I'll be able to show my hand.
In like Hellenistic myth, even
Excellent. Then
the
just
gods who were
continue
not of
climbing
battle
to
or war,
reach my
because there weren't that
throne.
many that were dedicated to battle or war.
Turn the golden
More than
bow
you'd
of
think. We
vows
don't
into
talk about
firewood
most of them.
to reignite the core flame of reason.
Like Enyo. Nobody talks about Ares' twin sister Enyo, who was a goddess of like chaos and strife on the battlefield. But even the ones that weren't dedicated to battle or war, all still fought during like, what's it called, like the giantectomy or whatever, when they were trying to like fight the giants. If there was a battle that involved Olympus, all of the gods fought. So, a game that's basing something off them, you think all of them have the
Leave it
capacity to
you,
fight if they want to.
children of humanity. May you be blessed with good fortune.
It seems like a fierce battle will be inevitable.
Don't worry, Trian will protect everyone.
Ahead lies the luminary throne. And also, the battlefield that we're about to step onto.
Ma'am, ma'am? Memmy, what's wrong? Memmy, ma'am. Memmy, ma'am.
Is this Professor Anaxa?
Hey, Fizz.
Play nice.
My eyes can no longer see. No matter. All I have to do is place this body at the core of the array. For the sake of Emphorius. Die with me, Titan.
That's kind of harsh. But he does kind of hate the gods, so I don't exactly blame him. There's the jerk. I think these three we can have active before combat if we have to fight him. We can't use any of the battle starting skills or the debuff skills, but the ones that buff our characters that stick
He's
around,
indeed here.
those we can activate ahead of time. I don't know if this is when we fight him or not, though. I know we have to fight him here at this stage. I just don't remember if there's another scene or two before this. And South Park officially made this entire season about Trump. Like the last 2 or 3 seasons have basically just been about it. Though I think I liked a bit better when Mr. Garrison was Trump. I think that was funnier. But I know they regretted that because they didn't like...
Everyone, brace yourself.
One, they didn't like that he was politics at the time, so that was kind of just like the thing to make fun of. But more, they didn't like the fact that one of their long-running characters, they wrote themselves into a corner. So I understand why they're
The
using
owner
actual
of the
Trump
piece of
now.
cloth, the north wind that sent over the deathly fog of Thanatos.
You're not demigods. Stand down or die.
Well, technically that is not true, Black Cloak guy. Trian there is a demigod, so.
Trian will also protect everyone. Trian is brave.
Mister, only this time, may death protect us. Be careful.
One slash. Two slashes. Three slashes are enough.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single episode of the new season, so I can't really talk too much about it.
Let's try it this other way. We can do it!
Guide with a rainbow brick. Have some
I eventually will probably watch it. It just didn't seem to have the same appeal the previous ones had.
Mimi. May this faint light dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Breaks over.
Your time to shine. Rise and shine.
I don't want to blow my ult yet. Because I wanted these guys to spawn.
We can do anything!
Serenity is before me.
This mortal form.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Time for some sweet dreams. Treat your guests nicely, don't worry. Just close your eyes. Night falls. Good night.
Oh yeah, that sure was some damage.
The future is bright. So may the way.
Breaks over. I'm on it.
Mimi, Mimi. Mimi.
So powerful. Cersei's was right.
Stop messing around.
Maybe I should have brought one of my actual built teams into this fight.
Have some fun.
That might have been a smart idea.
Rise and shine.
Given the fact that I'm doing basically 0 damage to this guy.
Guide with a rainbow bridge. Have some sunshine.
Next time it rains, I'll be there, umbrella in hand.
Mimi.
Time for some sweet dreams. Treat our guests nicely. Till we meet again.
This is being in sync?
Mimi. May this faint dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Next time it rains, I'll be there.
Like if I brought Kafka Hyslins into this would have probably been over already.
Not good.
Ow.
In that case,
Then again, I guess it's one of those fights you can't win. But I think I could have gotten him a lot lower with one of my built teams. Hey, Mike.
Can't be killed in a single blow. You are indeed no ordinary human.
At least they healed us.
Since the ambush failed, it'll be difficult to find another opportunity.
This is a waste of energy, but I just want the buff on right away.
no. It's Cersei's.
Trust me. We can do anything!
Me! Me!
Stop messing around.
Wait. Smarter idea.
Your time to shine. Don't worry. Just
Let's see how
close
much
your
single
night
target damage we
eyes.
can get on this.
Good night.
Not a lot.
Till we meet again.
The future is bright.
Over 100,000. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. You're single-handedly responsible for the vomitorium watch time, if you say so.
Have some fun. Try some sun.
Score.
If it makes yourself feel better.
I'm
Oh, am I? Sorry, I didn't see the "and" part. It got cut off on the screen. Are you? No. You are definitely one of the bigger contributors, though, which I do always thank you for that. But you're definitely not single-handedly responsible. We do have some regular lurkers. The only reason I know they're regulars is because backstage you can't see who it is, but you can tell when you're getting unique viewers.
This is bad.
Century Gate, open!
Unlike Twitch, on Twitch you can actually see the names of the users watching. But you can see how many unique viewers you get like a month. And it's not high enough for the lurkers to be different people every single time. I wish it was higher. I wouldn't mind unique lurkers every single time, but you know, you gotta
That was a close call.
value your
Thank goodness
regulars.
that we returned to Akama unharmed.
Little Cass, my head, it still hurts. Sorry, I know you told me not to open the gate.
Please don't
Poor
blame yourself,
Trianne.
Lady Trianne. If it weren't for you, we would have already met our end at the Grove.
I feel off.
You know, I almost feel the opposite. I wish I could play more classic games.
I need to go back to get some rest.
Which, basically, like, I keep saying I'm going to. I will stream some other games after we catch up to the story on this one. We're just so far behind that I really want to catch up on the story. I think we've got some PS1 classics on here. I know I've got the Devil May Cry collection.
Akama hasn't changed a bit, has it?
Are you
But
Professor Anaxa?
my computer's getting to the
There's
point
no
that I can't even
need
really
for
stream
The Titan no longer
maybe like
speaks.
emulated games. It
is
struggles with
I,
the
and
live stream,
Exagoras
the
of the
talk
Mist
show
Forest.
at times, just capturing Discord.
Indeed.
So
You are the only one who would
if it's not on
dedicate
PlayStation, I
yourself
can't
like
stream it for the time being.
that. Professor, let me be frank.
And there's some classics.
The mission Lady
If
Aglaya
Ape
entrusted
Escape
us is to search for
is on there. I
survivors,
think it might be in the
uncover
PS
truth about
catalog.
the disaster
There's a
at the
huge
Grove,
catalog of PS1
and
games and stuff.
Retrieve the core
I might go
fragment
find
of
some
Cersei's.
classics.
That does not surprise me. And now, I'm a survivor who witnessed the entirety of the disaster, as well as the defenseless bearer of a core flame.
Maybe you'll get like the collection of mana on here because I believe it's
Are you
available.
going to bring me to Aglaya to
It should be
fulfill your
available on here.
duty?
Because I'd love to
That is indeed my
replay the
duty.
Secret of Mana. It's been a
But
long
I
time.
prefer not to present you to her as a captive or spoil of battle.
Fine. There's no need to make your life difficult. I'm not against meeting that woman. But I have some things to take care of first. The families of some of my fellow Grove scholars live in the Holy City. Before we meet Aglaya, I want to visit them.
Because Lady Aglaya I'll probably be against it.
Let me guess. That woman will not only prevent me from visiting the families of the deceased, but will also suppress any information about the Grove. She's always been that cold-hearted. My fellows at the Grove gave their lives defending the Core Flame and fighting the Black Tide alongside me. Their families deserve to know the truth.
You intend to do it without her knowledge?
Do you really think that woman would treat me well, even if I behaved and proved my loyalty? I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more anger on her face. Are you going to stop me, Casterus?
I will accompany you, but please understand that Lady Aglaya has her own considerations.
You truly have the makings of a fine scholar, putting yourself in other people's shoes like that. Let's go. I won't go overboard.
So, after all these years, you and Lady Aglaya are still...
Ooh, 150.
Neither of us is narrow-minded. You should know the root cause of our conflict.
Come on, stop talking. I want to do a poll. I guarantee you we should have enough for one. Since they... That's so awful, though. You think about it. That mission, after finishing it, gave us 150 Stellar Jade, right? That is 10 shy of a single pull. There's a lot of sources where they constantly do that, where they give you just 10 shy. Now, you could go make it up with something else. You could get 10 by farming a single achievement in-game. But obviously, the fact that they always give you just shy and put you in states where you're just shy is a way to try to, like, incentivize somebody into spending money. You're like, well, I'm so close. If I spend $1, that'll put me over. It's a very malicious practice right there. I like the game, but you know, sometimes you got to call the company out for what they're doing. You got to make money, bud. Why not incentivize people to want to spend money on your game instead of making them feel like they have to spend money on your game? Though I think that's probably what they're going to be doing with that Petit Planet. That doesn't look like a game that's going to have like crazy monetization that feels mandatory. It feels like it's going to be more of... Actually, maybe they can make even more money that way. Because there could be FOMO for item sets and clothing. And a lot of that game is probably just going to end up being showing off to your friends and to other people online. But I think that's fine. As long as it's like... It encourages you to want it, not to feel like you have to have it. I don't care how crazy the monetization process is. Is there any other art style nearly as possible as the sharp anime art style? Yeah. Like, I'd say Western comic art style is probably as popular. You don't really see as many, like, animations being made from it. And I say, technically, there's not one Western comic art style, but the kind of, like, shared house style, that they call it the house style, that DC and Marvel have kind of had. And theirs is slightly different from each other, but their forms are very similar. And part of that is because they've shared a lot of different artists over the years. That style's still pretty popular. Even when you don't see it as much in animation, you do see a lot of people aping the style for advertisements, for other forms of design and stuff. The reason you don't see it in games, right? Here's the... Yeah, G.I. Joe art style's kind of in the same realm as that, too.
You are?
It's definitely that Western kind of comic style.
You are Kalinicus.
The reason you don't see it as much in games is because Western game developers are just more fixated on making photorealistic games.
For so long.
Right? If they weren't fixated on making photorealistic games, you would be seeing a lot more of that art style.
Kalinicus passed away a few days ago. Defending the
That's the
grove
real
against
cut
the
there,
Black Tide.
right? Is even in Japan, there's a few studios that are trying to make their games as more photorealistic. Look at Square. They're still kind of
managed to defend
stylized.
the grove?
Their faces still somewhat fit more into that style, but they're also mostly Asian characters who have sharper
He
faces
managed to protect
anyway.
Cersei's core flame at the cost of his life.
But if you want to make photorealistic games, you're not going to make anything that is stylized at all. And a lot of these Southeast Asian companies want to make stylized games. So we get stuff like this instead.
Please let us know if you need any help.
Personally, I really like
come from
that kind of
chaos.
like classic Western heroic
and
style, I guess
sacrifice
is a good way to put it, right?
Are things
I
I've
think
learned
that's
to
a
face
really
with
good
composure.
name for that.
No,
Yeah, Borderlands
none
does
of
try
us.
to have an art style
Even
pretty
though
similar
he
to that.
was a
I've
scholar,
always liked Borderlands
he'd
before
always
3.
ask me to teach him
And
how to
it's
fight
not
whenever
the
he came
look of
back.
3 and 4 that throw me off of Borderlands. It's what they did to the
Isn't
story
it
and
funny
game.
that a Chrysos heir like him wants to learn from
It's actually,
ordinary
thanks for bringing that.
person
That's a
like me?
perfect example of a stylized game from the West that does stuff like that.
I've been prepared for this for a long
If a
time.
company wants to make a good game
In
that's
times like these,
stylized
an
in that
ordinary
heroic
goodbye
style,
might just turn
I
out
would
to
love
be a
that.
final
because
farewell.
I like variety.
I'm really
We just have
sorry.
way too many companies that are like,
There's nothing to be sorry for.
either photorealistic
I was
or
once a warrior.
let's copy
And
what
I'll
they're
find
doing
my way
over
back to the
in Asia,
battlefield
which is
someday.
what Overwatch felt like, right? Is that
With the coming
Overwatch felt
coronation
like they
of
were
a new
trying
king
to
of
make
Krynos,
designs that were
I'll
still
take up my lance against the creatures of the Black Tide.
a little Western
seek
influence on the
vengeance for my
stylization because it wasn't quite fully anime, but they were definitely aping anime at the same time, right? It's like a 3D version of when somebody on Tumblr draws a character and they call it anime. Which I wouldn't have been a fan of that game even if it had a different style, regardless. But that's one that comes to mind where you either get
Are you
people
the
doing
father
super
of
photorealistic
Minami
stuff,
and
or you get people that are
Arakawa?
aping what's going on in
Ah,
Southeast
yes.
Asia.
Did my daughters cause trouble at school again?
Anybody like the
Alas,
Incredibles art style or Team
forgive
Fortress
this
2?
sordid
Yeah, a lot of people
brain
do.
of mine. Both of my daughters graduated long ago, and they are now scholars at the Grove. As I get older, memories from years past tend to blend together. What's the matter, young one? Why so quiet?
Especially when it comes to art styles, you will find some people that are just particularly fond of a specific style of art from a consumer standpoint.
Talk some sense into them.
But most consumers aren't fixated on the art style.
What should we
They're
do?
fixated on
I really
as
can't
long as the
help
thing
him.
looks good, right? As long as it
Mr.
has a certain level of beauty
Black
to the art.
Tide.
Doesn't mean the characters have to be beautiful.
Kinani and
But
Arakawa.
the art the characters are rendered in, the world, everything has to have like a certain
Fought
level
until
of
their
beauty to
last
it.
breath
I say that
against
because
the
like
Black
grungy
Tide
things can be
to
beautiful
defend
too
the
if the
grove.
art's done well, right?
As the Chrysos heir
They
stationed
want
at
the stuff they
Grove,
look at to look good,
I failed
and they want it
protect
to
them.
be fun. I think
Mr.
what
Fabio,
really comes down to
If you're upset,
certain preferences are
What is
A,
that?
what the developers want to do,
Even if my
and
Arakawa
B, maybe even more so than
wasn't one of
developers
the
sometimes,
Chrysos heirs
what the
mentioned
investors
in the
want them to
prophecy.
do, right?
She was
So it seems there's an investor trend where
was
they see
terrible.
the increase in technology allows people to do more photorealism, and they believe audiences want photorealism. And then on the other side, because a lot of Western properties in other media aren't doing as well, just nothing to do with art style really, it's more to do with like writing. They see that like manga and anime are doing well, and they want to push for that too, thinking the art style is what's doing it. So
What's
like
wrong?
that's the
I'm
real
busy.
thing. It's
There's a lot going on in the city, and I've got my hands
the consumers
full.
push trends, but you
Mister,
also need the people
we're
making the
sorry to
products
bother you,
to
but-
interpret what the trends are. You know,
Wait,
it's,
Lady Castors.
sometimes they
Maybe
make
Aglaia
bold
sent you
assumptions
because
that don't
of
even
some
line
mistake
up
that
with
made it work?
reality, which we
Keep
see
your
when they
cool,
try the
Axe.
stuff and then the thing still
I'm
flops,
an
right?
Exarchus from the Grove of
And
Epiphany,
sometimes it works for them,
and a colleague of your
but you have to
father.
think, like, maybe it would have worked if they didn't use that
A
art
few
style,
days ago,
because for once they actually made a good game
your
or
father
story,
passed away.
you know? It's like they
Wait,
look at a
what?
symptom, but they don't know what the actual
My
cause
old
is.
man died?
And most people will tell them what the cause is. They'll say the story sucks, and then they won't listen to them.
That's no shocker. At his age, he was due for the River of Souls any time.
People would probably complain if a game looked like a Pixar movie, though. I don't think so. I mean, it depends which Pixar
Left me
movie,
behind.
right?
Oh, man.
But I mean,
I've been
people,
telling him for ages to stay
especially
in
when
the Holy
3D
City and
games
enjoy
really
his
started
retirement.
being
But
a
no,
thing,
he just had to go off
games
to that
based
grove
off of
and
Pixar
mess
movies were
around
really
with those
popular,
scholars.
especially because the characters in like the 64 games and
Still
stuff
wouldn't budge after
looked
all
like
those
the characters they
arguments.
saw on
That
screen,
stubborn old thing.
and the games were fun, right? Like the Bugs Life game. I enjoyed
I
playing
already
the Bugs
got
Life
him a
game.
retirement
Now, of course,
offer,
it's also a
waiting
licensed
for him to come
property,
around.
so
My efforts just wasted
you've
now.
got that selling
Won't even
point for
give
you
me a chance to
already,
say goodbye.
right? Part of a licensed property sells itself. But some of those games that were specifically based off of Pixar properties, like the Toy Story games, I thought were fun in a time where, like, the vast majority of
That is it.
licensed movie video games
That's all
sucked.
the colleagues'
So
families that I remember.
it still, at the end of the day, depends on whether you made the game fun or not.
Good work, Mister. And Professor Anaxa.
Has anybody tried to make a game that looks like Ringo?
me to
I don't
see
know
Aglaia.
off the top of my head. There are a lot of, like,
I'll
interesting,
lead the way.
like, designed games out there, but even if I've seen some of them, I can't remember the names of all of them. But there's a lot of cool games. What's that one? It doesn't look like Rango, but I do like the art style in it. The crab game. I don't think I'd play it because it's still supposed to be like a Souls-like game. It's a slightly more lighthearted than a Souls game, but it does. Crab's Treasure, I think, might be the name of it. It markets itself as a Souls-like game. And even though the art looks really good, I just don't think I'd enjoy myself playing a Souls game underwater as a crab. And it's not the aesthetics. I'm just not a very big fan of the Souls games in general.
Be in awe of geometry.
But that one's got a very, very cartoony look to it. Like Western cartoony. Another Crab's Treasure. Yeah. There's a first-person shooter. Why am I running? I can warp up there. There's a first-person shooter that I've been following for a little bit. And I'm trying to remember the name of it. But it's got a rubber hose style. And the whole game looks like it's a rubber hose. Even from that first-person perspective, moving in 3D space, which I already think the design of it looks really cool. But I also like story-focused first-person shooters. And it's like a mouse detective game. So it's very Mickey Mousey feeling. It's just like an indie property. Ah, man, why can't I not remember? I see posts from them on Twitter all the time because I follow the account. But
Miss Castors, my lord, you're back.
I do like when games
Hello. We have an important
try
matter
to do
discuss
experimental
with
stuff like
Lady
that. Like, I loved when Cuphead
May we
came out.
trouble you to inform
Because
her of our
Cuphead,
presence?
it was the first game to try to do more of a cartoony animation
Lady
style
Aglaia
where the
has
game
just
looked
informed
like
me
a
that she
cartoon.
has no time to receive anyone
Way
at the
Forward had been doing that for a long time. Mouse PI, thank you.
That's just
But Way Forward had been doing that
She
for a
refuses to
while
even
before
see
Cuphead came out. Especially with the
this.
remaster of DuckTales, which I
Did Aglaia
love
order you
the
to take
remaster
me
of
directly
DuckTales.
to visit?
Such a good game. The original NES game was good too, but the
Are
remaster
you?
really did
Please
everything
don't jest.
that was right about the
It's
original game
possible
and
that
then
she really
some,
is busy.
which is what you
Let's
want a
wait here a
remaster to do.
moment. and I'll try to contact her using the slate.
But then Cuphead takes it a step forward and like, what can we do with modern technology to make this effectively sprite-based game, in a way, look like an actual old-school cell animation? And one of the ways they did that is like, well, we're going to need a lot more sprites because we need this to look like a hand-drawn animation. And almost every character has like hundreds of hand-drawn frames. Some of the bosses like that you end up fighting for a whole stage, where it's not like a changing stage or whatever, will have like over 1,000 frames for the boss. Most of them unique. And it's like, that's cool. I appreciate the effort you put in, and you also made a good game, because for people who like those like run and gunners, those kind of like Mega Man style games, Cuphead does a really good job of making that game style.
I'll take my leave for today. That Titan made a myriad of adjustments on their own. My head still aches from that. I don't want to stay a second longer.
And Cuphead also sold really well. It did so well that there are arcade versions of Cuphead that some arcades have. I've seen one in person at Free Play in Arlington, Texas. Has a Cuphead machine, and you could just play the game there.
Don't worry. As I said before, I'll mind my behavior.
Mister,
yeah, combat-wise, Souls-likes are very easy to make, which is probably why they do that, because they're popular. A lot of people like the combat from a Souls-likes game. And if it's easier to make, it's easier to handle, because the animations are kind of slower. They're kind of clunkier, but if you make it right, they're still tight, right? They're clunky but tight. Your character doesn't do too many things. It's all about just kind of reacting to what's going on. Dodge, attack, move this way, attack. So they're not very complicated. It's really easy to make boss fights, because all you have to do is program the boss's pattern, right? The AI doesn't have to be super complicated, because the character's reacting to the boss almost never has to react to also what the character's doing. Yeah, they're way easier to make than a Devil May Cry game, because there's so much that goes into the combat of a Devil May Cry game that I don't think most people realize it. This is something that like Hoyo had to learn the hard way, because they're like, oh, if we just make characters that play like the Devil May Cry characters, that makes a good game, which they kind of did in both Honkai Impact 3rd and ZZZ. But if the enemies aren't fighting back in the right way, which is what starts to make it complex, the combat starts to feel kind of shallow, right? A lot goes in to making a Devil May Cry game good, which is also why Final Fantasy XVI is not very good, despite having the combat designer from Devil May Cry 5 on it, and Devil May Cry 5 had good combat. And I think it's because of other things were limiting him from really going into it. There's a few fights that are good. Yeah, there's a few fights that actually let him show off the combat design, but it's like, it's not a good DMC game, and it's also not a good Final Fantasy game. But like, the complex part about making a Souls-like good is not actually the combat, and this is why there's still more bad Souls-likes than there are good ones, and it is the world that the combat takes place in, because Souls games are basically horizontal Metroidvania games. There's a level of verticality with like floors and ladders and stairs and stuff, but there's no real platforming. Most of the platforming in those games is falling down from a higher place. But the navigation is very akin to playing a Metroidvania game. And much like most Metroidvania games, if your world that you're navigating isn't interesting enough, if there's not good traversing puzzles in it, then the game feels bad. I liked Bloodborne. It's one of the few Souls-like games by the FromSoft themselves. It's just not technically a Souls game. It's a side project. That game was fun to me. Still don't love it. I don't know if I'd ever go back and replay it, but I did have fun in Bloodborne. And part of that is I think it did accomplish the Metroidvania side of things that it needed to do. So, yeah, while the combat's easier, it's still way easier to fumble making a good Souls-like game than it is to succeed. And that's probably why, despite a lot of companies going into it, they still don't make the sales, because they're not making a good game. They're not even doing something that the audience really wants. And the audience will always talk about the combat. Every time you talk to a Souls player, somebody who just likes that genre, they will talk about the combat. Every time. Because it is an important part of it. Figuring out boss mechanics is a very important part of the game.
To temper the will of the nameless.
The traversing part is more of like a subtle part of the game that you don't realize is a problem when it's done bad until you're in it.
I discovered something interesting.
Right. It's kind of like Call of Duty, for example, right? Call of Duty sales started going down a bit after they completely took out the single-player game. Because they're like, well, nobody plays the single-player portion of the game.
It seems Hyacinth's ancestors were the Sky Priests.
And proportionately, that is true, right? People spend way more time playing the multiplayer in a Call of Duty game than they ever play the single player. Some people even skip the single player to go straight into multiplayer right away, and maybe they'll go back to it later. But if you look at achievements, most people at some point beat the single player portion of those games. The achievements show that.
We should rest for now.
It's one of those things that you don't realize is a crucial part of the game until you start taking it out. And then people are like, where's the single player? Right?
By the way, I heard some rumors.
People say the same thing about fighting games. Anybody care about the single player? Yes. Actually, they do. Was Street Fighter 5, right? Got a lot of flack very early on at the launch because it did not have an arcade mode, like an actual arcade mode. It didn't have an actual single player mode. There was a single player thing you could do that was almost like an arcade mode, but it wasn't good enough. Everybody was angry, and it's because for the first time in a Street Fighter game history, they decided that they wanted to not focus on arcades, because all the games were designed around arcade first before that, and they wanted to go straight to online multiplayer at home.
Let's hope that it's just a false alarm.
It took a while before people actually considered 5 a good game. And part of that was when they finally added the arcade mode in, people started changing their tune on it. There's a lot of fighting games that have a really impactful single-player experience. Soul Calibur's one of them. Tekken usually has a pretty good story involved with its characters. And if you remove that, you're going to get immediately backlash from your long-term audience.
Trian was already unable to speak, even in short sentences when they left.
But it's one of those things, because like you don't think about it, right? When you think about a fighting game, you think about playing against another player, right? That's what comes to mind. That's what anybody always talks about. There's some lore heads who love talking about what happens in the arcade modes and single-player story modes. But most people talk about matchups, their favorite characters, their least favorite characters, their favorite players if they watch competitively. And it's one of those things that you don't realize is an important backbone to the game until they try to remove it. And you're like, no, don't remove that. That's one of the best parts of the game, actually. We just don't talk about it. Ooh, we get to use Trippy. Okay, we're going to remove Sunday for Tribby. I think Sunday is technically better in this lineup, but I really like Tribby, and I don't have her, so we're going to include her.
Here's really hot and heavy. Has
Trivia's a really good character too. Like as a support,
Watch out!
I don't not have her for lack of trying.
Grim knowing.
She just did not want to show up
Doing?
Aggie,
on
now's
either
not the
account.
time to dwell on that. Let's help the injured people first.
Like supports like Tribi are so good to have because you could just like
Oh, you two are here as well.
plug and play her into any team comp.
Even the Twilight Courtyard is involved? What in the world happened here?
I actually just came to relax. But as soon as I got here, I saw all these...
See, Dying Like the Beast also filled with actual platforming. The player can fail and take damage from falls.
They don't seem to be seriously ill. It feels like...
When's the last time a 3D game had platforming that doesn't play itself? Well, I mean, all the time.
Fainting simultaneously from
But
the hot pool
it's not a
Where's
uncommon
the
thing.
manager of the bombs?
It just depends what type of game you're like. Are you looking specifically for a 3D platformer though, right? Because like Mario Odyssey, great game. You can easily die. The thing I don't like about Mario Odyssey though is there's no such thing as a game over. That part bothers me.
People rest. The two of you.
If you die, all you do is lose the money that you've been saving up.
Have you thought of something, Aggie?
Yes.
I guess they feel the need that like there's no need to have a game over anymore. That's a relic of the arcade system, and we're not playing an arcade game. So why would we game over? We'll just make you lose the money you've been saving up. I don't know. I kind of like game overs. I'm an old head that way. But if I try to rationalize it, that game there is no point in having a game over. Right.
Which one of you likes such sour stuff?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. God of War doesn't necessarily need platforming. I don't like the way that the game plays in general, because it doesn't play like old God of War. But the strong point of what makes God of War is the combat and the puzzles. And I think the weakest part of the new God of War is the combat. It's just not as good as the old ones. They do have some pretty decent puzzles in them, though.
This is all you can do, huh?
But I don't think God of War specifically needs strong platforming. I will say I was disappointed in the level of platforming in Tomb Raider. It was never that strong compared to other 3D games, right? It's more of an action adventure game than anything. But I still just didn't like how platforming worked in that game. Yeah. I didn't like most thing about the Tomb Raider reboot series at all.
It's just another duel where
I put up with her personality in the first one because she was supposed to be a younger Lara Croft that you were hoping would eventually grow up through her experiences into the Lara everybody knew. But then after like 3 games, she still wasn't Lara Croft, and I'm like, this is awful, and it also makes me hate the first one that I didn't previously hate more because of that. And then the gameplay didn't feel like Tomb Raider. So I almost regret playing the entire series. I definitely regret playing the second and like third,
none of those sound right.
but it almost makes me regret playing all of it all together.
Forget it.
But you could blame Uncharted's popularity for pushing that, because Uncharted's platforming, outside of maybe 3 with the grappling hook type thing, mostly played itself. Right? It was climbing and then he'd auto-platform.
Just imitating your usual.
And they were kind of going for a Zelda thing in that, because Ocarina of Time through Skyward Sword, all platforming was automatic. You ran Link to an edge and he would jump. But Zelda was never a platforming game, right? It was action adventure. And that's fine for the action adventure genre.
Then,
if you don't specifically market yourself as a platformer, that is perfectly fine.
Gleam, Makima stands bold. When walls sturdy,
Like, if Mario had automatic platforming, that would be a problem, because that's kind of the entire point to a Mario game.
Arrive from distant lands,
Same with, like, Donkey Kong.
and all so grand. Yet little do they know that they will step into flames, fuel to the fire, a burning brand.
What are you playing at this time?
Borderlands actually brought that up earlier. When the games are good, they actually have decent platforming for a first-person action-adventure game. There's even usually achievements and side puzzles, like bonus stuff in Borderlands that are like platforming puzzles. I remember in 2, there was one achievement you could only get from going to the top of this radio tower, and you had to platform up these different beams and pegs and stuff around the side of the radio tower to get to the top to flip the switch. That was pretty fun. Awful on PC because if you didn't use a controller, because you just didn't have that precision control that a joystick has versus WASD. I eventually managed to do it on keyboard, though. It was difficult, but I did it. I actually feel like forcing myself to finish it on keyboard, because that's how I started it, made it more satisfying to ultimately get it.
Are you suggesting that you, the mighty Mightimos, and the heir to the throne of Kremnos, wish to defy tradition that has endured among your people for millennia?
Still thinking about what I should do.
Never mind. It's probably not my place to offer you counsel. An idea does strike me, though.
Go ahead. Let's see what terrible ideas...
I don't know if I have access to any of the Borderlands games on the PS5 here to stream, but and as much as I like them, I don't know if I would. I've streamed them before in the past on my personal gaming channel, my old channel. I've streamed them on my Twitch.
What? Are you chickening out?
But the problem is, I didn't get a strike, I got claims. But I don't know how heavy they are with the music anymore. Maybe if I'm in the right category, it would still only be a claim. There are certain sections in Borderlands where they have actual licensed music in it, and the company loves streamers. The people who own the music they license don't.
And thus, an unprecedented sauna battle commences! With unparalleled resolve, the two warriors' determination even alters the very hue of the steam. Flames intertwine with scalding vapor, reaching toward the heavens, shrouding the
So I kind of
sun. The spectacle is so magnificent that none
I kind of don't like licensed music in games anyway. I know people want it because it makes it feel more like a movie to them. Not everybody wants it. There are tons of people who are definitely in my camp on that, where they prefer music originally composed for the game for everything. But there are a lot of people who like licensed music that they're familiar with to show up in games. It reminds them of a movie. Same with a lot of the production staff wants licensed music to show up too because it reminds them of a movie. But I think like you could do something similar without having to have actual licensed music that you're familiar with, right? Like, criticize Kojima, because I do all the time. But in the good, like the premier versions of the Metal Gear Solid franchise, right? Like Snake Eater, specifically. Metal Gear Solid is supposed to kind of be a mix of different stuff, but it's supposed to be like an over-the-top, almost Japanese interpretation of a James Bond story. But if the main character was Snake Plissken from Escape from New York, right? That's a pretty easy way to describe the Metal Gear franchise in general, but specifically Metal Gear Solid. which is the bulk of the franchise at this point. And Snake Eater starts off with basically a Bond song of the same name of the game, Snake Eater, that was commissioned to be made specifically for that game, and it feels very movie-like because of that. It's subverted by the fact that the song plays while Snake climbs the longest ladder in existence, which is kind of funny. I like the sense of humor there, instead of it playing during a choreographed, cinematographed Bond opening sequence scene. But it's still, you know, you can get that movie-like feeling by just commissioning songs that sound like they belong in a movie, instead of licensing stuff that people know.
The formidable hand of fate heeded their call and arrived.
And I think it's more memorable that way too. You know, I don't think people would remember the Snake Eater sequence with the ladder as much if it was a licensed song. They'd probably still remember that it was the longest ladder in the world. But it's not as memorable than having this original song that is commissioned for the opening of the game, and you're just climbing a ladder the whole time it's playing. Like that's cemented as like one of the most memorable things in gaming to me, out of like anything I've experienced.
Oh, please forget my presumptuousness, my lords.
I love this scene right here that they've been describing the whole time I've just been like rambling about
What a spectacle of folly.
literally anything else. But these two competitive hotheads that have like this bro relationship with each other, this very like Gilgamesh and Kidu type relationship with each other, decided that they were just going to see who can withstand the heat of the hot bath more than the other, and they just kept heating it up until one of them passed out, and a bunch of other people in the process did too. Great scene. I love stuff like that that tells you a lot about the dynamics between characters.
Is this the latest trend now? Getting into the baths while dressed in full armor?
Don't look at me like that. It was he who challenged me. There is no word for flee in the Kremnoid language.
Very well. Let us bring this farce to a close, shall we? Warriors, it is time to get moving. Alas, the flame chase journey is destined to be a lengthy one, replete with obstacles.
But thanks to those two, all the gloom has vanished into thin air. Oh, we just had quite the commotion. It's not every day we find the Marmorial Palace this serene. Shall we continue with our previous plans? Hyacinth, would you care to join us?
Such an empty bath is indeed a rare sight. I was looking forward to unwinding after work. I'd be delighted to accept your invitation, Lady Treeby.
How about we go to the biggest bath?
Okay. I had to walk off to check a comment that I just got on one of the videos for this channel.
The water temperature feels just perfect.
So, how is the feeling of having the entire bath to yourselves?
It's so good.
But, Lady Treeby, aren't you going to soak in the bath with us?
We will have to pass. After all, we've become children.
Please understand that she can no longer endure the heat of this pool due to the blessings of Yanis.
Oh. Are you curious about us, Hyacinth?
I am, but something tells me that it might be better to change.
I could relate to that. I remember, because I've always preferred hot water to cold water.
We can't discuss.
But I remember being,
A long,
I think I was like 12,
time ago.
and I was up in Illinois for the summer with my grandfather, who's passed now. But we were over at,
And in return,
I don't remember his actual like relation to us, whether he was just like a friend or if he was like a cousin, like a distant cousin, or to me or something. But we knew the guy. He was close. He was considered part of the family at the very least. His name was Rick. Not the one who usually comes around this channel. Completely different guy. But he had a pool, like one of those above ground pools, a big one, and he had a hot tub built onto his small farmland, because that's the type of place we were out in. It was a farmland out in the middle of Illinois.
we all know that the flame chase journey won't be a smooth
And
ride.
everybody else hopped in the hot tub, and I had such a hard time getting in because of how hot they had it,
We can find a way
and
to
because
fix
of how young I was. Like these days, you crank that thing up, you can make that stuff practically scalding. I'll hop in, have a great time. I love hot tubs and stuff. But you know, some kids, they just have trouble
There might
with
be a
those
breakthrough that
those
can
higher
help.
heats.
We will do everything we can.
So your first
And this is
reaction
coming from the
is
guy
in
who
fact
walks around
denial.
barefoot on
You're indeed
100+ degree
narcissistic.
concrete.
I look forward to your good news, Hyacinth.
My little kid body just did not want to get in that hot tub as much as my brain kept telling it to.
Lady Treeby, what's wrong?
Something's off. It's that strong feeling again. Is it Trian? Wait, no. It's not Trian this time. It's Trinan. Trinan is in danger.
I win this round of escorting the bathers home.
How does one contender alone make a valid competition?
Offering a compliment or
I
two
love
at
how
the end of
just
the-
petty the competition between these two are. It also kind of reminds me of Gimli and Legolas on how like
What is that word? Is that your
those two act like they I wouldn't say they act like they hate each other. One of them acts like they hate each other. Gimli acts like he hates Legolas the entire time, but they're actually like really, really good friends by
Though we've
even
been
just.
acquainted for some time,
I don't know if by the end of
you
the
talk in
Fellowship,
the ancient tongue,
but at least somewhere around the beginning of Two Towers, they were already good friends, even though Gimli's got his dwarven pride and he won't let his guard down and act like he could be friends with an elf of all things. And they have like all these fun competitions with each other. That's the type of relationship that I'm getting out of these two. This is a Gimli Legolas relationship.
Don't have a brain.
That was in jest. I understand. After all, you
Obviously,
spent all
Mighty,
your childhood
the
wandering far
redhead
from
here,
home.
would be Gimli because he's got his
Worry
Cremnoan
about
pride, and
yourself first.
lighthearted Finon would be the Legolas of these
You
two.
also never mention your hometown, apart from when you need to introduce yourself.
Well, it's because there isn't much to say. Ides Elysiae is simply a tiny village that disappeared.
The way they
9 years
handled that
ago
in the
in
movies
Flames
was pretty
of
good
War.
too. I have a lot of criticisms
The only
about
times I get to see
Peter
it
Jackson's Lord of the
are in my
Rings.
dreams.
They're still great movies, regardless. Though they're some of
And in
the best fantasy cinema has ever been put
And in the
on
trial
screen.
from the Lance of Fury.
There's just a lot of aspects from the books
knew
that got
it.
cut in his versions, and certain
Yes.
things that got changed altogether that just
saw it
aren't as
all.
good as they were in the book.
Ides Elysiae ablaze
But the way he handled their relationship, and most of the character dynamics were really good.
Lying in a sea of flame.
And I like when they're trying to take down people and they're taking their body count.
Just like on that day.
And they keep shouting each other how many they've killed so far.
My eyes, that murderer.
And the Legolas shoots down the giant war elephant. And Gimli's like, that still only counts as one!
But I saw its form this time. A black cloak.
That's the type of
and a broken giant sword that carried an
brotherly relationship between two friends that people need to write more often.
In the trial.
That type of male camaraderie. I think it's
I've been fighting.
At least when men watch it, it's kind of universally understood.
All this time, I still couldn't defeat it.
You were blinded by hatred and almost lost yourself in that trial.
I think
that's right.
When women watch it, if they had brothers, it's also understood too. I feel like it's a lot easier to understand the dynamics of like both what men and women get
picked up some manners.
When you have a larger family, whether it's siblings or close cousins.
Then what about you, Mike?
Because you're just exposed to more earlier on in life.
In that trial, what do you fear?
There is no word for fear in the Kremnoan language.
I'm getting the feeling that your language has no words at all.
But to answer your question,
only have brothers? You have any cousins?
The trial.
I only have brothers too, but I was really close to all of my cousins. We have
my old
not intentionally. I think it's just genetically. You still do those patterns anyway. We basically have like that Irish clan culture where everybody's kind of close.
Ever since I returned from the Sea of Souls, these 5 have been by my side.
So like I was really close to even my like girl cousins growing up.
Those 10 years were arduous, yet filled with moments worth treasuring.
Like my cousin Haley,
each night,
it's only like 3 years older than me.
By the campfire,
and we lived in the same area, so for a while I was more like a younger brother who didn't live at home.
Would always tease me about
until obviously she got older into her teenage years. Then it was still just like, oh no, that's cousin, you know. And I'm too busy for him right now.
A relentless force on the battlefield.
But also really close to my cousin Haley. I'm sorry, I just said Haley. My cousin Kelly, growing up too, who's like my younger brother's age, so she's only 2 years behind me.
Leonius was a swift runner and our most reliable messenger. Ptolemy was a real bookworm, always spouting off in chapters and verses.
But I come from a really large
family. Kremnos, he made off with a stack of ancient tomes from the
my dad was one of 8 in his generation.
My family owns the library.
Which is not uncommon for his generation, it's just more uncommon now.
He was the silent type, but a truly masterful musician.
This is the first time I've heard you mention these 5. And
like if he was one of 15, that probably would have still been uncommon for his generation. That was like the higher end. 8 was pretty normal. Especially given the fact that he was a twin, so they didn't predict that their last birthing was going to be 2. My grandfather always said it's like, I have a lot of kids because I really loved my wife. But when they started coming out in 2s, we had to stop.
In the end, his remedies mended all but himself.
Midamos, do not mourn. I have achieved honor by bestowing a noble death upon the enemy.
Leonius died in the 5th winter. Idonia's snowstorm lasted 3 full months. On the night of the fiercest storm, our foes launched their assault.
Idonia. Is that the city Castorus used to live in?
Yes. Those zealots were as fearless as Kremnoans in the face of death. But they lacked respect for honor. They cornered us in a bottomless swamp. Leonius covered for our retreat. They cut his legs off. He vanished into the mire of a foreign land, his body never to be recovered.
This is perfect. Mighty Most, I can finally deliver the news of you ascending the throne to the Netherrealm.
20 dusks later, we finally breached the walls of Idonia and entertained the usurper's plea for peace. However, the rebels refused to surrender and set up an ambush within the city. Ptolemy and his cavalry met their end before they could even relish our triumph. Those obelisks that collapsed after being set on fire became their final resting place.
My Demos, please tell my family. It was not cunning schemes that vanquished Ptolemy, but the immense weight of Amphorius' entire history.
Then, it was Pacesta. He lured the enemies into the city of Aenionis with his melodies, buying us invaluable time. Our enemies, consumed by indignation when they discovered the trick, set the entire city and my soldiers on fire.
Almost, I've been thinking to myself the whole time now. I'm just bringing up my cousins. I almost feel like I should probably go visit.
Fractured by the flames.
Because I know at least one of them's in LA.
Don the crown.
And being in Arizona, I am closer to where they live than I have been in a really long time.
Hephaestion. He was supposed to stand by my side through it all. But a sudden relapse of his illness hit him on the eve of my duel against my father. He hid his condition from me. By the time I returned victorious, he had but a breath left in him.
A Kremnoan dying on a sick bed. I would be a laughingstock to everyone.
Hephaestion.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I should talk to my brother about that.
Spare your strength. I'll go get a physician.
Because neither of us have ever actually been to California.
No need.
Like, ever.
Even if Perdiccas were here.
This is about the furthest west I've ever been.
Couldn't stop destiny from taking me away.
Ish. I mean, I've been in the Rockies, right? That's the furthest west I've ever been, is in the Rockies.
I can take you away.
I've gone whitewater rafting in the Rockies. So this is pretty close to it, right? I'm still right about in the same area.
Do not shed tears for me.
And my brother said he wanted to come and visit sometime next year. Like, he wanted to come through Arizona.
Farewell.
I should talk to him and see if he just doesn't want to stop. You know, maybe for a night. If he get a week off. You come here, crash for the night, and then we hop in the car and we just go to like LA. See my cousin Haley.
What a grave
and then
now I understand,
you know, spend a day there or whatever.
Is a defect.
And then he could swing back. We could stop here for a night again, and then he can drive back off home
souls to break the wheel of karma.
Afterwards. It'd be a tight vacation because it does take a long time.
Grant me an immortal body.
It takes like a whole day.
Summon a fated revenge on his head.
To drive from Texas to Arizona.
Demise, I considered leading my people back to our
and that's
homeland.
if you do it like nonstop. You know?
Which
It was kind of what we did. I think
only darkness
we slept for maybe 4 or 5 hours at one point in a parking lot when he dropped me off up here the first time. And we were just driving like the whole thing, and we got here in like a day.
If you take over Nikador,
so this would still be better, giving him a chance to rest. But, like, to drive up here from Texas, then to go into California, and I want to have any time to actually spend there, and then to drive back. That's like a week vacation.
I have never been crowned.
I'll have to talk to him about that. Let's see if that's feasible.
None is aware of their glory.
Your predicament is truly
See, for what you've seen, most anime isn't better written than most American stories. They just are preachy. I would say that would definitely be true for most of the
people seem to have
history
been through comparable dilemmas.
of both storytelling.
And
I think
teacher of
I think most places you go,
Kremlin's?
the average story is going to be average, right? And not just for their location, but I think probably
Trudy,
globally average.
What's making you so flustered?
I think in general, though, even the worse anime has been better than the worse American stuff lately, just lately in recent times, because of how
What's going on?
far the talent has sunk over here, right?
Mighty Most.
Because there's still a lot of really bad anime. Always has been.
I was the one
Always
who
has been.
exposed my vulnerabilities first.
It's just a symptom, and it's not just the preachiness. Like, the actual quality of the plots have gotten worse, too, on average here.
This man
It's more of a system where, because people don't have good options, they run over to the other one. Right? It's one of the reasons, like, these gacha games have gotten so popular. That's a really, really good example here. Some of them are genuinely fun, but you'll notice while I'm playing this, like, I'm complaining pretty much the entire time because there's a lot of dumb things about the game. But with as many dumb things there are about this game, their competition has gotten so much worse that it's like, yeah, I could play this game for free though. So it's worth the things I'm complaining about. I would not have to pay money on this game. I get at least an average or slightly above average experience for free. Right? And I can add as much money to support it as I want, while there are premium games that do all the same stuff and are average or worse. It's like when I was playing Final Fantasy 16, who thankfully I didn't pay for it. Marsupial already owned the game. It has all the mechanical issues that I complain about in a game like Genshin Impact, but that game sold for, I think, $70? Maybe? I know Final Fantasy Rebirth was 70. I don't know if 16 was. Maybe it was still only 60. But still, $60 for a game that has as much, if not more, complaints than the free-to-play game, right? That's just like a comparison here, but I think when
How many wars did people start because of her and her so-called
the options you're used to just keep getting worse and worse, you start running to something you're not used to.
massacring each other?
I think that's the case here.
Even if this so-called Genesis really exists, will there be a place for the Kremnoans in that new world?
I can't really answer that question because I don't know enough about half of the things in that question.
Between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, those who trespass upon the vortex of Genesis need not
Like,
be tried
there
by
may or may not be
I am
something
allowed
better
to
about them.
pass judgment alone. Krateros,
Like, if enough people are watching something, you assume there's got to be something redeeming about it, right? Whether you can feel it or not, at least from their perspective, there has to be something redeeming about it. But at the same time, just because something's popular, it doesn't mean it's good, right? That's ad populum. No, I know Girls Bravo. That's like the only thing you mentioned that I know. Of the three things in there, Girls Bravo is the only thing that you mentioned that I know. I still can't make a judgment because I don't have any basis of the other side of the scale.
Sorry, Lord Krateros. We were so preoccupied with deciphering the fragments of prophecy that we neglected those of you not favored by its message. Your accusations were...
Like, I haven't ever seen any of the confessions of. Not once. I could not tell you in relation if one or the other is better from like an actual technical writing standpoint. Or from like an execution standpoint, which is what we judge more than anything. Right? Even when we say we're judging writing, we're judging the execution of the writing. We don't know what the script was underneath. We only know what happened in the final product.
We will ask for his aid. Tomorrow, at the Abyss of Fate in the Temple of Yanisopolis, We will show you everything from that distant memory, Kratos.
It's like that even with a novel, by the way, right? Unless it's completely self-published. If something's like completely self-published, then you're probably seeing the raw version of the writing. Maybe it's proofread. Maybe there's like some minor editing where the person goes back and they change things in the final product because while they're rereading it, they realize stuff needs to be changed. But for published books, you're not getting raw writing, right? You're getting several revisions that also the publishing house said, hey, for us to publish this book, this needs to be changed because we think this will sell better. So it's still an executed version of the writing.
I cannot wait any longer. Ever since your father died, our people and I have been waiting for a day to revive Kremnos.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Never received an answer.
More or less. There are definitely some exceptions, but things that definitely get into ecchi would always have been in a higher age bracket until like 20-ish years ago. And that's just culture change, right? Every rating system ever is going to be a reflection of the current culture.
A smart person can only choose.
Right? There's stuff that we get away with in a PG-13 movie that you would have never been able to get away with in, say, like the 70s now, right? Stuff that would have gotten like a hard R back then.
Just as you did back then.
Video games the same way, right?
I did not expect such.
There are things that get away with a T rating now that would have been an M 20 to 30, well, I say 20 to 30 years ago. The rating system barely existed.
I seek an honorable death from you.
30 years ago, right? That's about the time it was being made, is 95, 96. But yeah, 20 years ago, stuff that would have given you an M, you can probably get away with as like a T with a bunch of disclaimers. Yeah, E10 has basically disappeared. It's still around. You'll see it here and there, but because the ratings have kind of loosened more, there's like an Overton window that's been pushed up higher in the maturity bracket. Most of the stuff that would have been E10 is just E.
Death fears me.
And part of that too is like it's really hard to decide an E10 rating. That's another reason. Where some of the other stuff that people would try to barely censor to make it into E10, they're just not anymore, and it's going straight to T. That's another part of it. But there are a lot of stuff that should have been E10 that are just E now. If you were to go back like 10 years, they would have just been E10 plus.
I guess you're a weak king. So weak that even the lowliest hyena.
The AO rating, adult only, has almost completely disappeared too. Unless it's like straight up porn. Like just not even has sex in the game, but I mean straight up the game is a porn game. You don't get anything that's rated AO.
Take my crown. Coronate yourself with an old
which also used to kind of just be
become the new rightful king of Kremnos.
It used to be a death sentence for a game, but it's like, well, if you're a porn game, you don't care at all because you know exactly what you are.
The crown.
Name a game that should have been E10 that's not.
There's only one end for the kings of Kremnos. Then the crown means nothing to me.
Let me think about that for a second.
I
could have to think about something that's just got an E rating. I don't play a lot of E rating games these days. But I've definitely seen some, so it's going to take me a moment to process.
Fall with me. Do you truly think you can escape fate's grasp, my son?
And I have to think about like why it should be E10 plus. A lot of times, if there's like not cartoon death, right? Like your character has to be able to die. They don't care about that. But if there's a scene depicting death, that used to be something that would give you an E10 plus.
The son of Gorgo,
which I think actually, God, I can't remember. I think the Cyber Sleuth was just 10 or teen anyway. God, what was it? There was a game recently that was just like E that had an actual depiction of death in it that is like, if this was back in like 2002, that would have been E10. Like just the fact that it wasn't visceral, there was no blood or anything. It's just the fact that it depicted a character dying in the scene would have given it an E10 rating by default.
Craftsman, how have you been?
Oh god. If it comes back to me, I'll mention it. But I'm blanking on it right now.
You knew I was coming?
Your matters, I've heard. The path forward you seek.
But that's an example of one of the things that used to do that, though, right?
But before that, take this.
If blood shows up, that used to just be straight up a T rating, regardless if there's any visible blood.
For the king of Kremnos.
Before that used to be an M rating, like way back in SNES, when being able to depict blood was a new thing. That would give you an M. When we got to the 3D era, they kind of loosened up on that a little bit. So blood or any visceral violence or gore would be a default T rating.
I can hardly imagine how much patience.
Some people would skirt around that by doing things like Jet Force Gemini skirted around that, where they had gore, but there was no blood in it, even though they still called it blood. There was a cheat code or whatever you could activate in the game that would give it rainbow blood, where it would just kind of like make all of the guts that came out of the bugs look like paint, like rainbow paint everywhere. But when you killed them, it was bug guts that came out. That was their workaround to it.
It would make everyone happy.
But in like the early 64 PlayStation days, if there was any visible amount of blood, instant T. Just immediately. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
Yet hesitate.
I don't know. It probably should still be the case.
Hesitate, why do you, young king?
But that was one of the factors in there.
My people.
Oh, hey, it's raining again.
They men, women, the elderly or children. Hearts of all Kremnoans yearn for home.
We got a little sun shower going on.
Waiting for this day. For the day their king returns. Children of strife would then be able to go home and embrace the old traditions. Never mind that most of them have only ever been heard in these so-called traditions and song. They would then gather around their king and throw themselves into battle.
I don't think Super Smash Brothers should ever have been an E. Actually, here's one I'll think of too. I don't think Super Smash Brothers should ever have been an E. Obviously, Nintendo argued and pushed for it to be just a straight E rating in every version of the game. I get that it's cartoon violence, but especially in the ones that have like a story mode, it's a little more than just cartoon violence, right? Subspace Emissary, which that was the only one. I think Brawl's the only one that's actually a T. That I can remember. I don't remember if the recent ones have made it into T, but I think at the very least, because of the nature of how Smash Brothers treats its violence, that game should always be at least E10. But I'd straight up say that Smash Brothers by default should be a T-rated game.
Different kind of Kremnoan you truly are.
But almost all fighting games, like multiplayer fighting games, should probably be T. By default. That's just an opinion I have on it. There's some other ones, for sure, that should be higher than T.
Oh. Now why did you dream about my darling twins?
Right, like, obviously, Mortal Kombat is the whole reason we have a rating. Well, it's one of 3 games that's the reason why we have a ratings bureau in the first place. But on the lowest end, I think pretty much all fighting games should just be rated T by default.
Well, that sounds like a lovely dream.
Yeah! The ocean and the sky were really, really dark. But there were so many of me that I wasn't scared at all. Because
And it should be rated T for violence. Like, that should be the main reason that they're rated that way.
Island where the wind tasted like flowers. There were bleating sheep and chirping birds inviting us to be their guests. There were so many animals on the island, but none of them ever fought.
Yanis's holy maidens can receive guidance from the god of passages. Perhaps what you saw in your dream is a divine land somewhere in Amphorius.
You think so?
What's wrong, Trebios?
I think another reason, because I was thinking about this too, about like matching cultures. Another reason you'll start seeing E10 less
Mountain on the other side of
in
the
general
ocean.
is because that's something that really only applies to like the American Western culture. The age brackets aren't quite the same in some of the places these other games come from, right? So we take
It wasn't a mountain, but a very
this game, for example, right?
water.
It's close to,
When the
I guess
waves
maybe you'd call it
smashed
T or
against the
whatever.
island, it looked like it was going to eat
But
the island. The small animals tried to
Hollow
chase
Knight
it
Silk
away,
Song
but
is E10 plus.
couldn't stop it.
That game should probably be rated T.
There was a bang and I woke up.
But like this game I believe is 12 up, right? Like that's how they have to register it. So that's basically a T rating. But you see how it's like it's a slightly different age spot. It's not 13, it's 12. You get that a lot where it's like there's these very weird gaps on things. ZZZ is 16 plus, right? Which is technically the equivalent of a mature rating, right? That's an adult game where it comes from.
Turning them all into monsters.
Silk Song's rating feels accurate. Okay, well, I haven't played Silk Song. I have played the original Hollow Knight, and I don't... If it's like the original Hollow Knight, and I've heard it's actually a little bit worse, I thought the original Hollow Knight probably should have been a T.
Listen to what the adults tell you. Study all the knowledge and etiquette you need. Then grow up and become a proper holy maiden. The divine Yanis will then give you guidance and help you light the way for the people.
Well, I'm gonna eat a lot and study a lot and become a holy maiden.
Yeah, based on what was going on, I guess it's because there's no gore, right? Or there's technically no like blood or anything in that game.
What do we do if even Yanis is eaten?
But I think even just like the themes that happen in it, it probably should have been higher. It's probably 10 plus because of the themes.
After all,
and the fact that some of the depictions of things are kind of undead, right? Like it is in the borderline area of being undead. So it would have to be 10 plus by default for having undead in it.
Once you're older, you'll make a lot of friends. You must do
but no,
your
I
best
think
to
there's
be
some
like
really good arguments that it probably should have been
That's
T.
also our duty as priests.
And if that one should have been T, I think by default, so should have Silk Song.
Also like me and Mama with pretty red hair?
They might not, but they'll certainly be just as smart and kind as you.
That's not to say that somebody younger shouldn't play it. That's not what the ratings mean at all.
Am I dreaming?
They're there to inform parents, right?
Don't be silly, dear.
If you have a good relationship with your child and you know what they can handle, you can let them play an M-rated game before they're even a teenager.
Now be a good girl and call your friends over.
The problem is that just like most parents now
Let's play hide and seek.
kind of buy video games as a babysitter.
Trebios is the smartest girl. I'm sure
And they don't actually pay attention to what's in the games. And they don't know much about their children.
The voice sounds so far away.
Doesn't feel more extreme than the OG Samurai Jack.
Remember,
I think it's slightly more. Samurai Jack would have been higher, right, if they didn't change everything to robots. Like Cartoon Network kind of forced them to change everything to robots. The original concept for Samurai Jack, man, that was going to be a bloody show.
childhood? I don't remember. Use this.
There will be an amazing captain on that big ship. She's cheerful, optimistic, bold, and cautious. She'll be able to get everyone together.
Wow, that's amazing.
Samurai Jack was also one of those cases where they found out, like, oh yeah, you can kill anything as long as it's a robot.
Of course you can.
I mean, that's been going on for a long time before Samurai Jack, but that was one of those like test cases. Like, yeah, you could kill literally anything make it as destructive as possible as long as it's a
atop
robot.
A hillside, covered in golden fig trees. There's a noble girl there who's very smart, but also very delicate.
Just like Mama?
Perhaps. But before we find the captain, the ship also needs someone who can navigate it. Who could that be?
Let me think. I know! She's Trivy!
Yeah, I know Powerpuff Girls was supposed to be pretty rough too.
After myself? I don't remember it all. Is this a dream? Or something that happened in the past?
Tribby!
It's packed full. Mama must have left all of these for me. All the words are blurred out. Could it be that my memory is fading? Bad chest! You can't lock me away! Huh? Why is this doll inside a chest? It's holding a sword. Why?
Many years later, many brave warriors will board this ship. They're skilled combatants who fear no danger.
Ooh, I can learn how to fight too and protect everybody!
Silly girl. You're Yanisopoulos' holy maiden. It's not your duty to fight. There will be many others to protect you.
Alright. Then where will they come from?
I believe one warrior hails from a lovely village where bulrushes flourish, while another comes from a magnificent royal city. Though each has their own troubles, both are ready to lend their strength for the ship's long voyage.
In that case, let Trianne fight by their side. This way, they'll always stay on course. How could I have known the name Trianne back then? Was it just a coincidence, or... Learning can change your destiny.
When navigating at sea, you need to know both astronomy and geography.
Isn't Yanis's knowledge enough?
Oh, sweetie. The ocean isn't like the land. It's easy to get lost. That's why it's important to learn to recognize the miracle of Aquila.
Alright. Even though my brain is already super duper smart, I'll still try my very best.
Circe also favors children who try their best. They will send a wise scholar as everyone's teacher to help you reach your dreams.
I want to be a teacher too. Oh, wait. I'm super duper.
This game tries
I want to be the teacher's teacher.
really, really hard.
Why not? But if you're going to be
to a point
teacher,
that might be
you
unsuccessfully,
might need to tone down that
unsuccessfully
hyperactive
hard.
of yours.
To try to get the audience to feel bad
She's well behaved.
and attach to characters that you know are going to die going into the story.
Mama and the others always said that I had a great memory. But now, I can't even tell if this is a memory or a dream.
And I think you can definitely
Let's line them up.
get attached and feel bad for characters you know are going to die. Absolutely. That's happened many, many times in fiction throughout history when you do it successfully. But I think like it's definitely a more difficult task. And there are certain things you need to do to get somebody to feel bad for a character
For our song.
and get attached to them early on when you already know they're going to die.
Box? What's that?
Sweetheart, are you still groggy?
This way you didn't watch Rogue One? Yeah, yeah. Like, because you know none of those people make it. There's like literal line in the first Star Wars movie where a lot of people had to die to get their hands on these plans.
Oh, my lovely Treaty.
I went to
You're
the theaters to
usually
watch
so
it, I
bright.
think.
What's gotten
I
into
think I
you
remember
today?
going to the theaters to watch it.
Well, you might as well see for yourself.
I did dislike it. It's probably the only
wonders it can
Disney
do.
Star Wars thing I watched that I enjoyed a bit.
Put the
Because it felt
dolls
like it
on.
fit more in the older stuff. But I was definitely watching it more for a
Rotating.
lore appreciation aspect of enjoying the old
That's
movies
right. It's
than
a
I was
music
for the
box.
characters. Especially because most of them weren't particularly
Place the
good.
dolls in the right spots.
I liked
You
the
start rotating and
blind
play
monk. He was
beautiful
cool.
Music.
Like there were a couple cool characters, but
Out of all your inventions, this one.
it was really hard knowing from the start of the movie that every person we'd get attached to was going to be dead by the end.
Don't remember.
It's all right, my child. I'll sing along to the tune, and it will help.
And I think the big problem too is like one of the things you have to do is not just getting the audience attached to it. You have to build up the level of sacrifice, right? Or the level of tension and everything. By the end, even though like we knew the weight of what they were trying to do because of other movies, and I think that was a big problem with Rogue One is that most of the weight came from other movies and not the movie itself. Like we know how powerful the Death Star is because we've seen it blow up like Alderaan.
They declared the world too unstirring.
The tension in the movie, the struggles of the characters in the movie didn't do enough to attach me to the characters by the time that they actually had to make a sacrifice.
Intimacy to give. Thus, creation was complete. Who then will bear the weight of humanity's souls, to lighten the steps of the living as a whole? Oh,
But like,
Catherine,
obviously,
all
some of the
know
best
the
stories ever
Father
written are
stands
tragedies.
so tall, yet low
And
does their gaze willingly fall.
in classic theater, there would be an opening monologue that basically told you the whole story before you watched it. That was a very common thing for the theater, especially back in Greek plays. But all the way up to Shakespearean time, you'd still get it in that entire period where people might have a monologue that tells you the story, right?
What's going on?
And that didn't stop people from liking the story. But we'll take Shakespeare's example. Shakespeare was really, really good at getting you to either relate or feel for the struggle of the character, even though you know they're going to die at the end. He did everything you needed to do for it. Proper setup, giving you relational context from other characters about the struggle, gave you almost a glimmer of hope that it wasn't going to be a tragedy, even though you knew from the beginning that it was. But that's the sign of a talented writer. Right, like, Macbeth. I really like the character of Macbeth. From the very beginning of Macbeth, even without an accompanying monologue or anything, you're told by the witches, who are effectively the Fates, that Macbeth is going to be dead before the end of the story.
The black tide has arrived.
Yeah, you are told it is a tragedy. But Macbeth is still such a good character with everything that he goes through.
This is the sacrifice of a holy maiden. You won't make it to the... Only one person can.
I know. It's fine if we can't reach
Oh man, it is really coming down now.
Bid your farewell, streetlights. Time is running out.
Mama, are you going to leave me?
My sweet girl.
Oh.
I will never leave you.
I love it.
But remember this.
This is definitely a heavy thunderstorm.
All shall bid farewell to one.
It could rain every single day, and that would never bother me.
Alone will witness the miracle. Since your mind is made up, then
If it wasn't for the the parasites and the other diseases and stuff that might come with that type of location, there have been many times that I've considered just like moving to a rainforest. Especially because like my grandmother used to live in Honduras for a while. It was during my great-grandmother's kind of like final years. They moved down to Honduras. She pretty much
Since we had any
lived in a hospice situation.
It's not yet the entry hour.
But the climate of the rainforest was better for her.
Plenty of time
Right.
to rest.
A lot of old people's ailments aren't as bad when you're just in a consistently warm environment, right?
It must be that reckless Kremnoan soldier.
And they lived there, and she would send photos.
If you want, I can pass through his
Back when we did Flat Stanley in school, and you were supposed to send him somewhere, and you had a photo back, she even sent a photo of Flat Stanley on her back porch, and they literally had a rainforest to their back porch in like the condo or whatever they lived out there. And I was so jealous. I'm like, oh man, I would love that. Like every day, it was basically raining in their backyard for at least a certain portion of the day.
We had a dream about Mama.
Not like all day long, but usually somewhere around like 2 o'clock,
It's just the
it would rain for an hour or two.
unsettling.
And that would be just a normal occurrence every day. I know you could kind of get that in Florida. It's not quite the same, though.
From ever using the power of the Century Gate again, her soul continues to slowly drift away from her body. There isn't much time left.
Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to let her relinquish her role as the gatekeeper and live out her days as a carefree child.
You have a point, Aggie, but our decision has already been made on that matter.
I believe there's still another way.
Souls will be spent until they dissolve into dust. Such is our fate. Once we had a whole and connected body. If that body were a tree, then its trunk and branches would share the same fate, decaying at the same pace. Now, we are fragmented into numerous selves. Despite the absence of a trunk, we are offered another possibility. We can choose how our branches will perish in a way that is most beneficial to the Flame Chase journey.
Compared with saying farewell to one person, watching many fade away before me is even more sorrowful.
But advancing is the destined end of Yanis's trial. There's no retreat in our path. Don't feel sad about saying goodbye to us. We have already agreed on this, right?
It won't be long before I forget what sorrow tastes like.
So, what would you like for breakfast, Aggie?
What? Where did that come from?
After all this talking, we're feeling a bit hungry. Plus, it's nearly the entry hour now. Do you remember when we first met, Aggie? You little one, and we caught you secretly eating oatmeal late at night.
While my emotions might be fading,
They must
those
only
memories
keep
are
track of
still as
time
vivid as ever,
through some type of clock system.
Please,
I know they
take
have, they call them
What would you like
teleslates,
to
so
eat?
they've got phones
It's fine. Leave it to us.
or something akin
You
to
should rest for now.
a phone
It won't
somewhere
take long, and we'll call you when it's
in
done.
this odd world line.
In that case,
But it is perpetually day in Akima, as Finon pointed out, I think in the last stream. It was either the last stream or the stream before that. It was near the end of it. He pointed out that it's always daytime.
Nevertheless, that nightmare is ominous.
So it must be like
Slipping away.
certain populations
Even the image of Mama.
who live in the near extremes of the poles, right? Like the closer you get to the pole, the longer a day or night might get.
Hopefully Uranus
If
will
you
be
were
willing to
directly
help us.
on the pole because of the tilt of the Earth, day and night lasts for like 6 months apiece. It doesn't take that much travel away from it for you to actually start getting day-night cycles again. It's just like directly at the pole.
Who are you?
You only get the full cast of the sun or
once
none of it
overthrew
because of the tilt of the
entire
Earth.
classroom in that spiritual physics lecture.
Oh, howdy, Shy Knight.
Oh,
cool. You even got like a little Shy Guy Knight
Do you really still remember
icon.
that,
That's cool. It
Professor?
almost looks like Link.
I remember that.
Yeah, but
great
like, so
tongue of yours.
if you were directly at the
What
pole,
brings you here?
you
Surely
could
you're
only regulate your day-night cycle through clocks.
You could tell.
You would not have a circadian rhythm anymore. But even the
don't
closer
beat
you
around
get,
the bush
because
when you have a hidden agenda.
different times of the years, the length of the day
That's not true.
gets
I'm here to seek
pretty
enlightenment,
extreme.
as always.
Parts of Alaska have this issue. I know
Could you
parts of northern
please
Europe,
teach
like
me
in Scandinavia,
everything
have
you
this
know
issue too.
about the Black Robe
You
Sword
might
and
have a day during the
You are
summer
sure travel fast.
that lasts for 20 hours, almost,
Unfortunately,
right?
I too know nothing about it. I can
And
only
you have
tell
to have
that
like
it is
blackout
clad in a black
curtains.
robe
You
and
have
wields a
to
greatsword.
basically set alarms
least,
to tell you you can't just wait for your body to get tired because your circadian
Shaped
rhythm
with a
might mess you up
twisted half sun.
and
a
try to
peculiar
give you a
dagger
second wind
resembling
because you still see the
crescent
sun out
moon.
to be able to go to bed on time when you're in that
By
type
the
of
way,
environment.
take
And
this.
then you have the opposite problem where if
I
you
got it from
don't
the sneak attack.
use alarms and clocks to
It's
regulate
yours
you
now.
during the winter where the nighttime might get closer
right.
to 28-ish
this
hours,
thing?
you just sleep
The one
forever.
who torched
You get up,
Ladies of
you
Lycia
might be
to the
awake for a
ground.
couple hours, but your brain realizes that it's
Killed
dark, so you just go
everyone.
right back to sleep, right?
Don't try to be a hero.
I feel like that's
No
how it
one
has to be in
Akuma
Akuma,
stands a chance against that thing right now.
right? Or
Is
everybody's
that
just
what
gotten
the
to the
Titans
point
said as well?
after thousands of years of adaptation
Not at
that they
first.
could just sleep when they
The
need to.
god
They don't need a
relented
clock
after
anymore.
having had a taste of its
Because
power.
it looks like we
Even
just
with
keep our
the god
curtains open all the
possessing
time,
me, I couldn't
right?
fight against that.
Most people
blade.
don't look like they have strong blackout
That
curtains. They do have these
incredible
really,
power
really big
doesn't
doors
seem to be granted by any titan.
that are so thick that I don't
You
think that they would let any light through the
It
the
originates
draft
from
underneath.
beyond Emphories?
It would just cause too much shade.
It's possible.
But I'm just trying to
Much
imagine
like
how
the
sleep
Black
has to
Tide,
be regulated
no?
in this environment, where it is just
Nonetheless,
perpetually
It's
daytime
an enemy we must overcome.
for a millennia in this town.
We drop the pipe dream, Finon. No one wants to see you fall by their blade.
Yeah, it's like being in an all-white room with no
Your
clocks or
presence
way to
will
tell
endanger
time.
the
You
holy
lose all
city
sense of
and
time in
the
the
flame
environment.
chase.
Yeah, like
You know that I don't
what
believe
was that show that
You
Vsauce
don't
Michael
believe
did?
in the so-called prophecy. I know.
Mind something
However,
or
I'm
whatever.
here
He had
to
an episode
seek
like
your
that where he just
assistance, not at the
put
request
himself
of a Goliath
in a
or
white
tree.
room for several days straight.
I just want to eliminate a threat to the city.
Was it
I pledged to
Meinfeld? I
protect.
can't remember the name of it.
That's all.
Also,
Tragedy
if there's
at the
no
Grove
night,
must never
it should
happen
be
again.
really hot. Yeah, like the temperature, for the most part, there would still
Since
be an
you are
absolute limit to how
sincerely
much
seeking enlightenment,
the atmosphere could hold of heat,
I
right?
suppose I can
But
tell
it
you
should
one more thing.
escalate over like the course of the first several years that it was stuck like that until it reached its absolute holding temperature because it never has a cooling period.
What's wrong, Trian?
But also, I think this world is closer to like a firmament flat Earth world, so I don't think that would matter. Plus, their current daytime is not coming from the sun. That's another thing and why it wouldn't be getting perpetually hotter here.
Don't be scared.
Their light for Akaba is coming from the giant
With the Century Gate, Trian?
glowing orb that's supposed to represent the world that Kefli, the world-bearing titan, is holding right off to the side of the city.
We got back safe from the
Now, it's also all a lie, which we'll get to later, but that's kind of like the nature of this world. So I don't think heat's a problem here, but the day-night cycle definitely is.
Dizzy. Why are we here again? For the same thing, of course. Remember?
Now, I was complaining about how this story does do a bad time of trying to get me connected to characters that I know are going to die. This part of the story, though, is kind of the one that hit me the most. Because going into it, Trian specifically, of the Tribbies, was like my favorite character in Amphorius. And it is kind of hard to see the stuff that's happening to her right now. Let's see. Oh, just imagining living in a world where it's just like eternally daytime sounds awful. Yeah.
On that note,
If because like again, there's an absolute heat that if you have an atmosphere it can still hold. There are tidally locked planets, right?
It's an essential offering for rituals
Now,
in the
a
temple
lot
of
of
the
times, depending on how far away the planet is, if it's tidally locked, the perpetual daytime side is just way too hot.
It's also a
And the perpetual nighttime side can just be too cold
replicate
because it's never getting heat.
We need to use something that
We
is
see that like
experienced those days.
Mercury, despite being the closest thing to the sun, so you think the whole planet should be warmer
We added that to the porridge.
because it has no atmosphere and it's just being baked by the sun on one side. That's one of the hottest points of land in our solar system, but the other side is super cold. Right, like it's colder than even some of the further planets from the sun past our asteroid belt, just because it never gets sunlight.
Problem.
And there's no atmosphere to hold it. If you can have a stable atmosphere while being tidally locked,
Flame from Yanis.
the part directly in the sunlight, like the most direct, would probably still be
Give it a try.
kind of unbearable,
Truly no other way.
but the heat would still dissipate somewhat into the atmosphere. The part on the opposite side would be so cold it would still kind of be unbearable, but it would still be getting some heat dissipating from the rest of the atmosphere to it. But the most habitable zone would still be an equator made by the twilight, like the rim of the tidally locked day-night split, right? Most people would live on the twilight. The cool thing about that, though, is you would still use blackout curtains or whatever for regular sleep because nobody wants to drive all the time. You could literally drive between day and night when you wanted to. You would live on a ring of a planet and you could just drive. I don't know what you would consider it. Solar or nocturnal, right? That would be your direction that you could pick. The side that's more solar, the side that's more nocturnal. That would actually, if you evolved on a planet like that, whatever word you'd have for day-night would probably even become a direction cardinally as equivalent to the poles.
No. It's an illusion.
Because if you're tidally locked, there's no tilt to the axis or anything that changes at any point in time. You're always facing your star forever in the same position. So the part directly, like noon, that'd be a better one. You're driving towards noon or midnight, right? Noon would be a direction and midnight would be a direction, whatever word that system would have. Or if we move there, we would have to call that too. Noon and midnight would be types of poles on that planet.
Did you?
So your favorite character in Forest is Hyacinth because her story was genuinely interesting. Yeah, I liked Hyacinth too. It was pretty cool. her whole thing with actually going up to Aquila and finding out that there were some misinformation involved in her own family timeline where she didn't quite know some of the history. That was a pretty good part.
Quite familiar.
Which, well, I'll get to re-experience whenever we catch back up to it on stream.
It's right over there.
It's still going to be a while, though, looking at where we are. We're still pretty far behind on the stream account.
Even if separation is our fate, a futile death is not the solution.
It appeared again.
I have to remember to go slow at times. I have a really bad habit of, like, cutting off what the characters are saying because I walked too fast. Which I don't think is my problem. I think that is their problem for designing it in such a way that you can outpace what the characters are saying. But I know part of it, too, is they want people to play at whatever pace they want to go. And if they want to skip things, they should have the option. The distances should just be like the default run. Like the jogging animation should never outpace what the people are saying. Activate sprint if you want to outpace what the people are saying. If you designed it that way, that would be a better middle ground for everyone. Yeah, we're I think, I don't know if we're 3.1 or 3.2, but we're somewhere in there. That is definitely correct. I know we're past 3.0. We finished 3.0.
But why haven't they said a word?
I want to say Wednesday? Maybe? We've been doing a lot of catch-up. I've been really far behind because my computer is showing its age, but ever since I got the streaming working on the PS5, we've been catching up for like the last week. Oh wait, why did I do that? We need to go down. Now I have to wait for it to fall. I saw the clock, the hourglass, and just defaulted to raising the bridge. Like, I did not even think about what I was doing. It just happened on its own. Like muscle memory.
Are these visions also fragments of the past?
What is the current patch? Like, I'm trying to remember how much, because I think we still probably have 20 hours of gameplay to catch up. Are we on 3.6 now?
Is this the safari?
I've done it. I'm just trying to remember what the number is.
But Trian, there's nothing in here.
3.6, yes. Okay, cool.
What?
I thought so. I was just... And Forest has been so long that so much of it is blurring together. I could not remember if the most recent patch was 5 or 6. It feels like we've been in Enforius longer than we have. And apparently I heard, I think this is technically leaks, but I don't know if it's true or not anyway, so I'm going to say it, that we're actually going to be going to a 3.9 before hitting 4.0 this time around. Oh, you actually just said the same thing as I was saying it, but you'll hear it like a second later.
Could Oryx be trying to make us falter? But why would they do that?
Yeah.
Something feels off. Trebi...
I wouldn't hate it if 3.9 was not in Enforius, though. Right? Like, we've just been in Enforius for so long that we're going to end at 3.8, and they're like, well, you know, we have to do our regular catching up with the Xinjiao fleet, so that's 3.5. I don't care, whatever gets us off of Enforius. I'm loving the story. It's just having pacing issues and taking way too long to say something that could have been done in, like, half the time. What are we supposed to be doing? I half didn't pay attention. We need to get there during the daytime, though, right? I think that's only open during the day. Oh, this is Abyss of Fate. That might not be open during the day. That might only be open at night.
Still no luck finding any safari. I suppose we can do without it.
Yeah, okay. I did
Tried
it
to
backwards.
convince Oryx. At least they didn't toss us out straight away.
3.8 was going to have something to do with Penacony, you just don't remember. Oh yeah, they said that around 3.1, which was forever ago. Yeah, and we already did go to Penacony recently because the Fate patch was kind of like a break from what was going on. So it would be kind of weird after giving us the Fate Stay event for us to go back to Penacony now. I still wouldn't mind it though. As much as I ragged on for being in Penacony for too long, it feels like we weren't there at all by comparison to Amphorius. I would like to go back and visit Belobog for a little bit. That'd be a cool patch. I don't think we've had a proper Belobog thing since Ethereum Wars, which I've been recently playing through on this account off stream. Because we're so far behind on the main story, I don't know if I'm ever going to get up to those event quests. I think at most we're just going to backtrack to the continuances, because those are kind of main story. But the events I'm just going to knock out for the Stellar Jade.
What's going on? Oryx.
We had a little return from Eurillo 6, but instead of going there, Luca came to us when we were at the War Dance. That's the closest we've gotten. Hook was there, though, which I love. If you could bring Hook back anytime, whatever excuse you have, I love seeing Pitch Dark Hook did great.
This is the most plausible.
See, should I try to make a New Vegas mod, or is that not a fruitful endeavor? That depends what you mean by fruitful. If you mean to make money, probably not. If you mean to have a project you can put in your portfolio to show off and something you might enjoy because you like New Vegas, it would be fruitful in that way. You know,
hypothesize that the blade can sense
any project you do like that, even if it takes time, it could still be good for you because that's something you can show off in a portfolio. Mods are totally portfolio work you can show to people if you want gigs in the future or jobs.
It remained consistently focused on me.
And you thought about having me voice a, I don't know if you pronounce that Zatan, whatever, but yeah, if it's like a free indie project or whatever, or like a low budget one, it doesn't have to be completely free, but like a low budget project, I will be happy to voice a character at no charge.
Not necessarily. Let's call that person the Flame.
If the project exceeds a certain budget, I have to treat it as a job. I have to charge. But if it's a low budget to no budget project, I will be happy to voice a character for no charge at all.
The second target is Oryx, who hasn't yet fallen. And the third is
Miss Belobog. It feels like they never want to do anything with that world. I know, and it's like, for a lot of people, Eurillo 6 feels like... Oh, Zeta. Okay. So, is the name of the aliens in Fallout. I completely forgot that was their names. So, yeah. But yeah, it feels like we haven't been to Eurillo 6 in forever. And for a lot of people, that feels like home, even though the prologue was the Herta space station. I kind of like the Lawfu more than Eurillo, if I'm comparing to the opinion's popularity, but I prefer both of them over most of the storytelling we got after that. I think they're both really good stories. And I like the characters from both of them too. I might prefer the story in the Lawfu. I think I like the characters in Eurillo more though.
I wouldn't have made it out of
I really like the characters in Urillo. They're really good characters. Most of them,
That's a relief.
the important ones, are
since the
literally just
Flame Reaver has
isotopes
2
from
targets, we need to move
Honkai
fast.
Impact 3rd. But that's fine.
With the distances between
I'll never get tired of seeing, like, Zila, Bronya, Raven, / Natasha. Like, I'm fine seeing those characters forever. But they had a bunch of cool newer characters too, like Hook and Sampo.
Last time the 3 of them were
I would
shooting
and Luca. Luca's a cool character, even though he came later. I would love to see them again. They just don't want us to see them again.
Are you in here? No response at all. Did they foresee that we were coming and hide in the fog? Or...
I don't think Penacony overstayed its welcome, at least initially. 3 patches is kind of for Hoyo up to that point in time, right? Especially we're considering how Genshin usually plays out its worlds and everything. 3 patches used to be the main length for a story before going back and doing other stuff, right? Like where you might do 3 patches in Inazuma, then you might go back and visit Mondstadt or something like that, and then you might go back and there'll be another patch in Inazuma. Penacony was following that pattern, though we did go back to Penacony during 2.x again, probably more than we should have.
What's this?
I think that's when it started to overstay its welcome, is when we just left it and they brought us back like twice in a row. And then all we really got was the Xinjiao fleet in between them. Where it's like, I like the Luofu, but you guys are really making me miss Bellabog. But talk about overstaying the welcome. Again, it felt like we were in Penacony for no time at all, compared to how long we've been here in Amphorius. And they said we're going to be here all year. Oh, not this part.
Creepy. See you tomorrow.
The worst part about that, too, is having to relive that basically a 3rd time, because that was also in the trailer for Amphorius, which made it even worse because you knew it was coming. But yeah, like, we've just been here forever. They said we were going to be here basically all year. I hope I don't feel that way about Nodcry. Because they said that Nodcry is supposed to take place for a year, right? And I've been enjoying it so far. The exploration's been great. The character's been great. Even the story in Nodcry and Genshin has been great. Maybe because it's not an isolated place like Amphorius is, where it's limited the characters we could bring into it, like Skrullum and the Herda and everything. Nodcry will still feel better, because already people have walked there to visit. It is a meeting point, a walks of life.
Of course it's them.
Right, like I think Yanfei showed up, I saw in one of the anecdotes. Actually, I've had 2 of her anecdotes already.
We can barely sense anything.
Who else? There was somebody who was like trying to solve a crime or something over there. Who was it? I'm trying to remember who's the detective.
That you're both safe.
Oh my god, what's his name?
Everyone?
The punchy guy from Inazuma.
We should split into 2 groups.
Yelan also showed up too. She had a thing with
Then search for
Nefer.
whereabouts.
So like Nodcry probably won't feel as bad. This one though, it's like we're such in like an isolated, almost bubble world. It's not a bubble world. We thought it was at first, and anybody who played the previous Honkai games thought that this was going to be a bubble world. And then we find out that it's something not too dissimilar in function, but completely different.
Tell you the details as we move. Opportunities are fleeting.
It's almost the opposite, right? Because a bubble world was a world on the imaginary tree that fell off into the Sea of Quantum, and now things don't quite work properly.
Lord Finan,
This one is something that was built from the ground up to be that way.
Glad you're all right.
So,
Did Aglaya's people get here?
but it's so isolated that we just don't get to see other people or interact. Yeah, 2.7 with Rappa, which was the worst patch in the game, bar none. Okay, listen. I like the banana demic patch. Okay, I will defend that patch. I might be in the extreme vocal minority of it. I liked the Rappa patch. Rappa is still maybe my favorite character in this game.
If that Swordmaster really is related to the Black Tide, the Chrysos heirs.
But I get it. A lot of people didn't like it, and that's why they even said pretty much that patch is the reason why we aren't getting more patches like that, and why we're spending all this time in Amphorius. It's because of the reaction to that patch specifically.
Previously discussed. Hyacinth and I will stay to regroup with the reinforcements. You go back to the Holy City.
Yeah, the 1%. Yeah, I'm in the extreme minority. I actually thought 2.8 was a worse patch than 2.7, but I think also I never liked Sunday. Right? I never liked Sunday. I have him because Jing Yuan is worth it. He deserved it, even though I don't like Sunday. And then it turned out to be one of the best pulls I could put onto my account because Sunday's just good with everyone. But I hate his face. I trash talk him every time something conversation comes up on the Express, and I get to like be rude towards him. I do. He might grow on me though. He does seem to be a better character over time. Like shadowing Welt, becoming Welt's like little adopted son apprentice thing. He might grow on me, but I did not like him in Amphorius. I didn't like him as a villain. I don't think his redemption arc is worth it so far, at least on paper. And he didn't even seem like he should have been a playable character. He feels like, both of them actually feel like this, where they saw how much people wanted them to be playable characters, him and Fugue, which came up in the same patch, that they squeezed in this other patch into Penacony to get them to be playable characters and involved in the story. Now, their story is very flexible, so it's not like they have to change everything for that. I do think we'll probably get like a Fugue versus Fantilia story in the future. Heck, that might be 3.9 for all we know. It's like we might get back to the Xinjiao fleet with Fugue, because we haven't touched up on her since then, right? I don't have any dislike for Tingyun. I just, unlike a lot of people, I didn't have any particular like for her either. I have like a very neutral opinion on her. Her needing to be a 5-star just didn't make too much sense. But everybody was just so upset that we never even met the real Tingyun up to that point. And like, oh no, she has to still be alive, right? I could have taken her leaving it. I didn't need that. So to me, 2.8 was the worst patch so far. It felt completely unnecessary to be in the game, but it is what it is.
We need your other companion too.
Ma'am.
Yeah, the concept art is double. Okay, the storytelling wasn't that bad in that patch. I liked the play on words too. You know, where like I knew immediately when he called him Mr. 1 Week. There's like, and Sunday completes the week, so they're the opposite sides of the same person, right? Even before he stopped pretending to be like a little, what are they called? Pepeshi. That's their names.
To once again open a passage to the past.
That was fine. The Fugue storytelling there was really weak. They pretty much dedicated all of their writing to Sunday in that patch.
Impressive.
Which I guess kind of paid off. He was the character of the two you could write more about. Realistically speaking. Tingyun / Fugue is a character that we have to build up towards. Because there's just not much there at all, other than her history with like Yukong and such.
Can you do it?
And now she has a history with Ron May, and now she has a little bit of the destruction in her, and she wants to kind of like take vengeance for the sake of her people. There's some interesting things that can build up out of it. There's just not much interesting stuff right there. I think the reason I am starting to like Sunday a little bit better now, though, is especially after that little thing that he had, but the way he's acting when he's following Welt, it makes sense to his character, where he nearly did this horrible thing because he was so confident, he was so certain of his ideals, which were weak. From a villain standpoint, he was a very philosophically weak villain. But he was so confident in all of it that when he lost, he has like no confidence now at all. So now he's basically like a little kid again, just following Grandpa Welt around, and he's learning. He's like, yes, I'm ready. I'm trying to change. I'm trying to actually move on in life and grow. Whatever you tell me to do,
That's a problem for
I'll do it. Yeah, I won't question it. I know nothing now.
She should be able to keep the situation under control for the time being.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot that Rappa was the only new character of that patch, I think. Right? Yeah, wasn't it a double rerun after Rappa, I think?
And retrieve the core flame. And in doing so,
I think after Rappa was that, I think that was the first double rerun that the game had, right? Where it's like it was her, and then afterwards there were two characters that were coming back.
I apologize for tasking you to spearhead the plan.
I don't remember who it was though. I think one of them was Adventuring. I want to say. I could be completely wrong, but for some reason I'm remembering Adventuring ran around that time. I just don't remember who the other one was.
You are the key to our success, and I shall respect any decision you make. We are grateful to you.
I just remember I blew everything on Rappa. I've got her and her light cone.
Now, let us be off to begin the hunt.
I really like Rappa. I like her backstory. I think she's a cool character. I like that they actually justified. It was Acheron Adventuring. Okay, I was kind of leaning towards Acheron, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to say it. But yeah, I think I remembered Adventuring.
That man would never miss out on this fight.
But yeah, I really like Rappa. I like her backstory. I like that they justified why she acts and speaks the way she does, because she has like a mimetic disease, sort of.
Farewell.
But it also protects her from other mimetic diseases, which is why she was like the perfect person to go after the monkey people. You like Rappa because you made Firefly irrelevant. That's funny. You know, though, she didn't completely make her irrelevant. Rappa Firefly in the same team is actually really good in pure fiction. If you and the thing is, you only have to manage your skill points for like the first turn or the first couple turns within the first cycle, because once you start getting the breaks going, Rappa never needs the skill. And she could just be skill point positive from their point out, because she gets her break meter back from, or her energy meter back from breaking.
You're about to set off on an expedition.
And Firefly is going to be breaking all the time regardless, because she can implant the fire weakness. So they actually work really well together. But yeah, in most content, there's really no point in using Firefly over Rappa. Rappa just does better.
That's why you're here?
Multi-target, single target, doesn't matter. Rappa just does better.
I'm here to tell you.
I think maybe there's a couple places where Firefly outdoes Rappa, like in certain epochs. I think the Doomsday Beast, the Firefly just does better than Rappa, because it's a 3-target fight that she just breaks really, really fast, and you can still easily get over 1 million damage on him after the break.
The legendary mountain dweller, right?
I think I've hit like a couple million damage on him after the break with all the ramp up.
Let's have a chat before we go our separate.
But that's like that's one of those matchup things where, yeah, sure, you can find a matchup that this person excels in over the other one. But overall, if you had to ask me which super break to invest in, Rappa edges out Firefly 90% of the time.
He resisted their traditional way of life.
Not that that
Learning
matters
the
too
world
much.
beyond
Outside
the
of APOC
They're safe, but
and
thought
certain
culture
pure
was like
fictions,
feathers around him.
Super Break is kind of just irrelevant in general. We could blame Amphorius for that, and how all the enemies had to be designed to shill Amphorius. There's no break character in Amphorius at all.
As I do.
So there's nothing that benefits
One
Super
day,
Break teams.
during one of Geocles' many
The only
adventures
person who
beyond
comes
the
out of that
mountain,
unscathed
he spied
is
a
Boot Hill,
battalion of
because
Ladonians
Boot Hill doesn't
stationed
have
at
to
the
play
foot of the
Super Break.
mountain.
Boot Hill could just play
The
regular break
Ladonians
with
were
crit
at war with their
and still do a
arch-enemies,
ton of break
the
damage.
Companions. They used the mountain as a base to carry out guerrilla warfare operations. When Geocles, who had taught himself the
You remember your
tongue,
friend saying break was going to be meta relevant for a long time, and you were dumb for summoning Fei Xiao without her light
Ladonians were
cone?
planning to plant mines
Well,
and
to be fair,
explosives all over the mountain.
Fei Xiao never even needed her light cone. As long as you don't need to juggle it between two different people,
Every step.
she
The mountain
is
dwellers'
perfectly
homes were no
fine
longer safe.
with
Geocles
the
quickly
fleet
returned to
light
his
cone,
village
the
to
Herder
bring
Shop
news
one,
to his people.
right? So anybody who called you dumb for that, they already weren't thinking. Like, would she be better with her light cone?
And chose to put up with the situation instead.
Absolutely. But it's not a huge difference. Like, I think at the time, it was at most like a 10% damage difference. As long as you make sure you're hitting your crits and you've got the right supporting characters, that's all that mattered.
The elders would rather negotiate for peace instead of leading the mountains. This made Geocles
But Fei Xiao's stocks definitely outlasted the break people. Because she has the advantage of breaking, especially like in APOC, she's going to break anyway. But she has all the damage that a hunt character has.
A lot of resistance, perhaps. I'm not sure.
I do think break will probably come back.
That would make everyone happy.
They like to do these things in cycles. It's kind of like how Dot was irrelevant until not even Hysolins, though Hysolins does enough damage that you can
That's how naive we are.
have her do all the Dot stuff by herself right now without needing Kafka.
Tell you what Geocles
But it was the Kafka rework that pretty much brought
took the
Dot back,
mountain
and the
dwellers'
fact
store
that
of
there's a bunch of
gemstones,
enemies that are shilling Dot.
traded them with the Ladonians for a massive amount of
No,
food.
Kafka's rework is mechanically good enough that I don't see Dot completely disappearing, but it might fall back into a slightly struggle area where Super Break is now, and it just depends what they want to do in the future. I think that anybody who says this character will definitely not age out
Their people became part of
is
civilization.
making too bold of a claim, because we have no idea what Hoyo wants to do a year from now, right?
Meanwhile, that
Which is why you
mountain
should
they
just pull
once
who you
lived
like
in has turned into
and
little
make it
more
work
than foam inside
in
the
general.
black tide.
And supports are just higher value
But
pulls
leaving their
than
homeland also brought many mountain dwellers
the
misfortune.
damage dealers are anyway. It's like, even when it comes to Super Break, Fugue is a better pull than any of the Super Break characters, because at least if Break does come back around, you have a Super Break character that's not tied to Trailblazer,
Of his actions,
like somebody who can enable it, because Trailblazer's going to constantly change forms every single place. So Fugue stocks will stay fine. The people that she enables, on the other hand, might be worthless by then, and they'll be a better person she can enable.
action and enacted
Right.
change with his own hands.
And also Fugue, you can still run in like an Acheron comp if you want to do some funny things, because she's a Nihility character. Like, you could slot her in different places and just get the minor benefit out of the Super Break enabling, out of the Exo Toughness, or whatever.
Forced everyone to march toward the
Heck,
coming of a new
Ling Sha has more longevity with Super Break partnering up with Fugue than either of the two actual main Super Break characters do.
I'll be leaving Alchemist soon to fight the great darkness of this world.
You had the Seal Icon. Oh, well, yeah, that's fine too.
Nikador's destiny.
Yeah. Like, if you already have Zila's Icon, which now we could just accidentally get for free, losing a 50-50 if you have her put into your pool.
I stand opposed to the flame chase.
Like, you don't even have to worry about her juggling the Fleet Icon either, right? Like, you could run two different hunt characters. You could put Fleet on Mazza, right, and run him in the Fei Xiao team. And then you don't have to worry about a damage loss or something. Yeah, no, that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, and again, well, even without weakness, I think she's good in APOC without it. As long as they're not wind resist, she's going to be breaking them anyway, and she does more than enough damage.
Battlefield calls.
I think her damage does start to fall off if the enemy has wind res. And definitely she's better if they are wind weak. But the fact that her ult's gonna break them anyway, I think she's fine in most APOCs in general.
Call out the name of the new god.
As long as you have a good build and the support for it. Her damage, I think, will start to fall off if you just don't have the support. Oh, you have Cypher now. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I have Cypher on my main account too. Like, I used Topaz for the longest point, but
The battlefield is just ahead.
I don't even think I run Topaz in that team anymore because Cypher is just less dependent. You know, I've got E1 Topaz. I think my Fei Xiao still does more damage from the crit damage boost for hitting the target that Numby's on, but it's that RNG dependency that makes it frustrating. Like, are you going to start the fight with Numby being on the right target, or do you have to waste a skill point for Numby to get onto the right target? You just don't have that problem with Cypher at all. You know, it's fine if Cypher's coin isn't on the right target. You're still going to be racking up anyway. It's okay.
You've been instructed to assist you in trapping the Flame Reaver.
But when I play Fei Xiao, I don't want anybody really consuming skill points if they don't have to.
Vile usurper.
I want her to be able to just like spam skill all the time nonstop.
King, we'll be back soon. You'll be able to deal with you and that black girl.
You may not be able to get female voice actors required for your mod idea. Yeah, female voice actors are harder to get in general. I remember back in early Newgrounds, there was one name everybody knew, and that was Rena-chan. And that's because she was just trying to get into voice acting.
The Cromnoans really are just
and she would take any gig that came up, basically. Most classic girl voices on Newgrounds were Rena-chan. Because she was the only one available, too. There were hardly any girls. It's like, female position, I'll voice all the girls in your animation, is basically her opinion. And now, she's a professional voice actor. Even in some of these games that we're playing, her actual name is Kira Buckland, who's voiced Jolene, Kujo in JoJo. She's voiced, what's her name? Cookie in Genshin, Qingyi in Zenless Zone Zero. I don't think she's been in this game yet, as far as I know. But yeah, she just started off doing voices for anyone
Play nice.
back in the day, for everyone, and now she's a professional in the voice acting industry. But it is hard. It's hard to find people who want to do voices that are girls because they're just not as active. If you want a mod and you want to say that it's a fan project, it's not going to be paid, it's just for your portfolio, you could go to... Oh my god, what's the name of that site? I'm trying to remember the name of it. I know this is a waste of energy, I don't care.
And guide you on your path.
Don't worry.
It's the Voice Actors Club, or... I get emails from them still, too. Casting Call Club or something. I think it's called Casting Call Club. There's a website where you can take voice acting jobs and you can place voice acting jobs, and they can range from things that are paid for to things that are like fan projects and have no budget whatsoever.
Trust me.
Now, obviously, when you have no budget, the quality of your voice actors are likely going to be lower unless you put something that's so cool that someone's like, I just want to be part of this project.
I'll be there.
But the opportunity's there.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies! Me!
Stop messing around. Have some fun.
The Ackerman main still saying that Jiao Shu is better than Cypher. Well, it depends what you're using him for, right? Jiao Shu is still one of the best things you could slot in for pure fiction, depending on the pure fiction. Now, Silverwolf is better in some pure fictions too. It just depends on whether it's one where you get to go more or whether it's one where the enemies get to go a lot, right? So it's even still not like a cut and dry situation. But, you know, unless you have E2, which I guess most Acheron mains do have E2, that's kind of what makes them an Acheron main, you still kind of need a second Nihility. I have to play with a second Nihility anytime I use Acheron. So it's like, you know, you could use both of them. You could use Jiaochu and Silverwolf. You could use Jiaochu and Cypher. You could use Cypher and Silverwolf, depending on what the matchup is, right? There could be some where I think Cypher as one of the two is just a better stock value than putting in both of them. Because you know now there's always going to be in the second and third stage an elite and a boss, right? And there's going to be a big chunky either elite or boss character, and then there's going to be an even bigger chunky boss, right? So Cypher helps you clean those up. I think for Pure Fiction going forward, her value in the Acheron team is just always going to start getting higher. But I think you're still going to want to be able to proc her ult a lot. So even with E2, a lot of people might still find themselves slotting in another Nihility regardless. The thing, Hysolence is actually a really good replacement for maybe like Silverwolf if you don't need the Descent Shred. Though, the Defense Shred is still going to make Acheron do more. If all you need to do is proc your ult. Because Hysolence allows everyone in the team to add like a random dot, which will always give a stack to Acheron. And in Pure Fiction, enemies are closer to paper mache anyway compared to the other modes, so you can get away with less defense shred or anything. You already get a little bit from Cypher being on the team, just at all.
Messing around. Treat our guests nice, so don't worry. Just nightfall.
I completely forgot we were going to be fighting him here.
Good night.
I hope we have the damage for this.
I heard the call.
Because this Evernight is not built. If we start to struggle a little bit, I'll just back out and I'll pick some other team. Like, I might even do Dotkaron. This account, I don't have Jiaochu, I don't have Silverwolf, I don't have Cypher. Like, any of that at all. But I do have Acheron, E2 Kafka, and is S1 Acheron, E2 Kafka, and I have a Hysolence, which does a ridiculous amount of damage.
Restore the skies.
So if we struggle for any reason, I can always just slot in that one instead.
We can do anything.
Silverwolf before the tutorials start, you say is still good for now? Yeah, I would say too. Ult spamming and the defense shred is good, especially now that her ult hits everyone, right? That's also really good for Pure Fiction, but she's good in every game mode now as like a supporting, maybe even sub-damage character if you want to play her that way.
Serenity is before me. This mortal form.
Though I don't find myself using her as much in general. On my main account, my Silverwolf and my Kafka have to share before the tutorial mission starts. So it just depends what the comp needs, I guess.
Don't worry, night falls. Good night.
Because we don't have Silverwolf here, I could just leave tutorial on Kafka, which right now might as well be her signature light cone. It is better for her than her signature light cone is, because it just lets her go and go and go.
Breaks over.
Guide with the Rainbow Bridge.
I have her set on Eagle set with tutorial. It's kind of funny how often she just gets to go. And in her case, going more is better than ramping up her stats, right? Because she just gets to keep proccing the dots. You think Silverwolf got the best buff on the floor? Yeah, I kind of believe too that they should have done him in the buffs in release order, for sure.
He didn't come down from the sky.
That and it's like,
the city is.
I want to buff Zila. I've had E1 Zila since release. Since like almost the first week of the game, I think. Well, I got regular Zila first, at like end of the first week of the game. At least within that patch cycle, the first 3 weeks, I got her E1 by then too. First 3 weeks of her banner. I got really lucky at the beginning. I probably should have been pulling for light cones, especially because how to this day Zila's light cone is kind of universal for hunt characters. But instead, I was just pulling on the character banner. I got E1 Jingyu in too, so he was still kind of useful for me for a long time, even without Sunday.
Don't worry. Night falls.
E1 makes a big difference with him.
Good night.
I choose you.
But
Next time,
man, a buff Zila would be so fun. I think they're hesitant though, because she's already still strong. She's falling off because she can't necessarily one-shot people. That's the issue. So she can't always proc Resurgence. But when she does get her buffs, she's still super strong. Just make it to where she can proc Resurgence more often, and you solve most of her problems. Yes, yeah. So they make half of her kit actually work. Yeah, absolutely. Like you give her more ways of proccing Resurgence, actually.
Such petty tricks.
Modify her talent, maybe. Also, make Resurgence count as a follow-up attack. Or extra action. Like, put that in there to where it gets all the buffs that, like, follow-up attacks or extra actions get.
Serenity is before me.
Stop messing around.
That would also make her a lot more powerful.
Rise and shine.
I don't think her being one you can lose to now, it ultimately stops them from buffing her, because you can lose to Blade and they buff Blade, and at least with current content, because Destruction's really shilled, and he got out of it a little better than Jing Liu, you could actually say Blade was the one who came out the best of the buffs. He's been rising in all content right now. And you could also run him as like a secondary DPS in like any Destruction comp, especially one that eats his HP. You can run him with Casterus, right? Who is Remembrance, but she's a Remembrance character that functions like a Destruction character. Almost all the Remembrance characters function like some other path.
Stop your time to shine.
Yeah, let's get a bigger boost.
Night falls. Good night.
Why does Fu Xuan have crit rate in her traces? I know, that's so weird that Fu Xuan has crit rate in her traces. Like, she doesn't need to do damage. I guess also values were so low back then that she was contributing quite a bit of damage when she crit, especially mostly just on her ult. When her ult crit, she was giving quite a bit of damage to the team, and she was helping break quantum weak characters faster. But it hasn't held up. She just doesn't have enough damage in her kit no matter how much HP you give her. And as an HP scaler, the only thing that scales off of her HP is her damage. Like, a cool buff would be, just replace all the crit with, like, more HP. That already solves the problem. Just load her up, give her, maybe not speed, because some people like to run slow, Fu Xuan. But change her traces. If somebody already has the node unlocked, don't make them buy it again, right? You can leave the crit rate buff on her field, on her domain. But maybe make it to where, instead of like a flat damage reduction, it ramps up, and you can get even more damage reduction than she currently has, but the more HP she builds, the more damage reduction she gets. Because right now it's not even helping with endgame content, right? A strong enough AoE attack just one-shots for sure. God, this scene is so badass. This, I didn't pull for him, but this scene alone makes you want to pull for Mighty.
I am the Lance of Fury. The agony this world needs.
Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that too. You gotta make sure whatever kit change you give her, her light cone still works. There's some of the problems with the old characters too, right? Especially if you change Jing Liu to an HP scaler, it's like you have to change the light cone to HP. Or else her light cone's useless on her. As just an example.
God has come to Castrum Kronos.
Let's see, Fizz asks, what would be a cooler mission? A giant anthill? Or a smart mole rat hive?
Are the rumors true? Has Ornyx...
I would probably default to the latter one just because it's a little more unique.
We face
I love giant anthill missions, but it's been done before.
More chaos.
Many times, not even just like once.
About the people's safety.
One of them that always comes to my mind is Banjo-Kazooie, but like giant anthills, that's just a common thing. There's not a lot of like doing things in mole rat colonies, so that would just be fun in general.
It's probably because Ornyx is
Yeah,
gone.
Jing Liu's best light cone is Mighty's. Now, to be fair, even if they changed her light cone, Mighty's probably still would be her best, but it probably wouldn't be that big of a difference. It'd probably be like a 1 or 2% difference if they changed it. While right now, it's a huge difference because she just doesn't get any real stat benefit out of her light cone.
Regardless, the Titan has fallen, and we must surrender Ornyx's core flame.
And if you have only like a 1% or 2% difference in damage,
meeting with that woman again,
then you can pick which light cone you want on depending on the circumstance, right? Like, Anaxa, newer character.
Why don't you
There's like, at best, like a 5% difference between his light cone and Herta's. I actually don't even think it's that high. It's probably, on average, closer, just like a 2 to 3% difference. But Herta's light cone gives him an extra skill point when he ults, and depending on the team you're running, like if you're running Ceridro with him, it's actually better to take the slight damage loss for the extra skill point you get every time you ult, and he ults a lot, right?
The price of having a Titan living.
So it's cool when those limited options are a lot closer.
I don't want trouble either.
Because then you get to play around with the team you're building and the fight you're going up against. And I think the more options you have, the more fun the game gets. The more meta your teams have to become, where it's just like, I have to slot this character with this best-in-slot light cone, with this best-in-slot team that all have their best-in-slot light cones to be able to get the result against this fight, that this team is the best thing against this fight. That's boring, right? The closer things are in value, to where it's like, ooh, there's a cool mechanic in this fight that I want to play around, and I can do this interesting thing with this team that will make it fun. I think that's better for the health of the game.
Yeah.
Which is also why buffing old characters in general is better for the health of the game. They need to buff some 4-stars too.
For a while now too, Treeby.
Kafka Silver's life cone is now Cypher's. Yeah, that's true. But that's like that for most Nihility characters, I believe. Anyway, even before their buffs, right? Cypher's light cone is just so good that if you were a Nihility player,
That's where the good news ends.
you wanted to pick hers up, like multiple copies possibly. Just multiple S1s of it. There's a few characters that, like, obviously Akron still benefits from her light cone just because of what it does for her. But if you didn't have Akron's light cone, Cypher would still be like the next best light cone you could slot into her. And it's barely a difference too. And since it gives a debuff, you can still end up getting your 2 stacks per skill. I think like most Nihility characters, it is just good to slot Cypher's light cone into. Because it's just that stupidly strong of a light cone. Not long ago.
Stop!
I am
You want this girl dead?
going to let this play.
Kill me first.
You guys can't see me. I'm not on camera anyway because I don't have one. I'm just going to let this scene play because I don't think there's any text interaction since the Trailblazer's not here and we're not playing anybody's point of view. And I'm going to go use the restroom. I just wanted you guys
for glorious return. As a Kremnoan,
bonding to you for like the next minute or so.
She's lost her divinity. I have no interest in an empty shell. But answer me this, child of strife. Why do you raise your shield for her?
As the leader of the God Shield Brigade's elite, I protected the king against the Black Tide with this very shield. And I've done this over and over, hundreds and thousands of times. A pathetic killer like you could never understand the weight it bears.
Pity. And crumble like rusted iron.
Good. Supreme glory shall be mine, as I indulge in the libations and incense offered by my descendants. Come, let us fight. For Kremnos, for my king, for Amphorius.
We foresaw this cruel parting 1,000 years ago. Today is but a reminder of that bitter taste.
But Lady Aglaya, I don't understand. It wasn't life itself that Lady Trian lost. Why does she look like she really turned into a doll? I don't understand.
Don't be sad, Hyacinth. Trian has used up her borrowed time from Yanis, that's all. Her spirit is now riding the west wind, flying ahead to a world free of sorrow.
If a world like that truly exists, does that mean everyone from the Grove is there too?
It exists, Hyacinth. Do you not remember? The prophecy that guides the Chrysos heirs is the voice of Kefili before it fell silent. It loves all of its creations dearly, and would never bear to lead us astray with lies.
Okay, I'm back.
Kremnoan veteran. How is he doing?
You honestly hope the icons in the future follow example of ciphers to where it's so universal that it gets slotted anywhere? Yeah, I mean, I don't want them necessarily to be so universal, but close enough, if you catch my drift. I would still like it to where that person's signature light cone should, on paper, be their best option. Like, it's suited for them, but not so much that it feels like it's a missing part of their kit that got put into the light cone. And that, like, the difference is so negligible that by putting it into somebody else's, it feels like unlocking a portion of their kit they never had. You know what I mean? Like how Pearls. The Pearls Nihility light cone shines like pearls of sweat, or whatever it's called. The Luca on it. That is like a universal light cone for Nihility characters, especially if you're running an Acheron team, but in general, because of the defense shred, right? And it feels like you're giving a bit of defense down to a character that never had it, right? That's what I want, right there. I want options. I want it to feel like the person's kit is whole on its own, but you're adding a little extra to it. you know, almost like how weapons were in older RPGs, like in Final Fantasy, you could get a sword that has like fire touch to it. So when you hit somebody, it technically does fire damage, or it might have a 30% chance of burning them, right? Like that's the type of weapons I want. I want stuff that feels like it's adding a little extra spice to the kit, and not that it took away from the character's kit just to put it in their weapon. Which is often how things feel like in Honkai Impact 3rd, where a character's kit is just incomplete without their weapon. ZZZ is starting to feel like that a little bit. Let's see. Let me get into the next scene, then I'll look at this. Last Fallout question today, but should I give the followers of the Apocalypse power armor, or should they have bioweapons to differentiate them from the Brotherhood of Steel? Oh, see, power armor would probably make the most sense, but I would probably just lean into the second one because I think variety makes things more interesting and more fun in a situation like that. The Blood Sword. Yes, the Blood Sword from Final Fantasy II. Stuff like that, you know?
You could say this is the true face of history.
Or 12th's got one that's kind of similar, where while you have it equipped, you do not have MP at all. Like, you just can't use magic. Having that sword equipped, it's like the Oath sword or whatever, I can't remember the name of it. It's the one that represents, like, the royalty, right?
Much more efficient.
When you have that one equipped, it just completely nullifies your ability to use magic because you have 0 MP as a status. But it's a strong weapon at the time that you get it. So it's like a crazy drawback to it, and you actually even kind of need it for the story. But like aspects like that, right? Like, what if you had a Hunt Lycone, for example, for a character, and this is something you would normally think would be on a Destruction character, but most Destruction characters don't need this. What if you had a Hunt Lycone that, while it was equipped on the character, you no longer use skill points, but it ate some of your HP every single time you skilled? Similar to like some of these Destruction characters, or how like Evernight as a Remembrance does that. And Hunt characters are squishy as it is. So then he's like, oh man, do I need to run a healer or a shielder? Obviously, it would be good if you happen to have Hyacinth, right? So then you'd have like this option where I own Hyacinth. Hyacinth kind of functions like a mix between a preservation and an abundance character, because the Ika's little refill thing kind of works like a shield in a way. As long as you don't get one shot, it kind of works like a shield. And that would be like a cool Lycone. It's like, I can use Hyacinth with a Hunt character, right? You slot that into Fei Xiao, and with all the follow-ups that Hyacinth does, you suddenly have like a really interesting team that you wouldn't have otherwise. Or maybe you'll risk it, and you just want to keep your shields so big that like the Lycone might have a situation where it can't reduce you below 1. Like, it can never kill you. It'll do like how Arlen's skill works.
Give it a try.
So once you're at 1 HP, you're basically just getting a free skill every time. But you could die and be at 1 HP for any reason. So maybe you're just going turbo shields. Like maybe that would be a cool interaction with the new Dan Heng, or if you've got Aventurine built high enough that you never worry about your character taking damage. That's the type of stuff that should be in this game. That's the type of stuff that would genuinely makes gameplay and team building more interesting. See, or the Illumina from Final Fantasy VI. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Or like another cool thing about Final Fantasy, right? Which can't apply to this game because all weapons have to be able to be endgame weapons, right? But you could take some of the principles and apply it. But in Final Fantasy, right, you've got Death Touch in general, right? Because this reminds me of it. You've got Death Touch. In 6, the only character where the weapon with Death Touch is their best weapon is Setzer.
I saw it.
And that's because the Death Tarot is literally his strongest weapon. It's got the highest stats out of any of his weapons, and it has Death Touch. Most of the other characters, the weapon that they can equip with Death Touch, it varies throughout the length of the game, but it all comes earlier in the game. Death Touch doesn't work against bosses, ever, because, like, not all bosses. Some aren't immune to death, especially earlier ones, but you usually don't have access to death early on. But end bosses, like fighting Kefka or whatever, they're always going to be immune to death. And most bosses are going to be immune to instant death anyway. But having a small chance of instantly killing your target can make for some interesting gameplay where you nerf your own stats just to use it late game. Especially if you have the Master Scroll and the Genji gloves, right? Because maybe you'll still want to keep your damage high enough, and in one of your two hands with the Genji gloves, you put a legitimate weapon, and then in the other one, you put the weaker weapon that's got Death Touch, and then you put the Master Scroll to let you attack basically 8 times. 4 of those attacks will be with the Death Touch weapon, which means you're increasing your chance of instantly killing your enemy by 4 every attack. Now, you wouldn't want an auto-kill Death Touch in this game. The way this game is made and balanced, I don't think that would be a good thing to add, but it's still just thinking of those type of interesting combinations and synergy, where if you did give the Light Cone some, like, ridiculous, crazy effect for a 5-star, maybe it even has slightly lower stats than most 5-star Light Cones because of its crazy effect, as, like, a way of compensating. Like, I know right now, sometimes, depending on the character, if you don't have their Light Cone, you'll slot in something that's not even their path, so you don't even get the secondary effect, just for the stats, like Bailu. If you happen to have Bailu's Light Cone from the standard banner, I think it has the most HP out of any Light Cone in the game. Right? Like, I think it might even be higher than some of the HP Scalar's Light Cones, the damage dealers. Maybe not. It might be on par. I haven't checked. Casters and Bailu might have the same HP. But Bailu's Light Cone has more HP than most of your other options. So for an HP scaler, as long as you've got your crit stats that you need from your build, you're like, well, I don't care about the effect. I just want the HP that Bailu's Light Cone is giving me.
I beg you.
And that's an interesting thing to consider.
In the year 2506 of the light calendar, concluded in the year 4931.
Oh, yeah, the better Excalibur that you can only get within a certain amount of time in 9. Yeah, that's another good one.
Son of Gorgo, do hereby proclaim.
Man, talking about Final Fantasy makes me want to stream a Final Fantasy, but I don't want to stream 16. I've been forcing myself to get through 16. I don't really like 16. In my opinion, it might be the worst Final Fantasy as far as trying to be a Final Fantasy. Yoshi P, why is your name attached to this? This is not looking good for you. Maybe I'll replay 15. As much criticisms as I had from 15, and I did have a lot, I look at it a lot better now having played 15, you know? It's like maybe I was too, or after playing 16, maybe I was too hard on you, 15. I'm sorry a little bit.
No longer need to chase fleeting
but I want to see if I have older ones on here. Oh, you know what? Maybe
you must adapt to fit into the city.
Were there Final Fantasy games not trying to be Final Fantasy? Yes. Honestly. Or it's not necessarily that they're not trying to be Final Fantasy, it's that they were trying to change Final Fantasy, right? Final Fantasy kind of like changed dramatically over time. Any Final Fantasy fan knows this, who's been playing for a really long time. A lot of it changed after Sakaguchi left. When Sakaguchi left, that pretty much changed the entire franchise. The last one that I enjoyed, maybe without reservation, was probably 12. But I say maybe without reservation. I still have reservation. It feels like Final Fantasy. It just doesn't feel like a main numbered game. Part of that, too, is it takes place in Ivalice. Another part is that the playstyle is kind of close to how Final Fantasy XI
That is irrelevant.
played,
As demigods,
but as
they
a
have long been prepared for
multi-character party that you had to control everyone.
truly matters
There's a lot of systems
is
in
that
it that I
you
really
showed up
like.
there.
It probably should have just not been called Final Fantasy XII,
The one who
right?
persuaded a
It probably
Goliath
should have
to
been
set me
called
free that night. Was that you,
Rise of
Mighty
Evilise
Moose?
or something like that,
Yes.
or Rise of Dalmasca,
She's not
right?
one
Because we're
to
trying to
easily
get
make a
back to that.
concession.
I don't know.
What did you offer her?
Dalmasca Strikes Back. Some name involving the Evilise stuff should have been the name of 12
I would
instead.
dedicate all I have to the Flame Chase journey.
Yeah, it was kind of like after 10. And there were some seeds of change before 10.
Where will you be headed now?
Where I belong.
I don't think any of the MMOs should have been numbered either. That's an opinion I've always had. It shouldn't have been called Final Fantasy XI Online. They literally should have just called it Final Fantasy Online. Straight up. I don't like the fact that
to fight against
the number 11 is attached to an MMO, even though I love Final Fantasy XI. It's still one of my favorite MMOs to date. Same with 14. Should have just been Final Fantasy Online 2. That should have just been the name of it. Do I really want... I don't know if I want to use Mighty. It'd be kind of silly to put him in the slot where Sunday is, though. And just have him there. I did that last time we were forced to play as him. But, you see some issues with 7 and 8 where... Yeah, Sakaguchi was still involved, but he took more of like a back seat because he was forced to go from being directly involved in the games as the director to being the producer of the Final Fantasy department. So he had to oversee everything and keep direction and stuff. I like 7. I do. I don't think it should be as high rated as most people do. I think 6 is a better game, honestly. But I don't think 7 is bad at all. 8's a game. But you could kind of even somewhat feel it there. If you were playing the older games before that, you could even kind of feel it in 7 and 8. But they're still quality games with a lot of thought into it, and they still feel like Final Fantasy. So it doesn't feel like things are changing there. 9 feels even more like an older Final Fantasy because Sakaguchi comes back specifically to direct that. He's not just producing it or anything, overseeing how it's done.
You're here,
And it's kind of a love letter to the first 6 games that he made.
You are prepared.
Yes. I really like 9. I think 9 is the best one on the PlayStation.
Through yet another trying ordeal, and my gratitude knows no bounds.
And then you have 10, which 10 starts off still under Sakaguchi, but a lot of its development was finished when he was on his way out.
And the current
Like when he
state
was
of the
already
world,
just
I can
detached
only
from it.
proceed one step at a time.
Yeah, it really was like his swan song. I agree.
You are ready to dedicate all that you have, regardless of the promise you made to me, aren't you?
Ooh, you know what? I should see if that's on the PlayStation Plus, thinking about his swan song. I don't know if it's available on PlayStation. I know it was going to Switch, too, specifically. But if Fantasian is available, or maybe if it's not too expensive, I'll just buy it. That would be one I would love to stream through. And the only reason I haven't played Fantasian yet is because for the longest time, it was only available on the Apple Arcade. And I am not an Apple guy. I was not going to buy or borrow an Apple product. I could have borrowed an iPad, I guess. But I wasn't going to borrow one just to play Fantasian. Even though I love Sakaguchi's games. And Fantasian, from what I've seen, I've watched quite a bit of it, feels like a Final Fantasy game. In fact, it takes so much from 10, where, you know, talking about how 10 still kind of feels like a Sakaguchi game. It feels like if 10 had Sakaguchi's involvement the entire time, and it wasn't like being finished while he was already pulling away, right?
How do you intend to wield this newfound power?
Like oh man, that's one I should definitely stream if I can get the ability to. I've been wanting to play Fantasian for a long time. I also love all the work they put into it, how all the sets are actually like dioramas and models that they made.
Until you manage to lead everyone to
There's like a nice touch to that. And there's even a video you can watch where after they completed the wrap up on the project, they blew up like the big main diorama of the city.
Who guides the people to the destination
Just to have fun, which artistically that's pleasing and horrible at the same time, right? Because you're like you'd want to keep that diorama and put it in like a video game museum or something like that. But also, there's an art to destroying something like that too. It kind of cuts both ways.
Just as cryptic as all the other prophecies.
What's the reason for the laughter?
I was just thinking, if an ordinary person encountered these words, they would probably stay away from the baths for the rest of their life.
But I cannot forgo the delightful experience a bath offers. So, I assume you also glimpsed yours, Midamus?
One day, you shall die with a wound in your back.
Well, that is a rather straightforward scenario.
If I were to be terrified by drivel with no basis, I would not have attracted your gaze and joined the flame chase journey in the first place.
You speak the truth. May you be destined for a powerful fate, and may we reunite in the promised new world. Farewell, mighty.
Trails in the Sky first chapter remake. Ooh, that sounds good. That's a series like the Trails that I've never really gotten into as a player. I've watched. It has always looked good. I've just never gotten around to playing anything from it.
Listen with me to the memories.
I should probably try it sometime. Okay, where are we going? Up. Not that way, not that up, the other up. Oh, there was an optional bid farewell? Okay, where are they? Or, oh, that's where I'm going. I'm going to the optional bid farewell, right? Yeah, okay, okay.
Is Lady Trebios not here?
Lord Mighty!
I got turned around for a second. The whole time they were talking, I was moving things around in the house.
It's no wonder then that he was pulled back from the brink of death.
But I ended up going where I wanted to go anyway.
Have my gratitude.
I can take that as a compliment, right?
Trails is the one piece of JRPGs since there is a saga that spans 10 games. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I haven't gotten into it.
Much about death and grief recently.
It's like it's one of those ones that I've seen and it looks really good and it looks like I would enjoy it. But like, especially me, I'm not one of those people that I enjoy hopping partway into a series, like at all.
Well, I must say,
it's like one of the reasons why I could never get into Uncharted, because I tried playing the original one and I wasn't having a good time. 3 looked fun and it looked like I would really enjoy 3 and 4, but I could not enjoy 3 and 4 without playing 1 and 2 first. That's just the way I am. So I basically wrote off the series.
Really believe I can do
And something as long as Trails is like, there are probably some people that could jump into it and not care. You're like, maybe they'll watch recap, maybe they'll just try to guess what they need to know from the point they jumped in. There's a lot of people who are like that with TV series and anything that's long running. Some things with movies, right? But I'm not. I want to go back to
so
issue 1
perceptive,
of
Lord Mighty.
anything that I get involved in,
Rest assured, if
is so
fate
that I
has
can like just
truly selected
really
me,
enjoy
I'll
the
be with
ride, the adventure itself, the journey.
You are here looking for
So
Lady
one day I'll
Trian
get
and
around to
Lady
it when
Triana.
I can.
They're not around at the moment.
But that has been
Is
exactly
there
the
a
reason
message
why I
you'd like me
haven't
to
to
pass
this
on to
point.
them?
No need. I've already bid farewell to Aglaya.
I think that's another thing I liked about Final Fantasy, though. Like, in opposition to that, is that basically every Final Fantasy game is a standalone game, no matter what number it is, more or less. So there's really no point in playing them in order, other than maybe wanting to see how the mechanics evolved, or maybe like how some of the ideas evolved.
On second
But
there is something
like you could just you could play Final Fantasy V at any time without having played any of the ones
I'm
before
all
it.
yours, Lord Mighty. I'll make sure to convey every single word.
Tell them that there is no longer a need.
But anything that's actually like a long narrative series, no, I have to start from the beginning. I absolutely have to.
Will target anyone dares oppose.
Of course, from my perspective, I thought I started Final Fantasy from the beginning. Or I technically did. The first one I ever played was Final Fantasy 1. My parents owned it on the NES. But I didn't know that I was skipping 2 and 3. I couldn't have. In the States, at the time, what I thought was 2 was 4. Okay, where are the other ones? Thankfully, it didn't matter. Thankfully, playing Final Fantasy IV did not require any knowledge of 2 or 3 before that. Same almost with the Mana games, which are technically Final Fantasy spin-offs, but they've become their own standalone franchise. The first one I played was the second one. I didn't even know that they were connected. Oh my god, that's so far away. Why would I run that far? I didn't know they were connected, so I'm thrown into the second one. But every journey that they go through is so disconnected in time. It's like different generations that while they take place in the same world, in the same like history, unlike the regular Final Fantasy games, there's literally no reason that you have to play Final Fantasy Adventure or the Sword of Mana remake of it before Secret of Mana.
Lord
Let's see.
Mighty.
Yeah, if I do play
destiny
Skies,
before
it's the
you
first
do
chapter of the story,
Can
and
you
is without a doubt the best starting
feel
point.
Thanatos right now?
I don't feel them at all, regrettably.
But Daybreak starts a new
Painstaking
story. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know
so
that.
long.
I thought it.
Have you ever considered reaching out to me for
There was
help?
never any like point where a new story starts or anything. I thought it was just one epic. Okay, that's good to know.
Death refused to ferry me. If you were to send me to the Nether Realm, I may uncover clues along the way back.
I would never do that, Lord Mighty. Death is not a game.
You're right. That may very well be the reason why my people have struggled for millennia. They underestimated the significance of death.
So, are you returning home alone, Lord Mighty?
How long have we been on? Let me look.
Maybe. At this moment,
Almost
Castrum Kremnos
4
is not
hours,
just
okay.
my birthplace, but also my fated destination. Work harder, Casterus. Go and do what you have to do, so that the trials we have endured may have.
I'm going to be very upset when I have to sit down.
I will, Lord Mighty. May we reunite on
I've been
the
pacing
other
this whole
side,
time.
where the warm
That's how I
west
prefer to
wind
play video games, is standing up and pacing. But at some point, because I think we're going to be going until it's pretty late, this PlayStation controller's battery is going to get low enough that I'm probably going to have to like sit down in front of the TV with the charger plugged in. We may not have to, though. This has a different battery than what was originally in the controller. It's a bigger one. It lasts longer. I think this can go for like maybe 10 hours without having to be charged. I've done some pretty long sessions without having to charge it before. I just don't know what the exact amount of time is.
Grand Craftsman.
So there might be a point where I actually have to sit down. And I'll be disappointed if that's the case.
Your achievements have.
I will honor your trust.
Yeah, thank God
The world from the clutches of
Trails
fear.
started a new arc, because you could not imagine trying to tell a person to get into a game series that would be 12 going on 13 games long. Yeah, that wouldn't that be awful?
That his fate, way heavier than all of ours combined.
Keep Pynon in mind, I will. Return to your home, brave.
It could be worse. You could try to tell somebody to get into Kingdom Hearts and not just explain how many games are actually in the franchise, but what order you should be playing them in. Which is obviously release order. But, like, trying to explain to them what the release order is, because the naming system of the series is just stupid. It doesn't help anyone. Oh, this is bothering me. No, stop it. The circle wheel bothers me because it never selects what I want it to. But there we go. I had to look at that so the red exclamation mark would go away. I hate those. What are we at? Oh my god, we've got pulls. Okay. Are we going to get her light cone yet? Not there. There we go. Ah ha ha, finally. There's nothing exciting about this. It was guaranteed. It was just a matter of time. I think we probably just hit soft pity, though. So, yeah. We got it, though. That's all that matters. Yeah, trying to tell anyone to get into Kingdom Hearts is hard. Like, in any way. I think it's a great game series. You know? I think the story he's trying to tell suffers from a lot of the same stuff that Hoyo does, but with less yap. It still suffers from the same storytelling problems, but with less yap. It's got a lot of really good potential in it. I think sometimes it's better told through the light novels. Joshua says, I just tried to wipe a hair off my phone stream. Oh, is it because of the circle on the banner? Was that what you tried to wipe away? Because on a phone screen, that could kind of look like a hair. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts has a lot of potential for story. I think the light novels probably tell it better at time. But, man, it's hard to follow, I think, if you don't play it in release order. It's a little goofy, too, so you have to be into that stuff. And I don't mean just because it has Goofy in it, but I mean, you know, it's very much trying to embody the energy of the Disney games that are involved in it. Oh, you know, Aglaia can have her light cone back now. And, yeah, it's just, I don't know. The naming is the worst part, though. And how they decided to release. And the remixes. The HD remixes of 1 and the HD remix of 2 and how they release the games now don't do it any favors. They don't do it any favors at all. And you can't even fully experience everything. Some stuff you're just watching cutscenes. How high can we get this light cone that we just got? Let's see. That's it? Level 30? Okay. Can we do any farming here? I don't think we have any Trailblaze power right now. What does their light cone do? I knew we wanted it. Increases max HP by 30%, which will be way more impactful once this is level and we have more HP added to March. I bet her HP dropped a lot now that I've added a lesser leveled light cone to her. When the wearer's Memo Sprite uses an ability at all, we gain Noctis. What is this? Final Fantasy 15? While the wearer has Noctis, the damage dealt by all ally Memo Sprites ignore 20% of the target's defense. That's pretty good because you kind of want to run her with a full Remembrance team anyway. That might even make her slightly usable on an Aglaya team. I'll consider that. What else we got? Yeah, ignores 20. Increase the damage dealt by the wearer and their Memorable Sprite by 30. Okay, cool. That helps her be our main damage a little more. And when the wearer's Memorable Sprite disappears, the wearer receives 8 energy. Okay, which do we have an energy rope on her? Or I don't think we do. No, we have an HP. Does she want that? Okay, she wants that. So I think we're probably fine on energy anyway. If she wants an HP rope, if that's what's recommended, then that amount of energy regen, the base amount, is probably fine. We still have like 4,000 HP though. That's not that bad. That's not that bad at all. We'll definitely get a lot more once this is leveled. I have not looked at any of the chat while saying that. Let's see. The funniest jokes your friend told you was the final boss in Kingdom Hearts 1 was designed by Nomura, but no one ever told them to stop. Yeah. We've got 5 we can burn. Okay. We'll wait until after the point of view because I don't want to switch to the point of view and back just to burn Trailblaze power. So now that we have that, we're going to be using the rest of the pulls that we get from catching up on trying to pull the Herta's light cone. Just mostly to fish for more dance. That's it. That's the plan. Because I think we finally have an S4 dance on this account, but that's it. Nothing else. It'd be nice to have a single S5 and then maybe some extra copies at a lower superposition until we can get them higher.
I will soon make my way to Castrum Kremnos.
And if we get a like the Herta's light cone, even though we don't have her on this account, it's not the end of the world, because that is like the best in slot light cone for
that I appreciate everything you have
basically every Air Edition character that isn't Rappa.
Reflecting on the past and moving forward.
And technically an Axa, but it's arguable for him. Like it's barely a difference, and he might still get more benefit out of it. Like I was saying earlier.
Though we never had a chance for a deep conversation after all we've experienced together.
So it's like, yeah, you know, I could go put it on Mini Herta, and that could be fun for pure fiction.
That means a lot to me. May success accompany your
Which
trailblazing.
is actually the thing we struggle with the most right now, is pure fiction. So
how about you let me guess?
That wouldn't be bad. Actually, I feel like when she's built, especially now that we have her light cone, like once I have that leveled and maybe I can improve a couple of her different pieces.
Are you thinking
once I have Remembrance Trailblazer fully leveled up too on traces,
more greens.
We actually probably shouldn't have a problem with pure fiction anymore.
And get more sleep.
Between having a functional E2 Kafka dot comp and having Evernight, I think we're probably fine. We were only 1 star shy last time too. Like we were almost there.
Within me. I can get the vague feeling
or I guess
that
technically this time, since it's still active.
You have a great significance for the future of Amphorius.
And every other game mode on this account, we have gotten the the 12 stars in. Except obviously the newest one, but I would be real. Even if we get Pure Fiction to unlock
Rest assured.
Anomaly Arbitration, I don't think we got that on either account. Even the one I've thrown money at. Like I don't got that. I tried it.
Farewell.
One of the nodes like one-shot my Sunday.
Yes.
Let's at least snap a photo.
And I was like, okay, well, obviously I need shields for that side.
Shall we?
But I don't know if that team I can afford to put a shielder on.
Sure, let's do it.
Because I just don't have the build otherwise, so... I don't care, though. That game mode is for whales, more or less, and it doesn't have any of the pull currency behind it anyway. It's literally just bragging rights. And I don't care about clearing a bragging right mode.
Looks
That is
pretty
mostly
good.
solved by money.
What do you think, Mighty?
Well,
it's cool to give the
peculiar, I
whales
suppose.
something to use their money
talking
on,
about your
right?
photographic skills.
Doesn't affect the
Just that I
story.
rarely take photos.
Doesn't even affect most of the challenges.
But this one,
Let them have their thing.
pretty good.
I never fail to impress.
I'm glad you like it. Make sure not to leave any regrets behind.
I wish the same for you during your time in Amphorius.
Bid farewell to Finon. He's over down by the road, right? Or, yeah, okay.
The prince is here! Run!
Oh, yeah, it's those three again.
Lord Mightymo
It's me and my brothers.
He's now the guardian of Amphorius.
What's going on?
We salute the guardian of Amphorius.
What's funny is even being at a lower level, since I do have like a minimum of 4k HP, we'll probably still be hitting harder than with that level 83 Starlight Cone from earlier.
It's been a while.
I should have known you were the mastermind behind this.
Hey, don't go pointing fingers without cause. I swear I'm innocent this time. See those kids over there? They're the ones who brought everyone together.
I admit, that took me by surprise.
Were you seriously just going to sneak off without a word with me?
Well, I was actually on my way to bid farewell to you, but ended up running into this.
Oh, that's quite an honor, I suppose. We better not leave them waiting too long, don't you think?
The road to Castrum Kremnos from here is long. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a moment and etch their faces in my memory one last time. I think I see.
Okay.
More than just the Kremnoans here.
You're now the guardian of Amphorius, after all.
Didn't realize they were gonna like flex for me.
I'm thinking maybe it's about time the god of strife gets a new name. How about the god of solidarity or preservation? Dong Hung mentioned that.
Oh, wow. I was going at your speed, Finon.
It's about time.
You
for
cut
us to
yourself
part
off. Don't
ways.
blame me.
Any final goodbyes you want to share? This might be your last chance. Why so quiet? I thought divinity would wash away some of your sentiments.
Do you truly feel as carefree as you seem? Or is this just a facade you wear?
You know what? You sound just like a Glai at this moment. But you're not off the mark. I just thought that putting on a nonchalant front for this occasion might help us preserve some dignity.
I can see through your deception, even without the power of mind reading.
Am I really that terrible at controlling my facial expressions? Well, with that said, thank you for aiding me in defeating my archenemy, Mightimos.
No need to thank me. This triumph brings no delight, nor does it signify closure. You understand that more than me.
Indeed. In the end, I still haven't unraveled the mystery behind that black-robed swordmaster. And I can't even ascertain their demise. Maybe I've never managed to cut off my destiny.
But that matters not. Pain may be cured, but scars remain. This should not be effaced. Even with the divine might of Ornyx, you cannot stop the past from leaving its marks in our blind spots. Can you genuinely let go of everything as soon as that swordmaster is dead? That's impossible. Revenge is merely an obligation that must be carried out, and no one can find mental fulfillment through it.
You're right.
Look forward. Chew up and swallow your past. And make sure emptiness and bitterness are not the only flavors you know.
You know, I think another thing about spending so much time in Amphorius is that I don't think I'm gonna miss these guys when we're gone for a while. I've spent so much time with these characters compared to the other ones that it's like, you know, you can spend a year or two without ever seeing these guys again. I won't even complain.
I will keep that in mind.
I have a final favor to ask. Please look after the Kremnoan warriors in my absence. They will undoubtedly face challenges while assimilating into Akama. It is my sole regret that I cannot stand by them during this time.
Do not worry. Leave it to me.
You know, this would actually be a really good time to make like a sandwich.
I'm going to find out if the Kremnoan language is really missing that many words.
The Kremnoan philosophy can never be encapsulated in a mere dictionary. But if there's a chance in the next life, you should come visit my library. I'll be on my way, Deliverer. Remember to stay alive till the final act.
Yes. Same goes for you. Don't die too easily. May triumph always be yours, Mightimos.
Oh, right. One last question.
Go ahead. You better not leave any regrets behind.
A piece of cheese.
Are you the one who told Cartonis about the signet ring?
Well... who knows?
No. Oh wait, okay. I was like, the scene ended before I finished making my sandwich.
Get up, my son.
But that's fine. There's more. There's more to play.
You showed great courage.
You guys can have this really low quality, like ASMR of my sandwich making.
Mother, there's something
All the weird kitchen noises that are probably being picked up through my crunchy microphone.
Why must
This is what you came here for. I guarantee it. You didn't come here to hang out with me. You didn't come here to watch the Star Rail. You came here for all these uninvited kitchen noises.
Is that really
the way it is, Mother?
What makes you say so?
Because you don't sound entirely sure.
You're right, Mighty Mouse. I once believed those words, without question. Until your father cast you into the Sea of Souls. It was at that moment.
Cool, now all I gotta do is let it sit in the grill for like a minute or two. Just long enough to get toasty. Because I prefer my cheese melted to whatever it's on.
As greed bloomed in the hearts of humanity over the years, such spirit had long faded alongside our glory. I no longer put my faith in any oath.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Now I have just one role. That of your mother.
God, we're out of forks.
Your guardian.
That dream always ends there.
Well, we're out of big forks.
The journey back to Castle.
We still got like the tiny ones.
To be
I think they're salad forks.
Unexpected.
I think I'm the only one who uses the salad
after
forks.
my fall into the sea, my mother challenged my father to a duel. She died through father's treachery, and I never saw her face.
I don't know if this is dirty or clean. I might need to run the dishwasher.
Waiting by the flickering firelight. I always anticipated the sequel to that dream, believing she had more words of wisdom or guidance to offer. But now, I think I finally come to understand. That is all she wished to tell me. And now, I too am left with but one role.
Oh, okay.
It is time for this journey to reach its end.
It is not mandatory for people to announce their departures or arrivals, but it is also acceptable. Not really going to tell you what you can and can't do around here.
Want to try some?
Well, I will. There are definitely lines that if you cross, I will ban people, but those are pretty far lines, honestly.
How was your training?
Ooh, say, come and check out what I just wrote. Mighty Mouse. Did you just come back from training?
Did you wait? Did I just pass Leonidas? No, it was just somebody with a similar name.
I'm gonna beat you at the festival.
Welcome home, Mighty Mouse. Have you found something?
Why are the lines paced at such a way that you can out-jog them? I wasn't running, I wasn't sprinting. Like, I want to know, like, quality control testers. Why would you make the game in such a way that you can just regular movement, holding the control stick forward, no additional input, outpace the dialogue? Especially the one from his mom. Came up so late there that you could have already been running past it before you even have time to, like, stop yourself. Alright. See, this is how we know we made it to the end of a patch. Because we're just in these, like, back-to-back, like, scenes.
This was your favorite spot, wasn't it, Trian?
Lady Trian, why did it have to end up like this?
Take it easy, Cass. Departure is a part of life. It's just that ours isn't as tumultuous as it is for ordinary folks. When we started our journey, Yanis had already provided their prophecy. Just like how that Titan divided themselves to create the countless passages in the world. It's only natural for us to follow the same path since we inherited their destiny.
If you don't mind, Treeby, are you still willing to unveil that past for us? The past regarding the prophecy?
What do you seek to learn, Snowy?
Midimos has left the city to face his own fate. That is, the fate of every demigod. We will all eventually let go of our past to follow the same path as his.
You know, I think it's clean. I've been debating it. I think I remember Marsupial running it last night.
As Amphorius's first demigod,
and I remembered it being
to take the first step on this journey.
Too full to fit more in, and that's why there's stuff missing.
You to make it this far without looking back.
So I'm gonna try to be productive.
Fracturing of your body and the numerous departures you have.
And I'm going to empty the dishwasher while we're watching these scenes.
All right.
Teacher, are you sure about this?
Dee is already doing what he has to do. What reason do we have to keep it from them? Let's go, everyone. Let's go to the abyss of fate and see how it used to be. That's great. Thank you. Trinan, would you mind?
Treeby, are you not coming with us?
I want to stay here with Trian for a bit longer.
I see. We'll be off then. Take care.
Since you have made your decision, then let's proceed as you wish. See you later, teacher.
Cass, are you not going with them?
No. I'd prefer to remain here to accompany Lady Trian. She hated being alone.
What's this?
A little gift that I had hoped to deliver to her personally, though fate had other plans.
Oh. So, you saw us arguing that day?
Yes. I figured Lady Trian would like it a lot, so I bought it.
I see. Cass, you know, I recognized it immediately that day. It truly is an authentic piece from Yanisopolis.
Then why?
It's just that Trian had forgotten far more things than I. For example, she forgot that this glass object meant something unfortunate according to the traditions of our homeland.
I'm sorry, Lady Treby. Should I...
No need to apologize, Cass. At that time, I simply didn't want her to be trapped by our past, especially considering how much time had passed since we left home. But now... it might just be the perfect gift for Trian.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. While you
I really
and
should
have
pull
long
for Tribby on her
accepted this
rerun.
absurd fate,
Like the next
it
time it
remain
comes back
fresh in
around.
experience. Teacher, don't
Not
let the
again,
weight
not
of
that I
that
didn't
cruel
try on her first
prophecy
one.
crush their spines.
But it would be even more cruel if we allow them to ignorantly fall before the gates
She was
of the
just,
new
I guess,
world.
being carried by the west wind.
They will eventually need to know the truth. We just need the right opportunity. This, to me, feels like the right opportunity.
So, this is how the Temple of the Three Fates looked back in the day.
At this point, Ianisopolis still resides under Aquila's protection. Yet it is already fated for decline, and only contains a beautiful facade.
Is it...
You know what's funny? This is actually just a perfect game to play while doing chores. I couldn't vacuum, I guess. Well, if I muted my microphone. And then turned the vacuum off temporarily when I wanted to talk, I could. But it's just, these scenes go on for so long. I could just do basically anything else while the game continues.
Right over there.
Why does she look somewhat different?
It's because we don't quite recall how we used to look.
Oh, my apologies.
Please don't. We should be the ones apologizing. Come, everyone. It's time to witness our last conversation with Orynyx.
No, I guess that'd be probably not a pleasant stream, but an interesting one in some ways. If like the entire time somebody was watching the cinematic play, if you actually, can't even call these cinematics. They're just dialogue scenes. There's nothing cinematic about it. But anytime the scene was playing, there's just like a whirring of a vacuum in the background. It's not a particularly loud vacuum either, but I'm not going to do that right now.
Still think that way.
But the Black Tide has already arrived, and Yanis remains in slumber. If even the God of Passages, known for guiding mortals, cannot resist this catastrophe, then what can we do against the incoming destruction?
I think we were robbed. I like Little Tribby, but the fact that I don't even think they modeled her original form. We see illustrations of it, but I don't believe her original form was modeled. I think it's only ever illustrated.
Taken from them.
We were robbed from hot adult Tribby.
Remain safe and secure while watching the entire world.
We only get cute little kid Tribby.
This might be our last conversation, Orynyx.
Unless she was in the it's been a while since I played that patch. These are so long. She might have been modeled in the actual later patch where we interact with her past.
The family she just mentioned.
It's our mother.
But it's been long enough. I don't recall. The thing is, like, these patches happen like what, every 6 weeks, give or take.
Yanis's guidance.
So, even what we're going through right here, being the end of, like,
It was Kefali who responded
3.1 or 2,
Did something go wrong with the ceremony?
it was like
Yes.
most of the year ago.
Those two occurrences were in fact unrelated. Kefali's response
Or
was simply a
3.6.
coincidence. On that
It was
frosty
several
night,
school marking
treachery
periods ago.
abound. As the Holy Maiden of Yanisopolis met her
A semester.
demise, the world-bearing Titan also fell in another corner of the world. Let's keep up with her. This story... She should be the one to tell it.
That thing ahead.
It's the altar of Talantin. But that's not our destination. We're heading to the left.
This place used to be passable.
Since we're not actually trying to get anything now that will affect the gameplay, I'll probably just save the rest of our pulls for the end of the stream. I'll also save the as I've written for after we finish this little epilogue part of the current patch. I think, unless we're already in the other thing. This might be the one I was thinking of. It's hard to tell when you've moved into a new patch or not, when you're behind. What's the name of the quest we're on? That's not what I want. Missions. We are on Passage Reveal, the past once more, under Light Slips the Gate, Shadow Greets the Throne. Oh, you know what? Here, the Fate Atlas will tell us. Where are we? Euphoria starts. We're still technically finishing off 3.1. Okay. You notice I have been kind of keeping up with most of the events. Just because I don't want to miss out on the Jade. Yeah. We're still finishing up a patch.
I never thought there would be such a hidden space in the Abyss.
This is the Archive of Prophecies, an important ceremonial site back then.
Is this Yanis's maze that Trinon used for divination in the past?
Not only
This
that,
is literally just a
it
turn
also
puzzle.
serves as a lock. Our
All it is.
childhood abode lies sealed within.
It's a rotation puzzle, and all you gotta do is rotate it to guide a ball through the maze. Which is not hard. It can be frustrating though, because of like little bits of, I guess, like micro movement will cause the ball to just not go the way you want it to. I think it's pretty easy on this one.
Fall into the pool twice.
Some of the later ones though will have like rotating pieces in the middle. And it's annoying. Like, you know exactly what you gotta do. It's just a matter of
That's not talking
will the puzzle
smack.
line up for you.
It's clearly a compliment. Mighty. If he were still here, we'd probably take a lot fewer detours to solve our issues. Enough with the talking. Let's just get started.
I see, really easy. You just gotta know, like, where are the catches where you start reversing the spin again. Child's puzzle. You give it to an elementary school student.
Now.
Getting that stone ball to the end point looks pretty tough. My hands are shaking just from looking at it.
Fight on, it's not hard at all. Stop being a baby. Yep, this one's got moving platforms. I guess we kind of want to do this, I guess. There we go.
The secret door is open.
Go inside, and you'll see the place where we grew up.
Well, that's an easy to grab one. We'll take you.
You grew up in a place like this.
By the time we were born, the role of the Holy Maiden had already diminished to a mere title. Those in tune with the Titan's guidance are bound to become messengers for others. To maintain appearances, those in authority added some embellishments. And with Mother around, our childhood wasn't entirely without joy.
Even so, I still find it hard to imagine.
20 years can go by in no time.
Trina,
Yeah, ain't that
for
true?
most people, 20 years is a long period of time.
Right.
Yeah, 20 years ago just felt like
Becoming a
yesterday.
demigod sure changes how one lives through time. It's hard to believe it's been so long. Your power is exceptional, Little Gray. This place looks exactly as before. Let's explore the room a bit.
You want to hear how 20 years feels like no time at all? In like a couple of years, Final Fantasy 13 is going to be 20 years old.
There's
The
a
GameCube
blackboard
is
here.
more than 20 years old.
What's that drawing on it?
Right?
That doesn't ring a bell. It should be
In fact,
something we invented during
We're
those
approaching,
10 years.
talk about with 13 about to be it, we're approaching that, like the PlayStation 3 and the Wii era is like 20 years old.
It has been
And it felt like no
approximately
time has
10
passed
years
between now and then.
Cavali's prophecy and this moment when we are about to set out. We were raised in this temple complex and had never stepped outside the gate of infinity. To understand the outside world, we spent much of our time acquiring knowledge and developing a few inventions along the way. Sadly, the inventions served no purpose except to deliver letters, and the knowledge we gained has all faded away by now.
There's so many boxes here.
These should be our belongings. Huh? What's this?
A red glass fragment?
We were still very young the first time we saw it. Mother came back with a beautiful glass piece, but her Her face was streaked with tears. She simply placed it on the table. It looked so sparkly that we couldn't resist playing with it, but we ended up breaking it by accident. Mother didn't get angry. She simply held us quietly for a long time. It wasn't until we were older that we learned in Yanisopolis, if someone gloriously died for destiny, the Holy Maiden must pick a piece of glass from the volcano's quarry and polish it, then give it to the deceased's family. On the day Mother returned with the glass, her friend lost his life on the battlefield. Since he had no family left, Mother had to keep it herself. Later, on the eve of the ritual, Mother also gave us a beautiful piece of glass. Let's move on to the bedroom.
It's Trebios.
Okay, yeah, no, we only see the tiny one.
going
We were
after
robbed.
all.
We were robbed that we didn't get her adult model.
Mama, are you
We get to
going
see it.
that ritual tomorrow?
That's right, my sweet girl. What's the matter?
I wish I could go too. I have something to ask Yanis.
Oh. What do you want to ask?
I want to know how to chase the black tide away.
Ah, I see. Unfortunately, it's a secret ritual, and only I can preside over it. If you want me to consult the Titan on your behalf, you'll have to promise me something.
What is it?
Be a good girl and go to sleep now. And whatever you dream of, don't be afraid. Just sleep through the night until morning comes. Until the next time Aquila opens their eyes. Can you do that for me, sweetie?
That's it? Of course I can! Trebios is the most amazing Holy Maiden of Yanis! Well, little Holy Maiden. But why, Mama?
Because this ritual might take a long time.
How long?
Tomorrow, my sweet child. I'll be back tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the next tomorrow. If not, the tomorrow after that. But if I still haven't returned for a very long time, that means the ritual has succeeded. It means I found a way to chase away the black tide and reach the new world on the other side. But for various reasons, I can't return to bring my sweet girl with me. But I'll be waiting for you there. As long as you stay brave and kind, we'll meet again in that new world. It's the end of the west wind, the black tide's other shore. A radiant sea of flowers, blessed and protected by the gods. In the rosy horizon, you'll see a silver-white shoal. It marks the end of your voyage. The haven, free from storms, cold, and heavy rains. No sorrow can linger there. That is where I'll be, waiting for you.
Wow, that sounds just like the island from my dream. Oh, I know. I'll turn the moon into a ship and the stars into sails to go find Mama. Pinky promise?
Pinky promise. As long as you sail toward tomorrow. As long as the sun will rise for the next day. Our wishes will come true together.
If the final murmurs of the Titan are true, if such a place really exists on the shore beyond the Black Tide at the end of Genesis, then our promise still stands. Please, wait for me, Mother.
After those 10 years of darkness, when Aquila opened their eyes for the last time, we finally set off.
Where did she go?
Ooh.
Want to take some pictures?
This way. Now, we'll go through this shelf.
You ever want to just
But
like break
how?
something
With
that's
Yanis's
supposed to be
power?
broken in the world, but you can't because getting sucked into a cutscene stopped the action you were doing? 'Cause that happens to me a lot more often than I like it
We
to.
hadn't acquired their power back then.
So, this obstacle, it was simply a mirage?
Yes, the answer is right on the shelf. Go ahead and give it a try.
It's a secret passage.
It was a secret passage prepared by the Holy Maiden's supporters for Mother and me as a precaution. And now, it is turned into our passage to escape, just as anticipated.
The path to the temple was in quite a state. Did someone do it on purpose?
No surprise at all. Some people caught on to what we were planning and tried to intercept us.
This entire
While others were willing
section
to clear
here,
the way for the Holy Maiden.
like this is what the word retcon is supposed to mean, right? Like that it
Move it.
retroactively changes your understanding of continuity,
Climb over it
right?
with her.
This entire section gives you a completely different point of view after you've played the most recent patch. Like you look at it with a different perspective, which I like. It's like watching a movie that has a twist ending that makes you appreciate the rest of the movie better. Like rewatching Fight Club, for example. It's one of those situations.
Regardless of our actions, the past will remain unchanged. It was someone else who helped Trebios in the actual events of history. We don't remember the details. As for why memory recreated the past to be like this, it must be because it's closer to the answer within our heart.
The passage is now cleared.
Yes, I could have... No, actually, I couldn't. I was like, I could have ran the other way. But we can't, because that's missing. So, my desire to avoid the enemies actually worked out, because if I didn't want to avoid the enemies, I would have hit a ledge.
Ornaments. Thank you, nameless god.
What's going on here?
Whoa!
This is actually the area where
Truly magnificent back then.
we kind of first landed in the game, since we came to Amphorius. We're just looking at the past of it. It was pretty
All
wrecked when
these
we got
people,
here.
They're just civilians, not enemies, correct?
And that is one of the cool places about M4 is how it plays with time. And the fact that you can go back and forth between places you've already been. There is a past and present version of basically every place.
Hey, little ones. How did you sneak in here?
Please keep it down. We had to be really sneaky to get in here.
Okay. But what did you sneak in here for?
I heard there's a lovely holy maiden living in the temple, and I want to meet her.
I couldn't stop her, so I had to think of a way to sneak her in.
Oh, really? I was here to meet the holy maiden as well, but the guard said she had to go somewhere far away today.
Huh? What a bummer. Mommy even asked me to bring her gift to the holy maiden.
There is no physical difference between this little boy and little girl.
Couldn't go home now.
Aside from like a palette swap.
Okay then. We'll come back next time. Thank you.
By the way they are dressed, the siblings look like civilians living outside the temple. Mother mentioned that when she was a holy maiden, she caught a girl sneaking into the temple to steal the tributes. Stealing from the temple was punishable by death. But that poor girl had no family and just wanted
which I'm like, I get it.
So Mother took her outside.
Prepubescent children, there's not a lot of differences outside of like maybe how they culturally dress and stuff.
Girl from back then.
That starts to split closer to puberty, but come on. It's a game where you're trying to tell the difference between the things you're looking at. Right? Like, look at these kids. There are clear differences. Like, you can tell which ones are boys and girls here. Why couldn't you use any of these models for that?
Lady Maiden, you need to dress warmer. It's pretty cold out. Let me get you a blanket.
No need to trouble yourself. I'm just going for a quick walk.
Of course, you know what? Here's the thing.
Right, but please take
That could
care
be
of
entirely
yourself.
localization for all I know.
Mother made us promise to look after you before she left.
If we'd switched it over,
It's been a while since I last saw you. I just
to like, man, my problem is I can't read these. I can kind of understand what they're saying a little bit in both the Mandarin or the Japanese,
have some of my
not
sweet
fluently,
pastries.
but enough.
She used to
I
enjoy
might be able to tell, but I
them,
can't
so
actually
maybe
read
you'll
what their
like them
designations are because I can't
I-
read like 90% of their characters.
What's wrong?
But if we flipped it over, there's a chance that maybe they were the same gender.
Fine. It tastes.
And just for like casting reasons to
This
have
lady is
more,
Mother's old friend.
I don't know,
we were
uniqueness in that
little,
scene, they decided to
sometimes
cast
got
one of them
eat the
differently.
sweet pastries she brought back. We've always remembered the familiar taste, and only now do we learn where it came from.
Dun, dun. Now we'll check that out later.
Apologies, Lady Maiden, but the Yanis vault is under maintenance today.
But why?
Perfect. That way, no one will disturb me while I'm talking to Mother.
Why is it under maintenance?
All right then. May Yanis
Was there some
guide
type
your
of like earthshake
The Yanis
or some
vault.
type of rupture that caused the stone to
It's
crumble?
where
Like,
Yanis's heart lies, and the core
I want a
flame is
reason.
kept. Just
it's not
enter
necessary.
on
It's
the
actually
left.
not necessary at all.
It's also the place where Trebios was born.
Some punks just like ram a chariot into the side of the wall. I don't know. It's hard stone. It'd be hard to do anything to it. You do still have to maintain stone structures. That is a mason's job, but a lot of these things, like, it would take a lot more force to cause anything. I mean, wear and tear, but something this deep shouldn't be getting that much, like, moisture. It shouldn't be eroding that much.
The one with 3 lives. Mother
But it would
believed
erode
that
naturally
Earth
over
was
time, I guess.
blessed.
I don't know how old this temple is by the time that we're seeing this now. We're in the past. This temple could already be like a couple thousand years old.
Looking at how things have unfolded.
Maybe there was just like a natural rupture in the stone that they're trying to repair.
This is being in sync? I choose you! I've heard the call. Serenity is before me.
Me! Stop messing around. Treat us nicely. Don't worry. Just close your eyes.
I love how when she ult, it just starts raining.
Night falls. Good night.
Very goth of you, Darth 7.
All in all, not a bad memory.
Okay, first things first. I'm gonna get rid of these. I'll do all the other stuff, the hand is Zagreus things later, but I'm getting rid of those. I don't like my path blocked by stuff.
Play nice.
A day of peaceful
Oh, I guess I could have gotten that.
Deanna's fault is right ahead.
You know, I don't care. What's the point of building all of these technique point restoration items if I'm not going to use them?
At long last. I knew there was some sanity left in you, Yanis. Just as I thought, you too have been confined. No, Yanis. I've come here to take on your fate. By the blood of the Lamb and the strength of my blade-wielding right hand, I am Trebios, the listener, the announcer, and the witness of the prophecy. I, the Holy Maiden of Yanisopolis, the Walker of the Infinite Paths, have come forth to assume your duty. Just as I wished. This journey promises to be a long one, with 1,000 selves to accompany me. I'll never be lonely.
I often think, that's a lot of words to come out of such few sounds.
No matter. My hands are not made.
But I guess they are a
of
god,
iron
so, like, maybe they're echoes. You can have a very brief sound that has a lot of meaning behind it.
Embark on a journey for the benefit of all.
Like a lot of actual, specific, concise, condensed meaning.
Without a doubt, Titan. Let the prophecy shatter me, so that I may open a myriad of paths for this imperiled world.
Wait, Janus is Mem? No, Janus is not Mem. Janus is actually the name of the god of passages and thresholds in Hellenistic mythology, you know. Most of these Titans did get their names from gods that existed in Hellenism. Which they, over at Hoyo, they really like Janus specifically. Don't know why. I guess because a lot of their games are about passages and thresholds and crossroads and everything. Though Janus is not specifically the god of crossroads. That god of navigation, travel, and crossroads was under Hermes'
I understand.
domain.
Janus.
But there's a place in ZZZ that's the Janus Quarter, right? Which is the part of New Eridu. That's like one of the gateways in and out of the place. But Janus and Mem are completely different characters. They're not even connected to each other.
I have assumed my duty and stand ready to set out. We will step over the gods' corpses and wander among humanity.
I have thought that like maybe at one point they were gonna model adult Tribby, at least to show up and everything. And this is actually the reason why they should have, but maybe the reason why they didn't. They probably just figured, yeah, but she's just like Himiko without her jacket and with elf ears. And be like, okay, I kind of get that. But also, because she is just that, maybe you should have just altered Himiko's model for this section of the game. Oh yeah, yep. A lot of people think that Kratos, as you would say it in actual like Attic Greek, was just made up. Though his version is he's nothing like the Kratos, who was like the god of basically talent and triumph, right? That's kind of what he was built for, which to some degree still fits Kratos. But it is nothing like him. They're nothing like each other. They kind of just only loosely borrowed him.
What's happening here? Lady Maiden, where's the thief who stole the core flame? Look at what she's holding, you buffoon!
But you know what? As loosely as they borrowed him and changed him around, they kind of loosely appreciated anything about Hellenism in the God of War games. So he's a little further off than most of the things are, but not that much. Ares did not act like that in the myths. Steus did not act like that in the myths. Hades wasn't that far off, though. I think he was still cooler. Hades is actually probably one of the coolest people in Hellenism. He's chill, he's kind of doing his job. One of the main reasons he doesn't usually let people out is actually because people don't ask. Like, the one time somebody actually asked, he's like, okay, well, I can't just let you leave for no reason, though, so I'm going to set a condition to you retrieving your wife, but you actually asked, so I'm going to let you. He's a pretty chill guy in the actual myths. And I think the only other one in that story that is close is Athena's pretty chill.
If any of you want to get rich, then come with me. Take this traitor's head and wealth will be ours.
But Athena's also, well, I mean, I guess she kind of needed Kratos to do everything. Because Athena's kind of a daddy's girl. There was one time where she helped her brother Ares and her uncle Poseidon to like try to overthrow her dad.
Light. Dispel the gloom. Restore the
But she even got cold feet about it because she is just a daddy's girl. And kind of held back. And thankfully, one of Steus's other like wives went to go get a former Titan that he did not kill during the Titan strife. One that was on his side was the Hecatoncres, I believe. And he came and helped the poison Steus, and he kept his throne. Personally, I believe Poseidon was the one who instigated the whole thing because he's the only one that would have that type of desire, mostly just to screw his brother over. Ares, it wouldn't be hard to talk him into that. But aside from that one incident, Athena is kind of just like a daddy's girl. She would do anything for him. She's basically just like him. I mean, she's almost functionally a clone. Because she isn't the child of the wife that he ate that was pregnant, because that was a son that was confirmed that
up for me.
The
Oh, Yanis, protect me.
What's it called? The child in her womb was a boy. Like that was the whole thing. But she was a different child that ended up being made through the process of him consuming her. This is basically Athena's like a young gender-bent clone of Zeus. That's Steus. That's pretty much just how it is, right?
We can do it.
And that explains why she's so much of a daddy's girl.
We can do anything.
She's also like the strongest of the gods in her generation. She might even be stronger than most of her aunts and uncles.
Your time to shine. Guide with the Rainbow Bridge. Till we meet again.
I've heard the call.
May this dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I can't thank you enough. Serenity is before me.
Treat our guests nicely. May this dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
Break's over.
We want to do this because you want to get that number next to the 16, that kind of like fraction there, as high as possible. The higher you get that, the more damage they end up doing when they pop. And you do get a little extra when you actually use the move. I got it as high as like 60 something last night while I was playing, and that pop was pretty huge. I liked that.
I'll overcome the thorns and torment and doubt farewell.
Time for some sweet dreams. Again. Till we meet again.
Yeah, nobody ever deals with the other Gorgons. Like, ever. They also never actually draw the Gorgons, right? Like Medusa herself.
The main path is likely well guarded. What do I
They never give her wings or her tusks or the fact that she actually has feet.
Inside.
They kind of just go with the old, the original Clash of the Titans, that really old version of the movie. Oh, this way? Yeah, they just go with that super old version, and that's just become Medusa forever.
Long last.
I say super old. I mean, technically, the original version of it is way, way older than any Universal movie. Oh man, I did that way out of range. I thought that would be wide enough to cover it, and maybe we'd still have the zone when we walked close enough, but that it wasn't. It's a lot tighter than I thought it was.
This should be the last fight.
Some of the zones and stuff are big when people do stuff like that. Like Kafka, which is it's a starting attack, but she takes so much of the arena that back in Memory of Chaos, when they used to separate the two waves physically in the room and you had to like clear one, run over and fight the other, they don't do that anymore. She used to be able to bring them both into the same combat because of just how big her attack is.
By memories. Seeing how the whole city is hunting her down, she clearly had no allies.
If that was still the case when Firefly was around, she might have been able to.
It off alone.
Just edge it.
Too involved in this process?
Trebios had been on her own since she entered the vault. But what did we truly mean to her? You'll find that answer at the end of this memory.
In that case, let's focus on the mission at hand now. Let's do this, everyone!
You know, it's actually really fitting replaying this mission, too, that I'm running through it as Evernight.
You just...
Okay, let's do this first.
Don't worry. Night falls. Good night.
I want to stack that up.
This mortal form will watch over you and guide you on your path. Let's try it this other. I choose you.
Man, the future is bright, so may the way.
Break's over.
Dispel the gloom.
I also think next time Hyacinth's on rerun, I need to just ignore whoever is also on with her. Hopefully she's on a double rerun. That would be cool. As long as it's not her and Triby. That would be awful. But I need to pick up her light cone. Because it's really, really good for these HP scaling, HP drain characters.
Have some fun. Rise and shine.
400,000, nearly 500,000. Our AoE damage is actually climbing.
Again.
That was like 30 Memoria, though. Yeah, that's more appropriate.
Just don't learn.
Guide with the rainbow branch.
Finally, beyond this gate awaits a boundless world.
It was 30 Memoria, and it was
where my
all
journey
5
begins.
possible units could be hit on the field.
God of passages.
That was probably, it's not the highest we could have gotten her damage if we did a little different setup, but the problem with playing with Mem is that Mem's action advance goes off whether you want it to or not. It's a meter that climbs up as characters get their energy back.
Yanis,
Even getting hit by an enemy,
you have
any character at all, will make Mem's meter climb up because it gets a little energy back. But
it's time to leave.
he said if we'd gotten 60 Memoria, they could have been much higher.
The end of the memory.
Our damage is climbing just from having that light cone alone, even without it being leveled.
The question that has been puzzling you. She's about to reveal the answer.
But nothing happened. What was making her or you hesitate at this moment? If she had known this flame-chased journey would proceed as the Titan foretold, bringing about great suffering and fatalities, including her own, would she still have chosen to walk through the gate and start her journey?
I think the answer is already within you. And you've made your own decision.
What? You can hear us?
Not really. She can neither see nor hear us. Yet she knew that one day, someone would return to unveil this dust-covered memory. We can never know for sure who helped us back then. But that kindness was forever engraved in our hearts, motivating us to move forward. Time has modified this memory into a special letter, so that we do not forget our original intent. It's a letter written by Trebios of the past and sent to her future self.
In this memory, it is Trebios of the future who overcomes all difficulties for her and sends her on a long journey toward the tomorrow where we are.
Yes, you'll remember it all. And then find your way back to the gate where everything began. Here, I will set sail toward the distant horizon. Here, you have traveled far on your way home. Such is the maxim that unveils Trebios' fate. You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither on the soil of foreign lands. So, if you ever feel lost, return to this place. I'll keep this memory here for you. Or for me, to embrace it again.
Worry not. The loss is something we've grown used to. Our resolve and our pledge are what Trebios will never forget. Each one of us has never failed to remember. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. The hot blood of the sacrificial lamb.
I still think
will
we
not
have
be spilled
probably
in
like
vain.
15 hours left
My
of
mother
gameplay.
and
Not
The
of
libations
content
poured
that's in the
are
game,
guaranteed to bear fruit.
but before we get to
Just
the
as
actual
my
current
blade-wielding
patch.
right hand is not a hollow formality.
Surmount the myriad passages of Yanis, and we will once again
Ride the west wind, and let the wings carry us far away.
So, this is your answer.
That's right. In the name of the three fates, I stand by my answer with no regrets. Now, with or without the god's blessing, I run towards the world's agony. If I can truly pierce through the utter darkness, we will meet again at the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring.
Lady Treby, do you still think...
So we're still back in cutscenes. At least we had a gameplay sequence for a little while, running through the
That's what Trianne would
old
say as
version of like Yanisopolis.
With all due respect, Lady Treby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, that's not a lie. See you tomorrow is the greatest prophecy in the world.
Prophecy?
Listen, in every corner of this land, every heartbeat carries a prayer for that prophecy to come true. It may be that only a few heroes will bring tomorrow to the new world, but the prophecy of leading everyone to tomorrow belongs to all in Amphorius.
But not everyone has the chance to see tomorrow. How can such words be called a prophecy?
Well, I mean, if you're also in Eternal Day in Akuma, right? And you believe that there is a new Genesis that's going to happen, then the idea of tomorrow could also just be the Era Nova, right?
Longing to reach farther and move toward tomorrow. And that
But tomorrow
is why
never
a
comes.
Holy Maiden exists to lead the world toward tomorrow. and why Yanisopolis' prophecy unfolds as passages. Fate is
But the whole
not
"see you
about
tomorrow"
the
thing kind of
outcome.
actually reminds me of something that I believe
It's not the
both my
flowers that
uncle and my
bloom at the end
grandfather
of the
used to say, but I
road,
think I heard it more from my
but rather
uncle,
the paths that lead
who's
beyond
no
the
longer
gate,
with me.
where people tread toward
And
the sea
anytime
of
we said
flowers.
goodbye, he would say, "If I don't see you in the future, I'll see you in the pasture." Which kind of has like a double meaning in itself.
If anything is troubling you, just
But it's
set
kind of like one of
aside
those
for
phrases.
tomorrow. There's no difference between demigods and mortals. The troubles we encounter can only be resolved by our future selves. Reflect through the long night. Wait for the dawn as you think. And set off at daybreak. The hesitant part of us will be left behind in the dark, while the determined side of us will know no fear. Because that's how Tribios has journeyed so far to spread the prophecy. Beckoning the morning sun, and the tomorrow it promises to bring. We will now continue the journey and face our destiny. We will step over the gods' corpses and wander among humanity, and thus we shall sweep apart Amphorius' pitch-dark fog. And at the end, all will reach that silver-white shoal. That end of the journey, that new world and new tomorrow. It is a haven free from storms, cold, and heavy rains. No sorrow can linger there. We've made a promise to meet again at the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring. See you tomorrow, Brienne. See you tomorrow!
Child of humanity, surely you are not waiting for the arrival of night.
I'll tell you, this antsiness type thing of like being stuck in these scenes, every time a new patch has come out, I've basically played the entire patch in one sitting. More or less. There's been a couple that have been so long that it's like I put it down and I'll finish it the next day. But most of them I finished in like one sitting. Many hours. As they were new. Late into the night.
If your soul weren't
And
as prickly as a hedgehog,
during this section where it's just like epilogue back-to-back dialogue scenes, I'd get to the point that I'm starting to get tired. But because we haven't left a scene, we haven't gotten to an actual stopping point. If you were to close out a scene
you who insisted on implanting
and you go back in, because it's a live service, it just starts you over at the scene. And you have no idea sometimes where the last actual checkpoint was between the scenes. It's like, I don't want to watch all of this again.
all I want is
Again? So you're just like, I'm just antsy, pacing around, waiting for when these scenes are finally going to end so I can go to bed. I'm not like that now, technically, especially because we're trying to catch up, but because I kind of have that feeling associated with it, there's like a background version of that antsiness that is building up. It's like a Pavlovian response almost.
What exactly are we? Correct.
It's good that you remember.
There's not an issue
Equivalent exchange.
with the game. It's actually mostly an issue with me because I decide I want to burn through the entire story in one sitting.
The answer will soon be
Realistically, people should probably be spending like a week playing the story in bites.
Is that true?
And most people probably spend almost the whole patch chipping away at the story while doing other things. Now, most people probably do it in a much healthier way. But it's like, I want to get around to doing other things. I don't want to dedicate any amount of time, and I also want to stay caught up. That, like, I just burned through it so I could do other stuff tomorrow.
I don't even need the black-robed swordmaster's ceremonial blade.
That's certainly worth celebrating.
Regrettably, I can't carry out the upcoming experiment alone.
The girl who's walking with death, is she fully prepared?
Be patient, Titan. If we're always so guarded, how can death reach us easily?
Unfortunately,
But you could probably, like, just watching this, even if you're barely paying attention, get a gauge for what I mean with that antsiness.
About you. My apologies.
I've been streaming for what?
A child's words are always
we can look.
carefree.
We can actually look. How long have I been streaming?
From a cheeky child.
5 hours and like 12 minutes.
Performer. It's time to address your relationship with that title.
I've been streaming for 5 hours. We have been inside the same patch of content that entire 5 hours, and we did not start this patch of content this session. We started it last session, which went for like 3 hours or so.
Oh, monster neither human nor divine. Don't forget that you won't dare kill me. If you snuff out the core.
And often when I'm playing the patch when it's new on my own account, I'm not avoiding getting all the treasure chests like I am now. I'm going out of my way doing all the puzzles and stuff.
Do you mind if I cut in?
So it kind of becomes an all-day thing.
I warned you. Do not interrupt me.
I just have been meaning to ask. Does death really matter to you?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, before I implanted the core flame into your heart, you were already a silent, cold corpse.
I'm back. Whew. Finally have a moment to catch my breath. Want to chat? It's unusual to see Mem isn't with you.
I could make a Pokemon joke and be like, don't worry, they're inside the ball.
Since they're not here, let me ask you.
I do like some of the joke responses they put in there.
Are you really sure you want to take on the trial of Orynyx's core flame?
The problem is some of them are just too meta, right? Like, the player knows it, and the Trailblazer has, like, the knowledge the player has. They even treat that in the game often, that the Trailblazer has the knowledge the player has.
We've ended up at this point after all.
But, like, nobody else ever gets anything you say because they exist in the world that they're in.
You should be extra cautious and watch out for yourself. Based on the experiences of those.
That can be fun sometimes, though.
No walk in the park.
The ones that are more meta to the game itself and not outside cultural references.
But what concerns me even more,
especially when you say them to March, I do like it when March gets confused and be like, "What are you even talking about?"
If you truly assume that Titan's divinity, do you believe that you'll be able to lay it down again? Forget it.
Yeah, no, I think the Trailblazer will be fine. We've got a Stellaron inside of our chest.
No matter what happens.
The literal seed of destruction, like a small star sort of thing. I don't think becoming a demigod in this one world is going to be too much of an issue for him.
Oh, by the way, I got held up by 2 people in guard uniforms and ended up missing Trienne's farewell ceremony. They said they were messengers of the Council of Elders and wanted to verify my identity. But I suspect we've been on their radar for a while, and they only made their move when you and I got separated. The questions were quite specific, from how we arrived in Akama to our relationships with each Chrysos heir. They even asked about what we did in the market. Luckily, those pawns aren't the brightest. I managed to brush off most of their questions, so they'll probably leave us alone for a bit.
Like, you could say, is this the foreshadowing for the next version, which would be the next patch?
Their conduct
which
is certainly
Don Hong would be completely confused about, because it's like,
but on second thought,
next version, what are you talking about?
Initially kept her guard up with us. It's best not to provoke either side until we know the full truth.
Be like, is this another one of your jokes that nobody gets?
Is that some members of the Council of Elders aren't happy with the Chrysos heirs. In the worst case scenario, we could be caught up in the internal conflicts of the Holy City.
And all of these are meta jokes. These ones, I think these make a little more sense because they do talk about episodic storytelling in their world, light novels, stuff like that. So it's not actually necessarily talking about the version of the patch. Dunhong could get these too.
Ay, if only we had more time to sort the clues about the Black Tide. But now, the weather is the only lovely thing left. Let's take some more pictures. Huh? What's going on?
Something wrong, Dunhong?
Oh. The memory card is full. I bet March and the others are pretty worried too.
I think we're all pretty worried about March.
And so, this long day passed for Akama. Some people arrived, and some left forever. Just like every other day of this journey, where we, stumbling, move forward. We have long been prepared. If we are to chase the flames, then we must grow used to farewells. And yet, no one back then could foresee death. Its arrival would always be so sudden and so momentous. Even little Gray, coming from beyond the sky, could not escape the Reaper's two hands. And what people gained and lost in that trial of death was far heavier than life itself. Just like the destiny that the prophecy revealed for Cass. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips. And after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation.
Hey, finally finished that patch. Okay. Now we're on to, I think we're 3.2. I think now we're in 3.2. Only 4 patches left until we're completely caught up to the game, to past current content. Technically, 3 more patches till we're on current content. Which I have no reason to stop here. I'll keep going. Because I think that's why I ate earlier. We're gonna have a late dinner, and I think Marsupial's even returning home late too. So, I'll just keep going. This was gonna be a long stream day if I wasn't gonna get an early interruption, but the schedule changed. So, first things first, though. Since we finished a patch, we do have achievements, but we have an as I've written to go through. What are these messages? Are these like quests or just checking in? Oh, or is this the talk about just checking in? Am I gonna get just like 5 Jade? Because I don't believe after I got Finon, I got any text from him, which normally you get texts from people for the next, like, 5 days after you pull them. But sometimes there's a story section, like, lock before you start getting those. This might be the one for Finon. There's been a lot I've been getting recently, just because I've been getting past story checks that this account had not gotten past before. I don't know. Anyway, as of written, how many stories do we have now? 2? Or 2 sets?
Before meeting death, the scholar already composed his own epitaph.
This person's name was seldom mentioned by others. Incomplete, just like his fate.
He would sweep his own grave at the beginning of every month of weeping, staring long and hard at his stained hands. Hands that never seek the benediction of gods, accepting only the tricks and plots his brain presents.
Keep your distance from that blasphemous one, lest misfortune follows you like a shadow.
People warned each other thus before his lectern. In those rumors, the scholar's hubris looms foul and vile. He dares to proclaim ascendancy over gods and defy the Titan's will. But the one shouldering such slander pays little heed. His lonesome figure stands aloof, for he always believed that gods are no greater than mortal beings such as he. Grove of Epiphany, the paradise of the wise, yet harbors one shouldering the name of a fool. He calls himself a clear-headed teacher leading lost students, yet he rarely guides or teaches, apart from gifting a single saying. Yet, for the rest of the student's life, that saying often proves to be more valuable than gold. Pupils often praise his words as divine utterances, to which the teacher replies with sharp retort. Apart from destiny, he seems able to decipher all laws. And now, even destiny may also be within his grasp. It was not so in the beginning, as he silently recalls the past under leafy shade.
Faced with the god's edict, even I cannot resist.
With no guidance given, he reaches enlightenment for the first time.
Yet, I sincerely believe this is not to be my destiny.
That became the cause of the blasphemy.
Miracles are the most conceited actions of gods. They are God's denial of humanity via might. Magic tricks are the most articulate rebuttal. They are humanity's imitation of godhood via intellect.
He habitually describes the feats of mankind as magic tricks, proving that the enlightened can step beyond the boundaries of reason. But magic tricks cannot afford to fail, even after 1,000,000 times. And for that, the blasphemous co-conspire.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could call technology a magic trick to a degree.
Using the final trick, they wish
a lot of
a miracle.
A lot of magic tricks are just technology. We're talking about like actual illusions. Is that the only one? I thought I saw another crystal. Magical boy. What's the relationship between Anaxa and us? Say kindred spirits. Okay, yeah, there was more. I guess you can only do them in phases. So since I skipped a phase, we had to come back in to get the other ones.
None may approach that battlefield. The lone army of Kremnos, an obstacle on the flame chase journey. He ordered his troops to stand aside. That was the first meeting between hero and prince. The two men fought for 10 nights unceasingly, till the combat drew to its end. Neither scored a single victory, nor conceded a single defeat. None know why this man's fate is always overshadowed by a lone number decreed. Just like how none can ascertain how the flame-chasing heroes convinced this man. It was not mutual appreciation. Nay, for in his memories, 7 sentences were all his mother to him ever spake. Yet somehow, that leader who weaves the golden threads recounted one of the 7 with ease. There is no right or wrong in the man's heart.
The lion has its own historian. And the history of the hunter should not be held by the hunter alone.
And thus, he speaks little. Others once guessed he regards the holy city as his home, for he seeks a land to belong. As the king to his people, it is the first gift to them he brings. But as per the rule with gifts, once given away, the gifter will never repossess this thing. The journey is long, yet none ever dare to anger the man. Not because of his unrestrained manners, but because every meal the heroes partook in were all cooked with his peerless skill. One sight serves falsehoods in the woods. He has relied on scent since young to distinguish guests and obtain gains. Yet there are always exceptions. The man's archenemy often puzzled why their food was always borderline nauseating. He still recalls the day he entered the holy city. One who worships strife is bound to have rumors rife.
Even insects consume each other, and he's no less than the Mad King's kin.
It matters little, for the man always considered himself an enemy to the world. He paves the road so that one day his peers would match his anger within. Yet, until the prophecy turned true, none in the holy city he ever did ruin.
You ever just rewatch a movie because, like, one minor thing prompted you to?
A solo lyre sound flows
Like, I saw that Tommy Boy was leaving Netflix the other day, and Tommy Boy's like one of my favorite movies ever.
The audience's face is
I could rewatch Tommy Boy probably endlessly. I don't think it would bother me. It's definitely up there as a movie, but I wasn't about to go out of my way to watch it when I had other things to do.
For the maiden he longs for.
But we have M&Ms around
And
in the house right now.
by scalpels. In her runs blood.
And I was thinking of the scene when they're in the car and he dumps by accident a bunch of M&Ms down into the dashboard of the car, and Rich is like, "Oh great, that's gonna help the resale value." Then Tommy's like, "But don't worry, they've got a thin candy shell around the chocolate." And he's like, because your brain has a thick candy shell. And that scene was in my head, and I quoted it. And then after quoting it during dinner, it was like, "You just want to watch Tommy Boy?" He's like, "Yeah, let's watch Tommy Boy." But it's all because of M&Ms. That's the only thing that prompted it. But I've seen that movie so many times. It's one of those ones that I could quote most of the scenes from it.
Lady Aglaya, I am Apollos' retainer, here for an outfit to take.
I would go as far to say that Tommy Boy is probably one of the best comedy movies ever written and produced.
He adores his ranking her mistress.
It's definitely up there.
Accompanying a flower.
It's probably also my favorite.
Sculpted of ivory. Pull up the
It's two different genres. It's my favorite buddy road trip movie because it's very much a buddy road trip movie. But it's also my favorite failure to launch movie.
The visitor thinks thus,
Which, for people who don't know that, failure to launch is basically a delayed coming of age story, right? Where you have somebody who should have came of age a long time ago, but for one reason or another hasn't, is still basically acting as a boy, as the movie's title tells you here, and they have to go through a delayed coming of age. That's a failure to launch. And that's what Tommy Boy is. It's about Tom Callahan Jr., played by Chris Farley, having to step up and finally start acting like an adult because his father passes away and the company's going to shut down if he doesn't. So him and David Spade's character, I can't actually remember Richard's last name, but Tommy and Richard have to basically go on a road trip to try to sell brake pads to all kinds of people in like the northern United States, stretching from mostly Ohio, because the city they live in is Sandusky, Ohio, but they dip into like Illinois, Iowa. I think technically the movie somewhat kicks off in Wisconsin because that's where Tommy was going to college.
The elegant garment makers once had.
But it's such a good movie.
Some as knights with
such a good
swords,
road trip. Each individual scene and bit is well written.
Put on pantomime after
it does a lot of character building through action, even as early on in the movie. You don't have to be told anything about the characters. You're shown it. And I don't think show don't tell is a strict rule. That's more of like advice for new writers because otherwise they're going to overtell and undershow. A good writer knows when you're supposed to show or tell, but especially at the beginning, it is better to show characters through actions than to tell it right at the beginning of a story, and they do that perfectly in Tommy Boy. A lot through comedy because it is a comedy, so you want to try to display character through like comedic actions. Really good cast for the time too. Some of it was early on in some of these people's careers. Some of them you're like, how did they get Bo Derek to be in this movie? But it's amazing. Anybody who hasn't seen Tommy Boy, I would definitely recommend they go watch Tommy Boy. It's also like, it could be naughty at times, in playful ways, but it never crosses any line. It's mostly kind of like a wholesome movie.
You shall part with your
Like, there is a bit in the movie that's like a masturbation joke, but you don't ever see anything. And also, it's for the shame of the act. Like, they're making fun of it at the time. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. And it's mostly the fact that Richard, David Spade's character, is somebody that you definitely shouldn't be emulating. Despite that, as far as like a businessman, he is more competent than Tommy. He also equally has to go through growth. Like, it's not just one of them. Both of them have character growth they need to go through.
Aims at the sky.
And Tommy, like, ribs him the entire rest of the night after he catches him.
There will always be warriors like me, who believe in
The jokes about it, too, are hilarious.
The tomorrow they prophesied.
They're all wordplay.
But the crusading Chrysos heir never returns. The greedy ones then lift the crown with sharp blades.
I only bring that up because I'm eating the M&Ms right now.
They are one by one slain.
We remember a group of bards.
The taciturn child says. The bards compose songs for the children's prophecy. And along the corpus of the pillar...
I don't remember what that's my boy. I don't know what that is. Off the top of my head.
On which ballads are carved.
And also, it's more strange that you ask questions like, is it strange that I found this funny or not? That's the strange thing. I want you to understand that. It's less strange that you found something funny, it's more strange that you're concerned or confused that you found something funny, and maybe somebody else didn't.
And alone they bear memories of humanity.
Your questioning of this is more concerning than the thing that you found funny.
The exuberant child says, when they left their home, the passages blew the girl apart into countless turbulent bubbles.
I'm gonna be real. Every single time you start a question with, is it strange that I blank? That question is more concerning than the content of the question.
Children cheer each other up. As the years pass and the sun and moon rise and fall, the children often hear sounds of their friends shattering. Farewell.
It also makes
farewell.
For very bad conversation, I hope you know. Adam Sandler. It's one where he touched his teacher as a child and got her. Well, it's an Adam Sandler movie. Got her pregnant. Adam Sandler movies typically are funny. Some are better than others. Like I've seen some where he kind of missed the mark, but
the remaining children link their hands and decide to
is that the one where Andy Samberg plays his son?
Beginning of yet another journey. The children.
Because if it is, I've seen it. I just forgot the name of the movie.
Please, listen to the prophecy we bring.
Yes? Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty funny movie. I mean, it was designed to be a funny movie. I don't think it was that funny that I'd go back and watch it again, unless maybe it was on. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it, but I enjoyed it when I watched it the first time.
The libations poured are guaranteed to bear fruit. The hot blood of the sacrificial lamb will not be spilled in vain.
Like, I wouldn't say it was top 10 Adam Sandler movie funny, which in itself is kind of ironic that he has so many movies that you could make a top 10 funniest Adam Sandler movies. But it was a competent movie with good humor in it.
Is a prophecy of forlorn melancholy.
Adam Sandler's made so many movies, you could have both a top 10 and a bottom 10 without any overlap in the list.
Into a torrential
which just means he's had more than 20 movies.
Carries the first demigod from the past to the future. And that was the beginning of this long dream. In this tiny room, she forged 20 years of her memories with time. Sometimes the child does not understand. The gates of worlds outside the window are so numerous, yet why can we not step within? And if one cannot leave the tower, what need is there to gaze into the distance via tones? The mother smiles and does not
I think Adam Sandler's best movie, and this is a very controversial opinion, because you will find people who either love this movie or hate this movie.
To the Amphorius of the child.
It's very, very polarizing. But I think everything after Waterboy is polarizing, because Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, and Waterboy, I think most people almost unanimously like if they like his type of content, right? His sense of humor and everything. But I think his magnum opus still has not been topped to date is Little Nicky.
That the lamb willingly stepped into the passage's dead end.
Little Nicky basically took the humor style that was in Waterboy, ramped it up to 11, made everything ridiculous, and just became like a really, really good canvas for telling bizarre visual jokes.
Leaving them behind for her innocent love. Loneliness stakes nightmares.
It's got a great cast, a lot of his like returning ones. Right, people who had become his friends over the last couple films.
We will never leave each other, right?
It's got a bunch of bigger stars that you were like, how did you even get them into this movie at the time? But I think that was like right when Adam Sandler was reaching his early peak. Oh, such a good movie.
Holding a blade. The Titan loves this.
But it's polarizing. There's a lot of people that just don't like Little Nicky. They think it's like awful. Of course, at the same time, I don't trust a lot of their taste. Because one such person that told me they didn't like Little Nicky loved Spanglish, and Spanglish was probably the worst Adam Sandler movie I've ever seen. I think Jack and Jill is good by comparison to Spanglish.
Proclamation cannot pull back the string of the girl's destiny.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
In the holy city adorned with falling flowers, the children recall that prophecy, besides their friend that has passed away. But the girl had already passed through thousands of crossroads and continues to sail toward tomorrow. Oh, for that bright spot beyond is the end of the west wind, where flowers bloom in spring.
Okay, are we caught up with As I've Written? I think we are caught up with As I've Written. Let's see. As old as the world. There's no way I can remember everything. Okay, we'll get our rewards for progressing. Oh, what? Nope. There were still more. I forgot to go over to tab 2. There we go. Okay. Why are we on Sunday? Get out of here. I don't want to see your face. So this starts the next part. They want us to go to the Garden of Life. Maybe. Do I have title bounty? I do have title bounty. Let's go get our title bounty.
When we get back, let's not leave March 7th out of the loop. All right.
I'm so parched.
Oh, that's the treasure finder, isn't it? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We have the treasure finder. I think that only works on dungeons from patches you've completed already. Like when you hit that certain completion place of the mission, then those dungeons will let that on. I'm not sure if that's the case. I know in Genshin, once you get the treasure compass for an area, you can just use it indefinitely. Even, I think on the areas that get added there later, you just have to raise your reputation. But I don't know. This would be helpful though, because I don't have either of the characters on this account that help you find treasures. I've got both of them on my main one. I've got Topaz, where Numby, her little warp trotter pig thing, will run around and sniff out the treasures for you. And I've got the Herda, who will mark them on your map, but I do not have either of them here. I do like this one. We'll take it. That'll be our phone background now. Little Trianne. Do we have... Oh, cool. 70. Listen, we just need this. Oh, man, it's not worth doing a 10 after a 6. I think we'll just do a 6. And we'll see how much stronger that makes Evernight.
I'm on it. We can do it!
Have some sunshine! May this faint light dispel the gloom, restore the skies!
We gotta squeeze in just a little bit of grinding. Because I think a 6 might be enough for us to... what's it called? Increase our light cone.
Time for some sweet dreams. Treat our guests nicely.
Trust me. We can do anything!
Till we meet again. Don't worry, night falls. Good night.
Guide with the Rainbow Bridge. Huh.
Stop messing around. Again. Rise and shine. Time for some sweet dreams. Have some fun. Till we meet again.
I'm on it.
Mini.
Don't worry. Just close. Night falls. Good night.
The future is great. So may the wait.
Break's over.
Again. Rise and shine.
Mimi.
Not thinking of running, are you? Have some fun. Till we meet again. Don't worry. Just close your eyes. Night falls. Good night. Stop messing around. Again. Rise and shine.
Oh, actually, that's probably going to get us nowhere. It's probably going to get us nowhere at all. Because eventually I think you need like 8 of the purple ones to cap off. Yeah, I thought so. You know what? Hey, even getting it up to 50, that is a huge improvement. You know, we went up 20 levels for our weapon. That already, look at it, look at our HP. We went over 5k. That is a much bigger damage difference than you'll think. Okay.
When we get back, let's not leave March 7th out of the loop. All right.
Oh, that's right. This patch started with you going back to the Triandal.
Tribios' memory has unveiled the very first prophecy. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. If I take on Orynyx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well?
It is really yellow outside right now.
Regardless, I must give Aglaya an answer.
But only in one direction.
It's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems.
If I look out the other window,
Here it
like
is.
on the opposite side, it's really
I thought
blue.
you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
And I get it, it's late, like the sun
the
is already
contrary.
starting to get in that
Knowing
direction.
that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these
I think it's just because there's really
responsibilities
thick
seems to
clouds
have
on that side, so they're
constantly
refracting the sunlight to make it really yellow.
I
While on
understand
the other
completely.
side, on the
During my time at the Grove, the closer
the
exams
south
drew,
side.
the
Is
more
that the south side of the
efficient I
house?
became
Actually, I
at
think that's east.
tackling everyday
Yeah, the south side.
routine
There's like
tasks.
no
Anything but my actual studies.
clouds at all. So it's just blue. This guy's just blue
As
still.
I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those 2 courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas. May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the Flame Chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Dromus draped in finery?
As I see it,
Yeah, I
this
don't know if that'd
nickname
be
is
funny
more
if
of
it
an
was
insult to the Dromas.
like on a what's it called?
Despite his
Conceptual
insufferable
basis.
arrogance,
There's
I do
nothing
hold a
about it that
certain
is
respect
inherently
for his
funny,
nature
but
as a
also nothing
scholar.
about it that isn't.
To remain true to his principles,
That is
he
literally
is
all comes
unafraid
down to
stand
what is
opposed to the
actually
world,
happening.
and that requires considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire, As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Xerxes. Is something weighing on you, Cass? The golden thread is quivering. I sense there's more to this exchange than idle chatter.
With all due respect...
But I think it's come to a philosophy of writing that I've just come to.
In light of
as I've gotten older.
In the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant
Is that
him some time to find a way to remove the core flame.
the setup doesn't matter. Ultimately.
However, if Anaxa decides
If
to
the
make any
punchline
move that
sucks.
places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme.
So that's why that's where I come to like the idea that there are no there's no really like good or bad concepts.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path. For
It
the
just matters
Chrysos
if a
heirs.
talented person does something
He
with it.
now seems
You
more
know?
like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome.
And another
his
thing that like I think
limitations.
everybody just
Now
has
that he
to
knows time is limited.
just come to the understanding when they try to get into
understand
anything
your stance.
is
Let's continue this discussion another time.
unless you're like a 1
Now,
in a
let's
billion,
greet our guest.
that like just pure
You're here.
inspiration creative person that people
Does
like this
mean
stuff
you're ready to take on
even when you're a
Uranus's
tiny
trial?
child, like you wow adults, which most people don't. Most adults
It seems that this
might be
sacred
impressed
beast is just as indispensable.
proportionally to like a
Given
child's
their
level, but
intricate ties
they
to
don't.
a
Nothing
titan.
actually wows an adult, right? Unless you're like this weird freak of nature. Every single person has to make shitty things
Surrendering
before
the
they make
flame
good things.
is a crisis
It's just how it
of
goes.
duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated.
And like the earlier you start making shitty things,
I
the
urge
quicker you
to
can get to
carefully
making good
consider
things.
The risks of accepting the trial. Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Orynyx's divinity.
Now that doesn't mean everybody
and
will
bear
make
the
good
time of
things.
Emporius,
But
all
you
on
can't
your
get to the
own.
point that you make good things if you haven't
From
made
that
shitty
point
things first.
onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again, until the end of Genesis. On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you. It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanisopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
Hero.
Hero.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well. Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the Abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinan will call for you when the ceremony is ready.
I think using Pokemon
It is
as your
difficult
example
for me
is
as the
counterintuitive,
guide
right?
to
Because you're saying
absorb
like
myself
imagine
and
if
blame for things to have progressed to this point.
Whimscott and Bennett were friends. It's like, well, in the Pokemon world, literally any Pokemon can be friends with each other, and it's not weird. Especially if they have the same trainer or their trainers are friends. Like, none of that's weird at all. So that's the worst example you could use to try to make something seem like it's a goofy or funny idea.
Taboo and discuss things openly.
Before leaving,
I guess you could say, well, if they don't have a trainer. But the problem is because they've established that it's easy for Pokemon to become friends when they do share a trainer or their trainers are friends. It's also not that weird for Pokemon in the wild to just randomly be friends with each other.
Mister, may everything go well for you and Mem. It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaya. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems.
But like I said, I don't think there isn't potential behind your idea. I just don't think there's inherently anything to it.
Something left for Lady Trian by a bard before their passing.
The setup doesn't matter unless you have a punchline. It's like, what would be the things you're doing with it? Which I don't want to know. You don't have to tell me. I actually kind of don't want you to tell me. That's not really something I want to focus on right now. But when it comes to writing, that's what it really comes down to, right? Execution, execution, execution. It's not the idea, it's what do you do with the idea.
A dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh
I've actually,
and blood.
with that notion,
However, having lost memory,
treating it like modeling clay,
the resurrected princess turned
or
into
carving
the
out a
dragon
statue
herself
from a boulder.
and wreaked havoc on the city.
I think all ideas
As a result,
are junk until somebody actually makes something out of it, right? I don't think there's any such thing as a good idea. All ideas are just, or concepts are just potential. That's all they are. They're potential, and potential lying around not being used is technically junk. It goes into the junk drawer until you do something with it. But you can make something really cool out of that junk, and suddenly it's a tool.
She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before.
I think I just answered that, but you might have typed that before my rant fully came through. But it's, no, I don't think there is inherently a bad idea for a story, because I think all ideas are just bad by themselves.
Writing,
I think a
drawing,
talented
taking
person
photographs.
who knows what to look for in the
Seems like
story
human nature to try and leave records of
could take it.
things.
Now, there's definitely ideas that have less potential than others,
Speaking of taking
right?
photographs, when I
Like
was
going
helping
around
to
and
take the photo
finding
previously,
clay, because you could go find clay in the
not
wild.
look through the photos
You
in
can
the
find
photo
clay
stone
in basically
out of
any
courtesy,
soil, right?
but I'm
There's
also
sometimes there's a
very
lot
curious
more you
about
have
the
to
story
do
of the Rosy
to get the
Celestial
clay out of the
Maiden.
soil. Like there's a lot of soil that has very
Despite
little
having visited many cities in
clay in it,
Amphorius,
and there
I
are
still understand
some
nothing about the world beyond the sky.
qualities of clay that are just better than
If
others,
there is
right?
an opportunity,
Same with finding a
forget it.
granite
Let's talk about this in the
or
future.
quartz or any
For
type
now,
of
I
large
only
stone
hope that you'll be able to complete the trial
for
safely
making a
and
statue.
obtain Oryx's blessing.
Sometimes you won't know till you start cracking into it because you can't tell the imperfections on the inside of a boulder. There are ways of testing it for though. That some of them are worse for making a statue than others. There are definitely ideas that have less potential than others. But what it really comes down to is how much skill the person has developed, how much talent they have to be able to use the idea. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Because you could give them an idea with a lot of potential, and they churn out crap. You could give somebody an idea with very little potential, and they find exactly the thing you need to do with that idea.
Citizens Assembly?
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know. Good news.
So I would say most of the bad ideas in the story are all of the ways you decided to execute the concept.
Previously, it seems like they've made their move.
The bad ideas or the good ideas are actually the decisions the creator made along the way.
Background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative
Which is also
body
why
of
we have like
employees
editors.
made up of different city representatives.
Right.
They hold
And people in
legislative
those
power
positions,
over the
because
Holy
somebody can come
City,
around and be
are in
like,
charge of presiding over the citizens'
listen, the reason that
assembly
I'm
once every few
hired
years.
here is to tell you
This is the most
within
important
reason
social
what is a
event
good
of
or bad
Akima.
idea.
It is highly influential.
Now, sometimes,
It can even affect what happens
especially
to the
at like
Flame Chaser.
publishing houses or production companies, the person in charge of that sometimes makes something worse than it was before.
Every
Sometimes
5 to
they
10 years,
cramp
the
on a
Council of
creator's
Elders
vision,
organizes a citizens' assembly at Dawncloud.
but because they're a business, they can't take those
During
risks,
the
right? You have to
assembly,
like
the
establish yourself
representatives
first
will vote on
before you
major
get
issues, such as
the
whether
reins taken
Chrysos
off of you.
heirs led by Aglaya should still
When
hold
you're
the
in
right
the
to
indie
govern
world,
the Holy City.
you don't have somebody over you telling you that, and sometimes it's good to hire or bring in a second set of eyes to give you
Sounds
some
like
like
some sort of system to
insight
balance
on
the
whether
heroes
you're
and the
executing an
mortals.
idea well or not.
That is correct. However,
You see this in video games too.
The fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists
Kojima was a much better creator. I love picking on Kojima. He was a much better creator when he had people over him telling him what he could and couldn't do in a video game.
Control over the Flame
When he
Chase
had certain
journey.
restraints on him.
We can refer to them as the opposition. During the
But it
assemblies
really
held
all
in the
just
past
comes down to the
100
creator's
years,
decisions
the voices
in the
supporting
process
the
of making
opposition have been
something,
growing stronger
not what
in
the
the
initial
shadows.
concept was.
It's only thanks to
And I
Aglaya
think
that
that's
the
also
Flame
what like a
Chase's
lot of
journey has
people
been
who
able to
just
continue
get
to this
into
day.
creating
The
anything
Citizens' Assembly
just don't
is
know.
just around the
Like they
corner.
don't get this part. It's not
But
something that's
this
told to them.
time, there seems to be a new
Everybody has
variable
an
to the
idea and they
situation.
want to go and they want to run with their ideas. And they think like, oh well, you know, I've got the idea,
Although we might be
and the
mentioned,
idea seems
the
cool,
Council
so
of
the product
Elders
has to
has
be cool.
another target
But
in
the
mind.
product is something that comes
afraid that the
way
Council
after
of
the idea,
Elders might want
with
to
lots
take
of labor,
advantage of Professor
and it'll
Yak.
change along the way.
Aglaya will surely
And
take
the
back
idea
Cersei's
itself
forefront.
is never good.
But with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique
In fact,
that
I
nobody
think
knows how
I think
taking the core
ideas
flame away from him will affect
almost exist outside
He
of
has
the realm
always
of good or
been
bad.
someone that is only concerned about his
Right?
own
Again, they're just
research.
potential. They're
I'm
something that
certain
could
that he
be.
must want to escape from the monitoring of the golden thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an
That's
olive
also why
branch
like
this
people who enjoy things for the themes
You suspect that he might
alone,
betray the
or
Flame
like the
Chase
theme is the
journey
big
and
thing that
defect
attracts
toward
them,
the Council of Elders?
are like the least common denominator of audience
Anaxa
members.
has never believed in the prophecy,
Because
so
themes in
technically it
themselves
cannot
are
be
empty.
considered a betrayal.
In the same way that a concept is.
He has taught many Chrysos.
The only thing that matters is the
and has
execution
long
of the
been
themes,
considered an
which
important
at
ally
that
of
point
Akima.
are no longer the themes.
I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
I have a better understanding of the full picture now.
It's like if somebody's
there
like,
anything
you know,
that we can do?
the movie really suffered, but I thought the themes were really good. It's
As
like,
I
okay, so
believe
it was a
in
bad
his
movie.
character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him.
It has some pretty good concepts behind it. Okay, so it was a bad movie.
The greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up again. You and Mem are tied up with Ornyx's trial, while I'm preparing to visit the Grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Ornyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss. Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days. Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
I do like how over time, as more like memories are fed into Mem,
Let's just hope that everything goes
she actually starts talking more normal.
After all, as someone who has earned
Instead
the
of
gaze
just
an
saying Mem,
eon,
like
you should
slowly
be
more
able to
words are
overcome
being
the
added
trial
to
of a regional
her
god just fine.
vocal vocabulary.
We've also unknowingly gotten used to
Because technically
sleeping with the
her,
midday
which
sun
it
shining
almost sounds
brightly above our heads.
redundant to say vocal vocabulary, they come from the same root word.
Get some rest.
I guess maybe
Perhaps
even
a
her
new
audible
phase of our
vocabulary.
trailblazing
Her
expedition
vocabulary is
in
definitely fine,
Anthorius
if people can
is
understand
about
her.
to begin.
Right, the subtitles are telling us the gist of what the Trailblazer is hearing, right? Like, even though Mem's saying Mem, you know what she means.
Esteemed one.
But she's actually starting to
Oryx's
say
vacant totem awaits.
words in the common tongue.
If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Anthorius, please step forward.
Little Gray and Mem, thank you. Your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your pure selflessness and courage.
Look how freaking
Light your path forward.
you're about to do it, right?
Get ready to assume Oryx's divinity,
Our trial is nothing.
Trailblazer.
Like, it is basically nothing. But every Titan's like trial is different. I like how just
Position of Oryx has already been vacant
horrifying
for
for Finon his was, where it was like him having to live through his worst fear of failing to be the hero that saves people and just watching everybody die around him. And then ours is like, yeah, we're cool, we're chill. Here's the core. Here's our divinity.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great veil of Evernight, Oryx.
But I guess it's like a trial, like
It shall now be
what kind of
returned by the
crazy
two elected
I
heroes
could think of
the
some things. I could definitely think of
Chrysos
some like very surreal things. But like what kind of crazy trial would an everlasting time god actually do to somebody, right?
that invokes miracles.
Maybe some fourth dimensional thing where you had to like solve a time maze. Maybe. But like the time god's just super chill, so his trial's super chill.
Recite along with us.
O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world, we seek your divinity to mend the rift.
Even this makes me laugh, just like they're seriously chanting this stuff and you just have Mem over here going Memby mem 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 mem. But it's funny because it's taking itself completely seriously. It's not trying to actually laugh at it.
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn.
It's genuine, serious comedic relief. Which you should expect a lot of comedic relief in here. I don't know how they're using this word. Whether they're using it in the modern or classical context. But they advertise Star Rail as a space comedy. Now, I don't know if they mean that it is a humorous story, which it is fairly humorous at times, or if they mean it's a comedy in the classical sense of the protagonist is alive at the end of the story. Which, it would be really funny if, like, in a completely different humorous way, if they knew people would interpret it as the modern definition, but they meant it as the classical definition of a comedy. That would be its own joke.
The last time I heard this, things didn't turn out that well.
Because if I were to put this story into almost any genre, I would probably actually call it more of a space western. Right? It falls into maybe the same type of genre that the original series of Star Trek, which was half in the submarine genre when they were doing ship stuff, half in the space western genre. In some ways, it actually even helped found much of the space western genre about them like going from place to place and solving things. Firefly is in the same space western genre.
His determination is as strong as the Chrysos.
I would put this down in there too.
While he's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Certain stories, this story of Amphorius is starting to fall a little more into the space opera genre. A little almost uncomfortably. I want to return to my space western, where we have our landing missions. We're not in a place for too long. We save the day and we like what's it called? Like a traveling gunman. We just move on to the next place. I really liked that.
How do you feel? That's right. Look.
I really liked that kind of space western pacing that we had.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
But then we took like a break from our space western for a oh yeah, now Meb gets to talk now. That's what I was talking about. Like now she got enough memory, she just gets to talk. But like the little detour to a space opera is fine.
Titan are becoming clearer.
To this like really long Greek play, but I want to return to my space western. Arguably, Kingdom Hearts is also a space western.
Are the years of isolation coming to
I think that fact would unsettle some people, and they would try to disagree as much as they can. But Kingdom Hearts is a space western.
Draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame. They have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate.
Which also, when I came to that conclusion, I think it was maybe half a decade ago. Probably actually a little bit before this game came out. Which this game is only 3 years old, so it would have been like a couple years before this came out. I came to the conclusion that Kingdom Hearts was a space western, and I didn't come to the conclusion lightly. Like, I tried to argue myself out of it, and I couldn't.
It's you.
Especially because it follows the same plot pacing. There's grander things. There are sections of it that is kind of more of a space opera, kind of more even like battle shonen at a couple times near the end. But most of the pacing of the game is you're going from world to world. They're unique universes, technically, in a multiverse, but that doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the actual case of what's going on is. What matters is the execution and what you feel in the storytelling, right? So they go from world to world through with a spaceship, because they have the gummy ships. You even kind of have like space encounters, like dogfights and stuff. That very, very much like how a lot of space westerns starts with the submarine genre and dogfights and everything. And then after the whole gummy ship situation, you have a landing mission. You solve something there. You leave. You go to the next place. You might come back to this place later. And it's like, boom. That's a space western. Oh, you know what the thing is though? Farscape is also a space western. It's the same genre, but like I said, only the original Star Trek qualifies as a space western. it kind of diverged a lot, even with like the next generation stuff, to where how it functioned. Most Star Trek clones are more like the next generation and on than they are like the original series.
Aren't you tired? Throughout the long
But
years,
the other like big space western you could compare it to, Farscape and Firefly have a lot of stuff in common.
their memories. Every single ripple.
Arguably, I think Farscape's better than Firefly.
There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Orynyx. From today
It's a
onwards,
really great product to come out of
time on your
the Jim
behalf.
Henson estate.
This is why we have come.
That I think is in modern like genre fiction and sci-fi circles completely underrated.
Freedom.
Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
One of the things I like about Farscape is that it's very grungy, right? Like, it's a very dirty world. Part of that is because of the Creature Shop's influence on it. But it's a very dirty, grungy world at times. It's allowed to not just be polished and clean.
Willpower. Powerful. And tenacious. But you lack something. Just one thing.
Lacking something. What
And if we
is
weren't
it?
stuck in this place for so long, I think that this game has the potential to be the most Western space Western ever.
What you lack.
Because of the fact that you literally go around space in a train. Right? Like, you don't get more space Western than literally going through space on a train. You feel that Farscape is structured like a D&D campaign in space? Yeah, but that doesn't stop it from being a space Western. A lot of D&D campaigns are basically Westerns.
Dissipated already. The gaze from Skyfather. Stabilize.
Like, if we're talking about the actual plot structure, pacing, and how a story is told for like a Western, which most Westerns, especially serial Westerns and not just like an individual movie, have the plot structure of either a single guy or a band of people that roll into town. That town has a problem. Those people solve the problem and then they roll out of town.
Possible.
That storytelling was the staple of Western storytelling for a very long time. It's been brought into fantasy storytelling very early. Like, that was brought into fantasy storytelling like almost just after the Second World War, and has been a big influence on things like Dungeons and Dragons. And it's not, you know, Westerns aren't the only thing that ever really did that storytelling. You can find a lot of them in the past too. Right? Like Greek mythology has that to a degree. There is just a certain type of, I would say, trope family that comes from Westerns too, in how the plot is structured. That is more contemporary than the older versions of that.
Never forgives. Never makes a choice.
Like, meeting in the tavern / meeting in the saloon is a very Western trope. They just changed it from the saloon to the tavern. This is not something that was actually that common in older fantasy before that.
Orynyx's divinity.
Like, maybe a place would have a pub or a tavern,
Is the trial coming to an end?
but you don't really see that in a lot of older stories prior to like the 20th century. You do see that a lot with westerns in saloons, and then after the Second World War, you see that a lot in fantasy. They just replace the saloon with the tavern.
Go and find your future that has been stolen. Even if that means you'll have to cheat death. You'll have to challenge that hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding fingers.
And even some of these tropes were made by Europeans, but in a time where some of those Europeans were watching American TV. Like, you know, the reason why Star Trek, the original, is a space western is because it borrows a lot of the tropes from, like, Gene's previous series. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a western. I think Have Gun Will Travel, I think might have been the name, or something along those lines. But a lot of the tropes of Star Trek that weren't borrowed from the submarine genre were literally just ripped from the scripts of the series he worked on before that.
Mem has told me about
Just
what
modified
happened
from
during
a
the trial.
western to space.
They're still explaining things to the others and told me to bring you back to your room to rest first.
That's also why a lot of Star Trek episodes in the original series end up, like, basically divulging into the equivalent of bar fights and Western-style shootouts, just in space, right? Like the way they holster their blasters, the way that they just get into what looks like drunken brawls
I
at
blacked out
times.
too, but not before dragging you out.
He literally just moved those type of Western bar fight and shootout scenes into a space setting or whatever setting they were in before.
Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation.
Does everything trace back to either Western stories or detective stories? Not everything. There's a few different genres. Those are two of the bigger ones. There are completely unrelated sci-fi genres that aren't Westerns from before that, right? Which is why a space Western is a specific type of sci-fi. There's older sci-fis.
You still weren't
Most of them are futurism. A lot of them took different plots. Some of them actually have some influence from older plays, like even some Greek plays, just modified into a science fiction or science fantasy setting. Science fantasy was more common than science fiction the further back you
just
go.
like those objects of the past and the miracles of Orynyx.
But there are a few different ones. I think just like Star Trek was so popular that a lot of the Western tropes that were brought into it just kind of became staple for the largest and most productive path for science fiction for quite a while.
Orynyx mentioned finding your stolen
Star Wars
future
itself
and
kind of opened a
cheating
different
death.
branch too, because Star Wars and Star Trek
Considering
are
Miley's
not
indestructible body,
usually like
it
each
seems
other.
to
There's some
suggest that
spin-offs
there's
that are.
some kind of miraculous power in
With their
Amphorius
space
that can
opera,
even reverse
you call
death.
it Star Wars is not science fiction.
key
It's a
seems to
space
lie
fantasy
with
or
the
science
Hand of
fantasy,
Shadow,
right?
whose whereabouts are unknown.
And that Star Wars actually looks very close to a lot of older science fiction that had kind of been pushed aside for a while before it was made.
Concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden.
Right, like Star Wars resembles more of like a European fantasy than it resembles a Western.
Cass has always been looking for, regardless of whether there are any clues.
Yeah,
There's probably no one
John
else
Carter's
that
basically
understands
Sword and
death
Sandals,
better than her.
right? And that is an older type of like space fantasy that had been around for a while.
There's something
There are different branches.
tell you.
Things come around in cycles.
The Chrysosairs already know everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Even a lot of like the detective stories, which were pretty big for a while, that huge influence on a lot of different things, almost left the space of crime and detective, right? Like those stories kind of went into the superhero genre out of pulp and disappeared because this is a different one. Western influence on crime detective took over for a while. Dirty Harry being the one. Dirty Harry was just a Western written in a contemporary city to the time. And that changed a lot of how people expected crime and detective stories to be for a while. So there was a split there of basically modern Westerns and noirs. Those were pretty much the only detectives you got for a while.
Mister, I'm right here. Please stay there.
I've heard that about how Burroughs just wanted to write, like, basically just a classic sword and sandal type adventure story. He basically wanted to write something that would have been what Conan ended up being later, in a way, but with like a more morally upstanding character. But the problem is when you find a publisher, right, you have to just write whatever the publisher wants you to write. Sometimes they'll give you some leeway. They'll still let you write aspects of the story you want to write, but you have to write what your publisher writes. Oh, what your publisher actually publishes. That's just part of being in the industry. And sometimes you can still end up getting some really great stuff out of it. Some stuff that the author who works on it still loves. Because I think The Princess of Mars is an amazing story.
I cannot feel anything.
And everything that comes out of John Carter is good. You know, until people try to do adaptations later that aren't as good. I'm looking at you, Disney.
Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier.
I like it when people like a genre.
Mister, if my abrupt behavior
And they try to resurrect it, right? Like,
that you can forgive me.
Matt Krotz has a kind of a sword and sandal book now, which is the Kyrie.
As a mortician,
and it's a really, really good study of the genre. Like, you could tell that he actually really likes it.
My apologies.
And it's also historical fiction, too.
Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, mister, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time. I have never touched the living in this way before.
The Hyborian Age, which is, you know, like,
I hope that you can forgive me.
Howard's Conan and all the stuff that takes place in the same, like, world, is another good example of cross-influential genre work, right? Because all of the Conan stuff is very much sword and sorcery, but it's sword and sorcery flavored with Western storytelling to a degree. Not fully, like I wouldn't call them Westerns, but it's flavored by them because Howard grew up in, I can't remember the exact name of the city, but it's just outside of Fort Worth, Texas.
I've caught a glimpse of something.
Like, he grew up basically 80 miles from where I grew up.
Someplace and cannot find a way to escape. But perhaps it might not.
And that had a very, very big influence on how he wrote Conan the Barbarian and all that other stuff.
We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away.
So, like,
Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance.
It's kind of the best case of American fantasy, if you ask me. I don't think anybody else gets better than that.
It was me. I was a little too hasty.
Who would win? Conan or Carter? Well, I think Conan just wins. Right. Because here's the problem with how, like, Carter works.
Personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon.
If we moved Conan into his space, Conan gets stronger. If we move Carter into Conan's space, Carter gets weaker. I think no matter what, Conan just ends up winning. He's also, I mean, Carter's willing to do some pretty brutal things. Conan is more brutal than Carter as well. Like, I don't even think that's a debatable matchup.
Are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well. Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this.
And I am considering both of the peak of their story, right? Like, I'm not trying to pick, like, a part in their storylines where one of them is just, like, way too weak or whatever. I'm taking them at their heights of their feats. If you wanted to give Carter all of his stuff without buffing Conan, it does become a lot closer.
Listen with me.
Because then you could say that Carter is physically stronger if he gets everything he could do without also moving Conan into it. But I think even a physically stronger Carter gets beat by Conan. Conan is definitely a better fighter. He's a better warrior. He's a better killer. But it does become a more interesting matchup if you decide to do it that way. I think Conan's also tougher. Like, even despite the fact that you could set this up in a way that Carter's stronger, I think Conan can still just take what he has to dish. He'd get thrown around by quite a bit, but I think he can still just take what he has to dish out.
Wake up.
He's also got a higher resistance to, like, sorcery and stuff. Like, I think Conan's just too tough.
Thank you. Please forgive me.
You've completed the trial of time.
He's got a lot of tenacity to him.
Admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. Two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
Who was Castlevania, Dracula, or Voldemort? Oh, Dracula.
Talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a
Dracula's
long time.
crazy.
Has no one thought to
He's
study
basically
his
evil
indestructible
incarnate.
body? If there were even
Which I guess
minor
Harry Potter
breakthroughs
tries to treat
to
Voldemort like that too.
disprove
And
his
I do know
system
some of
right now.
Voldemort's crazier feats, but, like,
Many
but
so far,
Dracula in Castlevania is insane. Like, he can
if it were successful,
move
Thanatos
fast
would have
enough
disappeared without a trace.
that light doesn't keep up at
Nevertheless,
times, right?
Now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of
Like, unless he can apply some type of curse on him from a distance, which good luck cursing Dracula, I don't even think there's anything Voldemort could do to him.
less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all. It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that,
And man, like, Dracula's hard to put down. Even by the people who've got the gear specifically made to put him down.
a tiny air current.
Castlevania Dracula versus Ganondorf, that's a tougher one. Let me try to think. I think it still goes to Dracula. Now, if you picked Ganon's original form, the thing, because Ganon is a shadow of Demise's hatred, right? He's like an incarnation of him. If you put him versus Demise, I think Demise might be able to win. That guy's like literally a god.
Of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
But maybe Ganon, like Ganondorf's unleashed demon form, maybe. But I think it still goes to Dracula. I want to say I'd have to do a lot more research onto that one, even though I know a lot about both characters. It's less research and more playing around with their feats and numbers. Like I could talk my way through this, but I'd rather have like a notepad in front of me so I could keep track of different arguments and stuff.
Hey,
that one's a lot closer.
What is this place? Where in Amphorius are we?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Oh my god, I can't believe it's already 7 o'clock. Can I check how charged this controller is without like killing the stream?
Hand of Shadow Thanatos.
Yeah, we still got charge. Man, I told you, like, that battery, the one that was changed in here, it lasts for a long time. It still has a bar. It hasn't gotten to red or anything. I haven't had to plug this in. I was complaining a couple hours ago that there might be a point during this stream where I'd have to sit down in front of the TV and plug the controller in to keep going. We've been streaming for
nothing but
over 6 hours. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 43 minutes, actually almost 7 hours. And controller's still going. Props to higher capacity third-party batteries.
What? The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it.
I've also been pacing more often than not during the stream. I've basically been walking for...
I hear it. Deep
we'll cut some of it. I know there was definitely some times where I stopped, especially when I was doing the dishes. A couple times where I sat down for a minute or two. But I've basically been walking for like 6.5 hours.
Child of humanity. Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency?
So at least I should not be complaining about how many calories I burned today.
You have awoken.
Not that that's ever why I walk. I actually walk because my body wants to burn the calories. I get restless.
Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with the mortal body.
I probably burn it so efficiently that 6 hours of walking probably hasn't actually done much for me.
In my estimation,
I'd have to be doing a lot more.
15 more entry hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
Maybe next time we do like a longer one like this, because I pay so much, maybe I'll actually turn my 3DS on, put it in my pocket, and I'll let it track my steps for that day. And we could see how many steps that I took during a stream.
The messenger from the council.
I think that'd be funny.
Let me ask you one.
Back when I was a sign waiver for Firehouse subs,
really planning to betray
I had to walk back and forth across like maybe half a block, just the area in front of the restaurant, with the sign in my hands doing the thing.
Of yours
And
acting so recklessly. Do you not
even
care
though you're
about
only
what might
walking
happen
back
to
and
him?
forth in that tight space, because the amount of steps that you're taking, you can actually
There will
guess
be
how
a
many
price to pay
miles
for
you are
blind
walking.
faith.
And some days I
This
would
is
walk
also a
anywhere
lesson for
between like 15 and 20 miles while working.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course.
We are in
This is
an
how it's
Anaxa point of
always
view
been.
now. Would it be worth it? You know what? Yeah, let's do that. We'll lose the Sunday buff. Let's move Anaxa into our party. You can be where Sunday is because I don't like him anyway. You know, I don't want to see his face. He won't get much out of it, obviously. The Nax is weaker if there's no one buffing him. And there's no erudition character in here for him to buff, but Anax is cool. We can keep him around. I like him. I don't even know if we'll do any fighting. I don't imagine there's any fighting in this part of the story. So he's just here for us to walk around as him.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh,
Zagreus.
Lygus.
It's been a while. Oh,
We finally meet him. This guy.
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
I was say I do like Lygus's design. I think he's got a really good design.
Personally come and meet me.
Here they refer to him as an anti-Catharan.
Carefully
He's basically an android.
I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
But as far as an android goes, he's got like a very classic Grecian android look, right? He's like an automaton.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan.
I know a lot of people were mad about how things turned out with Lygus. Because some people wanted him to be playable. There are people who want Scrum to be playable. Which I'm fine. I think they should make Skrullum at like a 4-star and just give him a copy of him to us for free. Make him like an erudition buffer or something. That would be cool. Make him work really good with the Herda. So 2 geniuses are on the same team.
You can see them too?
But they have not given us like any robot, really.
We anti-Catharans.
There are some people with like maybe a robot arm, like, so there's some cyborgs in a way, or people that use machinery. The only actual robot that we have playable is Herda's doll, which doesn't really look like a robot, right? It looks like Herda, but she's got doll joints. And people want like an actual robot, and you know, I feel for them. It's not my biggest want or my biggest desire, but for some people it is, and I feel for them. It would be cool to have a little more variety in the character design, and some of the robot characters in this game look kind of cool.
Spare those poor threats, and just let her
Not that
listen
guy
to
though.
my words.
Give us Skrullum.
They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
As cool as that guy is, you find out quickly why you wouldn't want him to be necessarily playable.
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends.
Talking about how much time I've been on here, man, it's been a long time since I've used the restroom. I'm gonna let them talk, and I'll be back in like a minute.
To Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
I thought there'd be more to that cutscene. But I guess it finished before I got back. Alright. This is a really cool way to introduce another zone in this area.
Something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side.
I know what would be good.
Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
Especially the last couple hours, I've been trying to hydrate instead of drinking soda, which I do have water there. But I kind of want something with some flavor to it. Come on, open up.
Their journey continues.
I'm going to start some tea, because I've got an electric tea kettle, and it takes no time at all for the water to heat up.
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action. Whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
An intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods, in their arrogance, deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory in the change it may bring to this imperiled world. Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible. Please, Professor.
There's a very inconvenient way to get to Dawncloud, though, is like, does the Titan's hand have to reach out anytime somebody wants to come to or from it?
Indeed created a spectacle.
Like, we get to teleport. We're setting space anchors down everywhere.
The atmosphere here carries a
Which I like that as part of the Trailblaze. It's like, yeah, sure. The train can only jump so far and keeps trying to go down the silver rail. But we're basically setting down these little anchor points that we can kind of teleport to anytime we want, which is why we get to keep going back and forth to places. So we can set a space anchor up here as part of the path of the Trailblaze and come up there. But yeah, it works as a visual spectacle. Don't think about it. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Hoyo was thinking, like the dev team when they did this. Rule of cool, right? It's like in the Superman movie where the Fortress of Solitude has to pop up every single time he wants to go into it. It's like, don't think about it. That's a very inconvenient entrance.
In the meanwhile,
But yeah, we just get to hop. Everybody else, they have to wait for this giant hand to come down and pick them up or set them back down.
delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
Rule of cool, though, like, a lot of times I do criticize and question it in many of the other places. For a fake world, because this is a fake world, for a fake world, even in story, fake, that is based off a Hellenistic myth, that type of rule of cool sort of thing really fits, like, the set dressing, right?
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then.
This would also get a pass if we were back in Penacony, which is like literally a dream world. That's another different type of fake world within the universe, where you drop down into a dreamscape that everybody at the hotel shares. That one you could also get away with it. I don't know if you could get away with this in a place like Eurillo 6 or the any of the Xinjiao fleet ships, which we went to Luofu before. Right, the previous places. But this place and the place just before it are probably the two types of places where logically you could get away with that kind of thing. This world is built to work kind of the way that the Hellenistic myths worked. Like, it functions that way. Can I light this? Is this lightable?
Go melt it down.
Yes, there's a chest on one of these sides. Okay. Onward.
Suppose I can just ignore this.
Professor Anaxa! Over here!
Oh, let me see what your message is.
Word has it that
How would the
skulls
metabolism
grown
of a
permanently
carnivore
perished
that
due to the
sleeps
black
most
tide.
of the day work?
Find you here safe and sound.
That's a cat.
Thank the fates.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
Not all cats, but that's like small
Only
cats.
the Cremnoans and Idonians who chase glory.
Especially the domestic cat sometimes spends
Survival is a victory
upwards of 20 hours a day
gladly.
sleeping.
So, are
Not
you
continuously,
gonna report the
right?
incident to the
Are you
council?
talking about like sleeping continuously for most of the day?
Akuma would be
Because
next in
basically the
line.
way carnivores that sleep a
Even with
lot
the
to
demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
sustain themselves so they don't burn too many calories,
Tell
because
me,
their
how
food has
much
to be
does
more
the
calorie
Council of
dense and it's
Elders
harder
know
to
about
get
the Black
because they have to
Tide?
hunt it.
Once kindness and her
They
followers learned
intermittently
that
sleep,
Cersei's and
right? They
Ornyx's
take
fall,
cat naps all the
They
time,
proclaimed in the council that the
right?
flame chasers could
And
no longer
that
stand
way
against the calamity
you
alone.
can go into almost like a calorie reduction mode every time you sleep.
Yet, when the crowned prince ascended to godhead,
And then you just burn them when you actually need to acquire your food. But that's also why our cats get fat,
all was resolved beyond
because they don't have to burn as many calories, and they still kind of end up
appearance.
getting like the same sleeping habits.
They might well make
They'll
a
go
move
they'll go
at the
sunbathe for
upcoming
like 5
citizens'
hours
assembly.
and take a nap out there, right?
No surprises.
So we end up kind of overfeeding them if we're not paying attention.
Virtuous.
Because if we feed them every time they want to eat, well, of course they're an animal that's been adapted to
Very well be a facet of
eating when
wisdom.
the opportunity arrives, right?
Shouldn't you
And
be
if you just
searching
leave
for
food out all the
mirrors of
time, they'll
yourself?
eat and they'll eat and they'll
I've
eat
had
and they'll get
enough of
fat.
your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both
A creature that
factions.
eats meat and sleeps a lot.
So I came
There's
to
actually a
see.
lot of carnivores that do that. Snakes
But it
spend most
seems
of their
as though
time
this
sleeping
kindness is much
as
more
well, right?
ruthless than a
In
Gloria.
fact, snakes have adapted
If
to the point, which, I mean, technically cats are doing this too.
Could it be that perhaps
Just to
you
a completely
decided to
different
readily
degree.
surrender
But snakes have
this
adapted to
hollow
where
shell of yours?
they'll eat
Just
their
because you
prey.
feel like death is fast
Most snakes are
approaching?
ambush predators, and after they get something in them,
afraid
they'll
you'll be
just lay there
sorely
and they'll nap while their body digests it for however long it takes to digest it, right? So I think the type of creature you're looking for, if it eats meat and it sleeps most of the time, is I think you're looking for an ambush predator that can spend most of its time at rest. We've got that in real life. There have been different kinds all throughout the fossil record, as far as we can tell. So that's kind of what you're looking for there.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here,
Like
it seems.
crocs and gators are kind of the same way
Looks
too.
like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
And what you call it, they're quick sleepers and they're light sleepers, right? Like they could fall asleep very easily, but they also wake up very
I thought
easily.
that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As
I don't know why this guy sounds like Jim
Are you not
Cummings.
aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
this wizened priest.
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not
Not
worthy of
exactly,
respect from
though
the
I could see him
supreme
doing this
being.
voice exactly too. But it sounds like somebody who's
Let me
trying to sound
remind
like Jim
you
Cummings.
That you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged
But yeah, like,
language to yourself. I
Kind
am
of
no
harp on that
longer
more.
altar servant from years ago, who could
If
only
you are
acquiesce
an
to the
ambush predator
commands
that
of
can find a
others.
good spot where
Now,
there's high traffic,
plenty of ways to
but you
deal with
also don't
people
risk
like
yourself
you.
getting injured in it, which is
I'm
why
not sure
gators can
whether
just
I
like
should
float
laugh
in
or
the swamp.
cry
It's fine for them.
can't
They're
believe
perfectly
that a
adapted to that.
follower such as you
You can just lazily go into a low-calorie burning
As
mode,
I see it, a
and
dead
then
titan
you can
can't provide you with
catch
this
what
level
you
of
need to eat in
confidence,
burst
right?
when you need to,
Then
and
who
you can
is
just
it
come in
exactly?
and out of sleep whenever.
Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how
So that's why a lot of
far
cats
you end
hang out in trees,
kindnesses, I shall
right?
let that
Again, mostly
slide
small
for
cats.
now.
I think
Leave immediately.
maybe
and don't impede
there's a
us
couple
from
large cats that
receiving
do.
the
Like sometimes
Supreme
tigers hang out in
Being's
trees.
blessings.
That's not really their thing
Seems
though.
you were
They
able to
they
hear of
mostly
this
stay to
matter
the ground, but
from
sometimes
mouths
they're in
of
trees.
others.
When they
It
need
seems
to.
that kindness
Some,
is indeed
sometimes they've jumped
quite
out of trees to get
sincere
humans.
toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
But mostly small cats, which can be pretty big.
Oh my, what a
Cheetahs are
thrilling
technically small cats,
confrontation.
right? And they're pretty
As
big.
expected
But
of
they'll
my
like hang out in trees.
prophecy's
They'll nap up in trees.
followers.
Something will come by and they'll just drop down on them
Or
if they can. They try to kill them in one shot.
Praising him, of course.
They'll
As a
eat them,
believer of the God of
fill up,
deliverance,
and then they'll just go
it
back
is
and take a
only
nap.
natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
I've had enough of this. Could the 15th
The T-Rex actually probably aged into that, right? Like they were probably more active when they were younger, when they were smaller. But they probably became more ambush, more consistent sleepers the older they got. And kind of like mostly relied on oh wait, did that not do it? Oh wait, maybe I could think of something else. I'm doing this backwards, right? Let me think. I did this before. But I'm talking, so I'm not thinking. Why am I even doing this now anyway? I said I was saving all of this stuff for off stream. Darn it, you got me talking about something else and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. That's fine though. I'm on stream, right? That the whole point is chatting.
Oh, my.
I haven't done any of those all day that weren't necessary for progressing, and I just start doing it without thinking about it because I'm like, oh, puzzle in front of me.
Mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising
That type of puzzle, though, is kind of the easiest one in the game. I think there is only one I ended up looking up, and I tried it for so long, only to find out that what I thought I was supposed to be doing is not what you were supposed to be doing. It was actually reliant on clues from the chirping secrets, and they only give you like a part of the clue. You had to get the other ones from people from other regions.
I, for one, am not
I thought you were trying to make them all disappear, because it looked like there was nothing in the preview. And I spent like an hour trying to find combinations that would cause all the pieces to overlap to where there was nothing. And that was not even the solution to the puzzle.
Aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the
Marsupial was sitting there with me too, trying to also figure out ways you could do it. And he was the one that got frustrated and looked it up. And he's like, do you want me to tell you how to do it? It's like, yeah, at this point I kind of do. He's like, that's not even the solution. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm not solving this because I'm too stupid to solve a children's puzzle. They're literally just not giving me the information that I need. Got it.
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old, 2 years old. Oh my! Even a member of the preeminent 7 sages must hug his droma stall to sleep. How interesting.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister
There was also, now that I think about it, there was a clocky puzzle that I didn't finish on stream either. And then it turned out it wasn't that hard. The clocky puzzles are spatial puzzles where it doesn't actually matter whether logically the things would line up. All that matters is from your isometric point of view they line up, and then clocky can cross them.
Long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
And that only one that I failed to do on stream, because when we were going through Penacony, that was my first time going through it, because we were caught up back then. So I was doing everything on stream, and
when I was young,
because we were caught up, I didn't feel like I needed to try to catch up in the story like I am now, right? I was just doing everything in front of me as it was fine.
I prayed to every
but
that I could think of for help.
It was just before the boss. Like the final boss of like the Sunday one. And just like with the boss, I had been awake for 24 hours at that point. My brain was not wanting to process things at the rate that it normally does.
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also...
Right, like, and especially for something that's like a spatial rotation puzzle in a way, right, or a sliding puzzle. My brain just did not want to operate at maximum capacity after being awake for 24 hours. And also actively awake for 24 hours. It's not like I was meditating or just awake. I had been on stream for like 10 and a half hours before that puzzle. I give myself some slack on that one. After I got some sleep and got back up and did that puzzle off stream, I did it in one try.
Since all living things stemmed from the same origin, Why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect?
It feels like Jimmy Reviews is the public perception of an anime fan. Man, and isn't that a shame? I don't dislike the guy, but he should not be the public perception. But I guess he does kind of resemble the early to mid, like, aughts anime fan. The kind where it's like, I was watching that anime all the way back then, but there are reasons why I didn't join my high school's anime club, and that's because a lot of them were him. So it's probably not even an unfitting perception.
Calm down, teacher. My sister,
but it's not the one that you want.
She's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
What do you mean?
Oh, this is actually... it's not original. Though they do spin it into the story in their personal way. But this part, talk about perception anime, is literally a reference. Because Anaxa is basically just a Full Metal Alchemist character dropped into this story. He talked about equivalent exchange. It's not the first time they mentioned it. He actually made a sacrifice of a part of his body, his eye, to be able to see his sister again, his dead sister.
I cannot watch you go down the wrong path.
Later, he actually, in the most recent patch, spoiler, he turned himself into a Philosopher's Stone.
Don't disappoint the deceased and never harm yourself.
Like, he just straight up, a Full Metal Alchemist character was dropped into Amphorius. And the way that Hoyo writes their games, I don't even mind it. It makes sense. It fits.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his...
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I would say less of a Full Metal Alchemist fanfic OC, because...
Continue digging into this subject.
A Full Metal, like a fanfic OC, is something that's intended to be in the original universe, right? Which they probably do have a few of them. This is more of... because he wouldn't work well in the Full Metal Alchemist world. Because he'd basically just be taking a lot of the same role of, like, Edward Elric or whatever. This is more of, we really like this character, so we want a version of him in our world, right? So it's more like stealing a character for your story.
Truth with my bare hands.
Right, it's almost the polar opposite direction of having a fanfic OC. It's like, I don't want to put my character in your world, I want to take your character and put it in mine. Yeah, like an Ed copy. He's not one-to-one, but a lot of him is just Ed.
However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan.
With a little bit of other stuff, it's not only him. He's kind of like an amalgam of some things from, like, Full Metal Alchemist, but he is more Ed than anyone else.
Even you cannot understand it.
Yeah.
Perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me.
But that's fine, right? Because everybody takes inspiration from everything. I would rather you make a copy of somebody else's character and turn them into an original character than for you to just have, like, a fanfic OC in somebody else's world. If I had to pick between the two, I think this is much better. Almost everybody has their version of a character,
As expected,
right?
You laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even
And you know what
if
they
I was
say,
willing to
imitation
talk about
is
my
the highest
past,
form of flattery.
I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom?
Well, they actually say the sincerest form of flattery, but I don't think there's a difference in the statement whether you say highest or sincerest.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Okay, I need a teaspoon.
Not only that,
because my tea has steeped long enough, and I need my sugar cubes.
Onlookers see most clearly.
But they're the small one. They're the actual teaspoon-sized sugar cubes, I think.
Is that so?
They're basically
Lord
metric.
Anaxa.
I don't think they're imperial, so I don't think they're teaspoon size. I think they're a metric measurement, which I don't like. But they're tiny. They're not the actual size, so I have to put in more than I would otherwise.
I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival. So please depart forthwith.
I think it'll still add up to the same amount of sugar I would put in there.
It's finally time.
Regardless, you know? Mass is mass, but like I have to put more quantity of these smaller cubes to equal the same amount of mass if I had the larger size ones. They just didn't have the larger ones at Fry's. I had to get these size.
Not met your end. How will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Isn't that the Dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Oh wow, they're just mocking him. So, being that he is kind of like... I guess the stand-in. Stand-in can be a good word for it, right? He's an Ed stand-in.
All things are connected by
I think that's a common used term for it.
The same
a lot of people, just like when he was first in what's the name of the place? Lyra, I think was the name of the town, where there are people who worship a god. He is a blasphemer. He is a heretic, and he is looked down upon by a lot of people. So like, it was cool that one of the insults they just called him was like a droma that was draped in fine fabrics, because a droma there's big beasts of burden that they ride around on.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that.
And that is kind of almost like a class thing, though, even more so. Because if you were out in the country, right, or if you were a lower class person, at no point would you ever insult somebody by calling them a horse. Because a horse is part of your family and a beloved thing, right? But if you're in the city,
neither of which can coexist with the other.
If you're a higher class person who doesn't need to be close to horses, they're beneath you, right? It's an insult to refer to somebody as like your steed.
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll take my leave for now.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Oh wow! So I was getting some text from Marsupial. He's finally wrapping up his long day. And apparently, like he's trying to get Peach a shake, but no McDonald's in all of Tempe, which is another city, a couple cities over, has shakes. apparently.
If so, please.
Not an option. So
since Lady Kindness
he's trying a Cold Stone Creamery now, which I love. Cold Stone, great ice cream place.
Introducing myself again.
But it's like, weren't they supposed to solve the problem? How is it that McDonald's, like, none of them? There's multiple McDonald's in that city and the surrounding cities. How do none of them have shakes?
Guests. The host will welcome their guests with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed.
Probably don't know what Bondrewd is, though. I don't know what Bondrewd is.
I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremony.
You are correct on that. That does not ring a bell to me at all.
Met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows.
But if he's still all the way in Tempe,
perhaps you intend
it's going to be quite some time, right? Because if he's trying to get a shake for her, that means he also has to drop the shake off, so that he's not even on his way.
Everyone, stand down.
So it's going to be a minimum, once he drops it off, another 45 minutes till he gets here.
I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
We're almost 7.5 hours. Are we going to make it to the proper full-time day of an 8-hour stream? I think we will.
Your bravery is more.
I think when we hit about 8 hours, I'm gonna cut it.
Perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Just so I could take a break anyway.
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind.
And because he'll be on his way by then.
Inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood.
But I will have effectively done the equivalent of a full workday on stream.
The citizens of Akima are so entitled to.
Which this isn't work. But a lot of people do make money working full-time like this.
Well, to that, I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizen.
The stuff where I actually end up making money, I do most of that at night anyway. I focus better once the sun is down.
And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer.
If we had the viewership, though, I could easily do this every day for this length.
What you're saying right now is worlds apart.
I know a lot of people complain about being on stream for this long. Having to, like, converse with the chat, have to keep talking, which there's definitely been periods where, like, I wasn't talking for minutes on end, but part of that, too, is even though I've seen all this story before, I actually stopped talking because I'm listening to the story at parts that I remember really liking. But it's not a problem for me to talk for basically 8 hours straight. You know, I think the longest stream I've ever done was when Borderlands the pre-sequel came out, and I streamed it for 14 hours straight. That was pretty fun. And about the same length, I've yapped off my friend's ears for 14 hours straight before.
It's normal for
there was a point where we went to my favorite pizza place for lunch.
Welcome back to the
at about the time that it opened.
Council, Lord Anaxagoras.
I was a regular, so, you know, we paid, and they didn't care that we basically refilled our drinks for the next couple hours, or the next, like, 6 or so hours, I guess. But we just hung out there until it was basically dinner time, and then we realized that it's like, hey, do you guys just want to keep going somewhere else? And we got up and we went to Whataburger for dinner, and then we hung out there for a while, and we could have just stayed there basically for the rest of the day or night if we wanted to, because Whataburger's 24 hours, but it just went back to the place I was staying because I was house sitting at the time. I was house sitting for a place that would end up living later, which is kind of funny. And we just hung out there, and I did most of the talking, because when I'm in a group, most of the groups that I've ever formed, I'm usually one of, if not the only, extrovert in the group. I'm not a true extrovert, I'm an ambivert. I could turn it on or off, and I'm fine going for weeks on end without ever talking to somebody, but I can also turn it on and just be around people for weeks on end too. Genuinely, it doesn't matter to me. But when I'm in a group, I'm usually the only extrovert in the group.
That's enough.
So there would be some back and forth, some interaction during that 14 hours, but it was mostly me yapping for 14 hours straight about stuff. Often wherever, like, the interaction was them steering the conversation somewhere else, because I would give the, obviously, give people the freedom. A conversation should be a two-way street, right? You do want to let people have input on where a conversation's going. But I basically was just yapping for 14 hours straight. And we were all having a good time. It was the first time we saw each other in years. Like in a couple years or so. It was basically a catch-up day. But it's literally no problem for me to be talking all day long. At all.
Of her humanity remains.
One of the career paths I was almost took was a teacher, right? Where you might have to talk or lecture for that amount of time all day.
Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible.
If I was a teacher, I probably would have an electric kettle inside my classroom.
You're well
I'd probably be drinking tea all day.
Core flame will be in the era crisis that you are desperately pursuing.
And if the rest of the staff tries to argue that I shouldn't be able to, man, I would be obstinate about it. Even if I wasn't allowed to have a kettle, or if somebody couldn't have a coffee maker in their classroom, which I don't know why you wouldn't be able to, I'd be the one person to get away with it, because I would be very stubborn.
The Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words.
True philosophers. Oh, that's right. There's like a debate, I think.
Let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaya. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of
Do my answers matter in this?
Has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of
there are a couple actual debates where the answers matter. I don't believe that comes up in the story, though. Which is kind of upsetting. There's like this Ace Attorney style debate structure that they added into the events. It comes up several times in the events. It started off in the Aramali event, the first time we see Scott, best NPC in the game. Everyone loves Scott. All my homies love Scott. It also showed up the next time Scott came around. It comes up a few different times. It's a cool little actual reward punishment structure where you can fail it and have to start it again. So like failing a minigame. But it didn't pop up in here. And that was so upsetting because it's like, why do you have a debate structure mechanic in your game?
I believe you're aware of Castor's.
Like, why have it there? If you go to ancient Greece, where like the art of debate, the modern art of debate is basically founded, and you don't want to have structured debates in it with the mechanic that you put into your game.
As compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain results,
I just feel like it's a miss, you know? Like the opportunity's there and you missed it. You didn't even shoot. You just let it go straight on by.
She just needs the right timing.
I understand what you mean.
You haven't played any game with like that type of mechanic?
This tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace.
Have you? Well, I mean, technically they're visual. This type of mechanic is more common in visual novels, right?
We defend every oppressed citizen.
And I don't think you play a lot of visual novels.
I regret to say that
it's more common in visual novels where they have a linear story with
the peace that we are aspiring
like
toward, as well
success
as
and fail
everything that
states,
we
right?
hold dear,
Like
will
Ace
be
Attorney is a visual
destroyed
novel,
completely.
but it's a visual novel where you
The
actually
city
have
will
to
be
interact with the
burned to
mechanics of the
ashes,
game
and
and
the
solve
citizens' blood
the
will be
case that's
shed.
going on, right?
Tell me,
What's another one?
what are you
I'm
willing
trying to
do
remember
for
his
our
name.
esteemed
This
citizens
whole
so that they
series
can
is
vanquish
literally the
the
guy's
enemies
name.
of our fine city?
But there's a detective series
Although the circumstances are rather
that basically
unfortunate
predates Ace
from an
Attorney, and
objective
it's where they got their inspiration from.
It is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove
There are...
I
No, not
have
Layton.
become
I'm
the
not thinking
de
of
facto
Layton.
leader of the Grove.
Which, there's some visual novel elements to it.
The
Layton's a
Council
little
of
more of a
Elders
puzzle-solving
needs more
series.
if it wishes to topple
Professor
Goliath.
Layton. No, there's
And it's
another
evident
one.
that the Academy wields considerable influence.
That's like really, really old.
At the very least, I
And
have
the
served
series is
as the
kind of
Grove's
still
special
going.
envoy to Akama for a significant amount.
Let me look up the name real quick.
Of course.
I just have to
this
walk
also
over
means that I
to
will
the computer, which, again, thankfully,
the Citizens' Assembly.
due to being on
In
PlayStation,
the
my
name
headset
of
is basically
Catholic,
mobile, so I can walk
Akama
over to the
thanks
computer and
you
look
for
this
your
up.
sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always
Jake Hunter,
been
that's the one
renowned
I'm
for its
thinking of.
fairness.
Jake Hunter's a
That
very old
fairness
series.
is built on a foundation
It's a visual
of
novel,
sincerity.
detective game.
The Council of Elders
And
has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that
it's
it will
basically where a lot of
always be
the
loyal to
inspiration for the Ace
for
Attorney
you, my
mechanics come from.
How will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness?
I
and
don't
will
think the
not
series was
betray
originally
Akama's
called that back when it
indomitable
started
citizens
during
when
like the
opportunity
NES
presents
era.
itself? Just as you
Because that's how
now
old it is.
betray a Goliath
But
in
when they
its
kind of revamped it, it's been Jake Hunter for at least since the DS.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven.
Which actually, even I say since the DS, since the DS is old at this point, right? Like,
I am incredibly
since the DS is basically like as old as you are, Fizchoso, almost. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago to me. Somebody who was already into pubescence and everything when the DS came out, it doesn't feel like it's a retro system, but it is. Like, at this point, the DS is a retro system.
Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders...
Which, actually, I guess,
residence on
if the
Dawn
DS is technically a retro system now, because of how old it is, that means the Ace Attorney franchise is a retro franchise. That's still contemporary. It's going. It's a long-running franchise. But where it starts is already retro.
I'm glad that she's arrived.
Because the Ace Attorney started on the DS.
So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine...
Oh, but don't try to tell
if
Marsupial
I were
that.
to demand that I hand you over,
I don't think Marsupial accepts anything that is after like 3D gaming as retro.
merely wish to chat with me and have no
That's his old manage, right? But sometimes you have to consider that the PlayStation 3 came out as long ago
as papyrus that has been soaked in blood.
as like
Not only can it be destroyed at
the SNES came out before the PlayStation 3.
Of a valuable core flame. No.
And the SNES would have been considered a retro console when the PlayStation 3 came out. So if that was a retro console then, the PlayStation 3 should be considered a retro console now.
Will also be standing on our side.
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaia sees me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council
Which again,
of Elders
probably
in one fell
isn't
swoop
an
tomorrow.
argument I need to make towards a younger person who
The discussion that we've
these
just had
systems were
will turn
newer
into
when
another
he was
joke
younger.
instead.
But it's definitely an
Is this
argument
the
you have to try to
outcome that
make
you wish to
to an
see,
older person who
Lady
just won't
Kindness?
accept it.
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately.
Be like, no, I was an adult when that system came out. What are you talking about?
Remember this.
It can't be retro.
People and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
We shall see then.
It's kind of like, actually, this meme isn't even true anymore because a few years have passed. But I remember back in, I think it was 2022. Right? Was it 2022? It might have been right around there. And the meme was what you think Final Fantasy was like 20 years ago. And they were showing Final Fantasy IV.
You'll learn the answers.
And then it was what Final Fantasy actually was 20 years ago, and it was showing Final Fantasy X.
She doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want.
But the problem is a few years have passed. So like Final Fantasy 20 years ago was
the true masters of Dawn
already into like about an expansion of Final Fantasy 11, or Final Fantasy 12 is about to come out. Which kind of sucks when you think about it, right? Think about numbered Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy 12 came out almost 20 years ago. And 16 is the number of the most recent one. In the same amount of time before that, though, all the other numbered Final Fantasies came out.
To seek an audience with Kefali.
And that's just become to the fact that, like,
Do I?
game production has become so bloated.
You may not, but kindness has.
That you just don't get them out in the same amount of time.
Kefali's core flame
There were a couple Final Fantasy games that came out basically back to back, 1 year after each other, without that, like, 2-year dev time happening.
I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
I think it still got the same dev time. They just got so successful that they had multiple teams working on it.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the Holy Mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of...
Man, Legus, you're slow. I started out pacing you at the normal jogging speed.
It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
There's also the gun. I like that he's got a gun. There's a lot of characters that have a gun in this game, which really fits that like space western theme. It's sci-fi in general, right? Because we've guns are like the further evolution of weaponry in general. So like, why would you want to go backwards from guns? But I think that's also why fantasy doesn't often have guns. This is fantasy. Space fantasy is often where you get your guns, But like going backwards to like Sword of Sorcery or other types of fantasy, you almost don't want guns because that feels like it takes the fantastic away from it in that particular setting. But I like it when you do get cultures that try to jump into those type of stories, don't have those reservations, right? It's like Final Fantasy's always had basically, not always. I think guns were introduced in 7, actually. I don't think they had guns before 7.
You must be closer to
First 6 Final Fantasies, I can't think of they had things like guns. They had missiles, right? They had mechs, so like the mechs would have guns, but none of the main characters had guns until like 7.
Putting a child of justice.
But then they get to that point and they're like, no, we're going to be making more contemporary fantasy because Final Fantasy has been moving towards contemporaneous even all the way up to 6, right? They had skyscrapers in 6. All the Final Fantasies can take place in different time periods in a world. But they don't have this hang-up that you can't have guns, necessarily. Because that's just like not a fantasy thing.
I suppose I can just
and I personally, this might be the American in me, this might be the I grew up in Texas, in me. I like guns in my fantasy. I think they're fun. I'm not even like a huge gun guy or anything. There are particular guns I like. I am more of a sword guy, but I still like guns in my fantasy despite being more of a sword guy. Because guns are fun. In fact, I think guns being in fantasy make the other stuff in fantasy cooler, right? Because if there's a gun in the fantasy, for somebody to not just be like shot dead for no reason to be a badass, then they have to be like quick enough that they can deflect bullets with a sword or something, which is completely impractical. You're not really doing that in real life. But again, this is fantasy. Guns in fantasy make the swords in fantasy cooler. How come nobody's a spear guy? Some people are spear guys.
Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time.
Personally, I'm a champion of the spear. If you were to ask me what weapon you should have, and you're not just like stuck in a very close quarter area where a spear would be bad. Like maybe a bar fight, a spear might get hung up, but not inherently, because some people beat each other up with pool sticks in a bar fight. But in most situations, a spear is better than a sword. My brother is a spear guy, though. Like, if you want a specific guy who is a spear guy, the kid, my brother, always preferred the spear.
Can you make it?
And lances and such like that, tridents. He's a polearm dude. He loves polearms. In almost any game, if you give him the option, with tabletop, role-playing, whatever, he will pick polearms every single time. There are polearm guys.
I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Is that...
There are definitely polearm guys out there. A lot of these fantasy games I play, there are people who will use polearms over other things.
What should I be looking at?
This game's cool in the fact that like you could just find characters you like and you can stick to it. There's a couple people who use polearms. One of the coolest characters in this game uses a halberd in one hand and a gunblade in her other hand. Oh wow, DualSense battery finally got low after almost 8 hours of a stream. That's crazy. I will plug this in because my phone's fully charged. It's been plugged in this whole time. And I will sit down with my phone so I can see the chat if there's a longer message in front of me. In front of the TV. I will actually sit down for the remainder of this stream. That took a really long time. Like 7 hours and 45 minutes before it got low. Let me actually, because I'm paused, I'll show you some of the characters in the game that have polearms. Let me go to... Where's the archives? Down here. Is it the databank? Yeah. This game has playable characters with polearms. Let me look. There's not a ton of them, but there are some. Fei Xiao here, she fights with a, like I said, a halberd in one arm and a gunblade in the other. She's a little too badass, actually. You know, save some for the rest of us. Where is Argenti? Well, Dan Heng, one of the main characters in the game, fights with a spear. He's the dude who's been running around with us. He is a 4-star. You get him for free at the beginning of the game. He's the equivalent of a DPS character. I guess you would call it like a DPC, damage per cycle character. He fights with a spear specifically. Where's Jing Yuan? You'll be in the set of people I don't have unlocked. Is there somebody with a spear before then? I don't think so. I think all the other spear people are people I don't have on this account. Jing Yuan fights with, I can't remember the name of it. It's specifically a Chinese, basically sword spear. It's like the Chinese equivalent to the Naginata, right? He uses that one when he fights. We also have... Where's Argenti? Did I pass him? Here we go. Argenti uses like a knight's spear, like the... I don't know if it's more... I don't think it's quite a halberd. I think it is just straight up a spear. But he fights with one. There's quite a few in this one, and I think that is leaning into the fantasy aspect, right? You're not really having a full fantasy game if there aren't people using spears, because that is such a traditional weapon that has been a staple of human history. And I would even say that I would pass it if it was only the pullable characters that have spears. But the fact that one of the main characters of the game, Dan Heng, who's like with you all the time, has a spear, I think is pretty cool. There's quite a few Final Fantasy characters who their main weapon is a spear throughout the history, like main party members. It's common. I like spears. I'm not a huge spear guy. I would like to own a couple one. Polearmed wise, the ones that I tend to prefer is less practical but more flashy. I love the battle scythe. That's a polearm favorite of mine. I do like the Naginata. I like halberds. Halberds are great. I've always kind of had a thing for halberds. And pole axes. I also like pole axes, which is probably why I like the halberd, because it's like part pole axe. There's actually, there's a character that has a lance in this one too, which is, a lance is weird. It's technically in the polearm category, just like a javelin is a throwable polearm in a way, but it's almost like a reverse spear, right? It's designed to work like a spear, but it has a short handle and a really, really long head because you just thrust with it. So it should just be a big sword, but it's in the polearm category, which is, where is it? The Trailblazer in the preservation form has this really cool lance. And you, even with the ult, you lance forward and go through everything and leave like a huge explosion in your wake, which is kind of cool. And it's cool at least one person in this game actually has a lance. It's more of a horseback weapon, but it's still an underrated one that like you don't often give that to any character in like fantasy games.
Ah, yes. I know I've heard this name somewhere.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Xerxes. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
This is a departed spirit.
Same company. I was actually just thinking about this too. Because Genshin is a slightly more of a traditional fantasy. There's a lot of spear users in Genshin. It's a whole archetype. This game doesn't use weapon archetypes, right? It uses more paths for their classes. So any character could have any weapon whatsoever. ZZZ is a little bit more like that too, where it's like, it's just whatever animations they give them. They treat them more like traditional hack and slash or fighting game characters. But in Genshin, their classes or whatever are kind of more based off their weapon archetype, and the polearm,
Enough about me.
the spear, is an entire
Chaos ever replies
archetype
to
of it, including like when they want to do other weapons outside of their main archetypes, they'll use the archetype as a stand-in.
Seems like the price of
So like
becoming a
Navia
demigod is
uses
a lot
an
costlier than
axe,
we thought.
but she uses it like a claymore. So she's a claymore user, but her personal weapon is an axe. But in the spear side, you have Arlecchino, who uses a scythe,
Look on the
but
bright
she's a
side,
polearm
Nias.
user. She uses spears,
Since we've come
and the
all
way she
this
uses
way,
it, even if you don't give her her
I don't
personal
think
scythe,
snub his
you don't
old
pull her
friend,
signature
would he?
weapon, whatever spear you give her, she will whip it around, and it'll get like this ethereal scythe head, and she'll still use it like a scythe.
Hey, are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking.
But at least in video games, there's a lot of spear users. I like that. They've always been an option in RPGs.
Chaos.
What I don't like, though, is talk about spear masters. Every spear user,
Never mind.
ever, in a fantasy RPG, only ever uses a spear as a two-handed weapon, right? Where the spear could also function as a bow staff, right? Which I guess it is redundant to say bow staff.
But
Bow literally means staff. It's just, you know, you're not talking about a bow and arrow when you say bow staff.
Beats me.
When one of the most effective ways to use a spear is spear and shield, right?
As long as I take
There
your
are some
sights.
people in some games that use it that way. Pantheon in League of Legends goes spear and shield. I love that he goes spear and shield. He's a really good exception, especially being somebody who's modeled after like a Grecian soldier, mostly a Spartan soldier. It's really cool that he goes spear and shield. There's just not a ton of them out there. People just want to use a spear like a staff with a pointy head, which is fine. Two-handed use is a perfectly functional way to use a spear. Having a shield is technically better. What are we at? 7 hours, 54 minutes. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of where we are. I think we're going to start the story back up right here at this prayer ritual thing in the map. Let's look at the map. We're going to screenshot it so I remember where it is. And we're going to come winding down to an end, which means we are going to finish off with our pulls that we have left. And we're pulling on the Herda's light cone now. Which, how many do we have here? Oh, we've got 2 of these. Probably from getting Evernight's light cone. That's good. And we have 4 of these, so we have 6 pulls that we can burn. And really, I just want some dance, man. That's really all I want here. Do we have any regular standards? No. Just yours. Let's burn. I don't even care if we get the Hurt as Light Cone. It would be cool if we did. Just because I could put it on any Erudition character. But I just want some dance, dance, dance. Okay, so literally, I'm pretty sure the last thing we got on a weapon banner was Everknight's Light Cone. We have not pulled in between me getting Everknight's Light Cone. So we were at 0 pity, and we won the 50-50 with 2 back-to-back. Not 2 back-to-back 50-50s, the other was guaranteed, but 2 back-to-back signature Light Cones. I think this is what they call streamer's luck. I think this is the closest I've ever gotten to 5-star pulls. This is actually a great way to end the stream, believe it or not. I might need to clip that again to put it in a short and make people mad like the last one. But if I go to the records here, I believe, yes, literally the last thing before this was Evernight. We were at literally 0 pity, and we won a 50-50. I hope people are mad at that. I really do. Oh, cool. I haven't had a lot of these. It's not the light cone I want. I don't know if this is a good remembrance light cone. But I haven't had a lot of those. I just want DDD. Give me Dance Dance Dance. Like, it's cool that I got the Hurt as Light Cone just now, but I would be happier to get Dance 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 than Hurt as Light Cone. As strange as that sounds. Man, that's nuts. That actually is genuinely nuts. You know what? Let's another fun way to end the stream. Let's go down to where is Mini Herda? Herda Minos, if you will. I don't have the material to level this thing right now, but here you go. You can have your big forms light cone. Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Just remember, the only thing you need to be in life is lucky. It is the only stat. Luck is the only stat that actually matters. Max out your luck somehow. I don't know, go make a deal with whatever god you venerate, whatever you gotta do. Max out your luck and nothing else matters. And with that, I think we will end the stream. 8 hours in, exactly 8 hours in. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you specifically, Fizz, for being here basically the whole time. And anybody else who was lurking, the other people who hopped in the chat who said hi, anybody, if you're watching the VOD and you made it to the 8 hour point, congratulations and God bless you, you insane people. I hope you were watching this on double speed. Screw my watch time. I hope you were watching this on double speed. And we will see you guys later. Maybe not this weekend. I might be streamed out from streaming all week. And I need to get some other like work and stuff done. I don't think I'll be streaming this weekend, but who knows? I might change my mind between now and then. I'll definitely see you guys on Monday.